Hello friends, hooray! We are live streaming today about Remix. Hopefully some of you have had a chance to play around with it a little bit. I am super excited that it's finally out and we're ready to actually build stuff with Remix. And so yeah, today I'm going to take you through the Jokes app tutorial to give you a rundown of like everything that you would typically need in an application. We're certainly not covering everything, so I guess I should rephrase that. Many of the things that you typically need in an application, because there's a lot that you can do with Remix, and I'm excited to show you. So just give me a second while I let people know that this is happening really quick, because I wanted to start on time today. I was a minute late, my bad, sorry. Yeah, let me just tweet this out. Starting now, join us, join us. Okay, and I will also share this on the Discord. And actually, I'll go ahead and share my screen as well. Here we go. And here's the Discord. So yeah, the event is happening now. And I'm just going to say, starting now, join us. Chat in, let's see, it's this thread, yeah, or tutorial. Yeah, Remix tutorial. Okay, so if you want to chat, come into the Remix tutorial. Let me just check really quick here. Yeah, sweet. Join us in Remix tutorial. Yay. Hi, friends. Okay, sweet. Wave. So I'll just move this over here, but if there are like questions or anything, I'll bring it over so that we can all see what we're doing. So Remix Jokes, big thank you to Chance, the dev, for designing this and putting together the design for the site, because I was too busy building it and I didn't have enough time to design it, and I'm not a very good designer, so he did a great job. It's a pretty simple app, yeah, you can actually go to remix-jokes.lol and use it right here. This site is a little different from what we're building because this is like a hosted thing and I don't want to worry about moderated stuff or unmoderated user content on the World Wide Web. So when you log in, you only see your own jokes. You don't see anybody else's. But it should give you an idea of how this thing is used and like what to expect from this. We've got an RSS feed and all sorts of cool things here. So that's what we're going to be building. It has authentication and everything. And it is a lot of fun. You can, yeah, let me take care of some logistics here. So the way that this is going to work is I'm basically just going to go through the tutorial the way that I would if I were one of you who have, like, you don't know anything about Remix yet, or maybe you know a little bit, and you just want to learn Remix. The way that I'm going to be thinking about how to go through this tutorial is through that persona. And I am going to be answering your questions about different things revolved around like the different parts of the tutorial. So what I'm going to do is I'll go through each one of these sections, and when I'm done with this section, I'll come over to look at all the questions, and I'll spend about 10 minutes going through answering questions, and then we'll get back to it. If we are not dedicated to that schedule, then this will take an extremely long time, because I could talk about Remix for a very, very, very long time. So yeah, that's what we're going to do. We're just going to make sure that that we can actually get through this, and I can go hang out with my family and sleep a lot after this. So yeah, so let's actually, you know what? Like, part of me wants to give you all an introduction to Remix, but I kind of did that yesterday. So if you don't like have any idea what Remix is, then what I suggest you do is go to remix.run and just scroll down this page, and it's really awesome. So yeah, go through that, read through that. I did a live stream yesterday about an hour long where I did this and kind of explained some of this stuff and why it's so significant. So you could pause this video, go watch that, and then come back and watch it at 2x or something if you want to. That's probably how I would do it, actually, because I can't stand watching things at regular speed anymore. But if you watch at regular speed, then you can ask questions. So there's that. Okay. That was probably really loud. Sorry. let's go ahead and build this, build a remix app. Build remix jokes. So I'm going to give you a comprehensive overview of the primary APIs available by Remix. We'll have a full application. There are a lot of these. This is a native HTML element called details, and it just has some extra stuff in here. And so what I'm thinking about with this tutorial is I want you to be able to do as much or as little as you want from the coding perspective. And so there's a lot about building a Remix app that has nothing to do with Remix. And I realize that some people want to do all of those things too, like they want to set up their own database too, and they want to write all the CSS themselves. Maybe they want to style it completely differently, whatever. And so if that's you, that's fine, and you can totally do that. But there are others of us who are like, I'm super busy, just like, let me get to the meat of why Remix is so great and how Remix fits into the bigger picture. And for those people, they just click on this, they copy the code here. Maybe even better example is one of the actual code snippets here, right here. So it's hidden behind here. And so you're like, oh, okay, I'll just copy that and then paste it and move forward. And I'll probably do a little bit of that just to keep things moving. But yeah, you're totally welcome to write up all the JSX and everything to yourself. Some of these route modules are a couple, like maybe 200 lines long. And so eventually, like it gets to be pretty long. I don't have you write all that all at one time, but yeah, it can be a lot. So I'll probably do a little bit of that, especially if I just want to say, okay, so you get the idea, now let's just proceed, and I'll just copy and paste everything. So yeah, also a lot of Remix, the documentation for Remix is on MDN. And so I do link to MDN throughout the tutorial. And this is one of the reasons why I say getting better at Remix will make you a better web developer, because so much of Remix is just using platform APIs, which is really cool. The tutorial is using TypeScript. If you don't use TypeScript, then that's fine. You can just do the same tutorial with regular JavaScript. You won't be able to copy paste things as easily, but really, I don't see any really good reason to build a real world big application without TypeScript. So if you've never used TypeScript before or anything, don't worry. I don't go nuts on generics and stuff like that. We don't write any custom generics or anything like that in this tutorial. And so I think you should be able to be okay even if you don't have much experience with TypeScript. There may be a little bit that you're like, what is that? But you'll learn, so that'll be okay. But you're fine to just not use TypeScript or just ignore TypeScript errors. It will still compile. Because yeah, our compiler just removes the TypeScript types. So, and then we are also using Prisma. It's fabulous. Really happy with Prisma. I've got a sneeze coming on. But now that I've said it, it's not going to come, and that's like almost worse. Okay, and then we have Rachel the Remix disk. So actually, Ryan also used a remix or a disk and called his Derek. And I was like, well, Ryan, I'm going to change mine to Derek. And he was like, no, I think it's great. We can have different names for every tutorial. I was like, okay, yeah, I can go with that. We'll have Derek, we'll have Darren, we'll have Deborah, we'll have, yeah, it'll be fun. But this is Rachel. And anybody who's gone through my workshops before knows that I use emoji to kind of call out, okay, so there are a lot of words in here. Here's the emoji to tell you exactly, like, this is something that you need to do now. So if you want to just hurry through things, you can copy, do a find and paste, and we've got 78 things that we're going to do. Well, some of those don't count, I guess. That's like in the output. But yeah, thereabouts that many things that we're going to actually do in this workshop. It'll be super fun. Okay, great. So I'll finish talking about outline and prerequisites, and then I'll just check if there are any questions. Oh, also, you can feel free to follow along if you like to. If I leave you behind, you can do one of two things. You can either just like copy and paste and hurry to catch up, or maybe what I'll do is I'll make a GitHub repo as I'm going, and I'll commit as I go each section. I'll commit and I'll push, and then you can just pull if you get lost or left behind or something like that. Or you can just pause the video, catch up, and then press play and do it that way too. So however you want to do it. I typically go relatively fast, which is why I do better at doing workshops where I say, here, you do the exercise. I will do nothing while I wait for you to do that. And then I will do the exercise and you can watch me. That ends up being better for everybody. So yeah, just don't feel bad if I leave you behind. Like, you're not slow. I'm just, I did this already like twice. So, and I made it. So I'm fast because I made it. Okay, so yeah, we're covering, total from scratch. Just use the generator, delete a bunch of stuff. We'll talk about conventional files, and then we'll get into routing, styling, database, mutations, validation, authentication, error handling, SEO, JavaScript, resource routes, and deployment. And you can find all of that right there. Okay, so prerequisites. You can do the whole tutorial in Code Sandbox if you want to. That's totally something that you can do. And I think right here, the basic example will get you started, and you can just go off of this and work through the whole thing right in Code Sandbox. Super cool that you can do that. Yeah, and you've got like your whole terminal in here and everything. No, we don't want to open the 8002 port. That's our WebSocket thing, so we'll just remove that. But yeah, here's the basic generated repo. So if you want to do Code Sandbox, you should be able to. I haven't tried it yet, but the final version does work in Code Sandbox. So if we go to jokes, then so this is in remix run remix tree main example jokes. So the whole thing actually does work in Code Sandbox. Oh yeah, and the Code Sandbox one is actually running live. So yeah, there you go. Yes, Remix does in fact use React, and so you cannot hack us with that. People are funny. Okay, sweet. So otherwise, you'll want to have Node 14 or greater. I recommend Node 16. NPM 7 or greater, recommend NPM 8. And you should be able to use Yarn and stuff. I make no guarantees, but I'm pretty sure like any package manager should work. And Remix, the goal is to support any package manager that is possible to support. And so yeah. And then code editor, I really like VS Code. At the very end, we deploy on a fly, and so you will want to have a fly account. And it will cost you like $1.50 to host with SQLite on Fly. They don't have a free account for persistent volumes yet. You could probably sidestep the persistent volumes thing and get things to be free, and maybe that's what I should have done. The problem with that is every deploy, your volume will go away, or your database will go away, and you'll get a brand new database. So yeah, you probably want persistent volumes for something real. Yeah, understanding terminal is good. Having some JavaScript and React experience is also good. So here are resources for that. And understanding the HTTP API will also be helpful. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to get started. I'm going to stop really quick for questions, just see where people are at. Oh, one other thing. I am planning on taking breaks. This is actually why I was a minute late, because I was putting this together. Dun-da-da. Cool. So we're going to have some breaks. I think it's important for your brain to take breaks. And I also, as I started, noticed that my water's almost gone. So I'm going to need to go fill that up. So yeah, every half hour or so, we'll probably take a 5-minute break or something. So for those of you watching this later, feel free to skip those parts if you want to. But just remember that your brain needs breaks. Okay, let me just see. Here, I'll pull this over. Why did that happen? I don't know why that, whoa. Okay. Would Remix be worthwhile if developing an Electron desktop app? I think so. Yeah, pretty sure. I think it actually would be awesome. Yep, I think you could totally do that. How long will this tutorial be? So if you went through it by yourself without my explanations, I think it should take you an hour and a half, maybe 2 hours, maybe, at a dedicated pace. Might take a little bit longer. There's just a lot of stuff in here. We will probably take longer than that because I'm going to stop to answer questions and stuff. We're going to take breaks and all that too. Yeah, started migrating side project to Remix yesterday. Works really well to replace the front end. I did struggle a bit with testing. Yeah, so the testing story is great if you want to do end-to-end testing, which is what I'm doing on my site. If you want to do unit testing, you can totally unit test your loaders and actions really well. But for testing the components, we don't expose the providers that you need to wrap your components yet. So stuff like use loader data, use action data, use transition, all of that stuff, we don't expose the providers that you need to be able to do that yet, but that will definitely come for sure. Remix for desktop, don't see the utility. I mean, so Remix is really great for user experience, and in a desktop app environment, yeah, unless like, if all the data is local, then maybe you don't care so much about the performance and cache management and stuff. But like I'm using an Electron app right now, and all that data is remote, and I can see a lot of utility in using Remix for something like that. So anyway, I think we're ready to rock and roll. Oh yeah, when you come to the next module, I'll answer that in the next module. Sweet. Let's move. Whoa, I think I opened the wrong thing. Sure, I want to open Sublime. There we go. Now I'll close it. There we go. Okay. And we'll just go to our desktop. Oh, there we go. Desktop. All right. Remixify. Haha. Now I got my CD. Just kidding. Actually, I don't want to do that. We'll go with the dragon. That's good. Or actually, set emoji. And we'll do the CD. Oh, whoops. Oh, man. What? Set emoji. And we'll go with, why is the CD? There we go. Boom. Now my emoji is correct. Okay. Now, the first thing we're going to do is npx create remix at latest. Now, some of you might be like, why can't I just do npm init remix? And you totally can. The problem is that npm really caches that like hardcore. And so you could be getting an outdated version. And so this way you always get the latest version of our generator. So we're going to do npx create remix at latest. And it does ask us if we want to install, so we do. And that will install, and we get the flashy, fun stuff. And, sorry, I realize that's really hard to see. Let me bump that up a little bit. Okay, yeah, so where would you like to create your app? Well, I'm going to create it right here. We're going to call it, yeah, let's see, jokes tutorial, or remix tutorial walkthrough. There we go. We're going to use the Remix app server, but you can deploy to all sorts of places. This list will get very long in the future. And you don't have to decide today. You can change pretty easily later. So we're going to go with the Remix app server, which is based on Express, which is based on Node. And so you can deploy it anywhere that you can run Node. So that's what we're going to go with. And we're going to use TypeScript, and we want to npm install. So yes, we'll go with the default there. You can't see it, but there it is. Haha. Remix walkthrough tutorial sitting on my desktop now. All right, sweet. And now the instructions instruct me to CD into Remix jokes. Well, I didn't call it Remix jokes, so we're going to CD into Remix tutorial walkthrough. And I'll open up code in this directory. It's my favorite editor. And no, please don't show me that again. Okay. Let me update my settings here to before live streaming. Where's my live streaming settings? Huh, that's weird. I thought I had live streaming settings. Okay, we'll go with my egghead settings then. See what that does. Nope. Let's do workshop settings. Whoa. Okay, except not light mode. There we go. Light mode works better in workshops. Okay, fine. We are missing a comma. Thought it would fix that for me. Okay. Yeah, so normally I do light mode when I'm giving workshops because like in a lighted room, it looks better, but you're looking at a screen right now, so that's fine. Okay, sweet. So, like I said, I'll get to your questions after each section. So let's continue. With that, we'll open our favorite editor. Here's the project structure. So I'll just take you on a tour of this. When we get started, we've got our package JSON, our package lock, get, ignore, readme. Yeah, pretty much like things you would expect. The readme will explain how to get things running in the template, so that's cool. Yeah, so I think this is where you can change your hosting target. So if you wanted to change your hosting target. Okay, sweet. And then we've got our public directory that has our favicon. And this is where you put any static files that you want for your site. Then we've got our app with routes and demos and styles and demos and stuff in there. And then root, server, and client. So the first part of our code that runs, why, Uslint, just hush up. So the first part of our code that runs inside of this function that we defined here. And this is when a request comes in, Remix manages calling all the loaders and everything, and then it calls this handle request function with what the response status code should be based on what the loaders did, the headers based on the loaders as well, and the request that itself that came in. And then the Remix context that we pass on to the Remix server. We're responsible for returning the response. And so this response could be streamed if you wanted to. You could totally implement streaming with this, with the Remix streaming APIs and stuff. And so what we're doing is we're just getting the markup. We're adding that this doc type HTML because I don't know why. I don't know what browsers need that anymore, but we do it. And then with our status and our headers. And that's it. That's the server side. Then on the client, this is the first code that runs when we are hydrating. And we just hydrate the entire document, which is pretty cool because our root right here is in charge of rendering the HTML tag, which I think is great. So we get to control everything. And on my website, this HTML tag has a class name that's controlled by state, which is super cool. And our title is also controlled by props. I think that's awesome. And so, yeah, the default has a bunch of stuff, or when we create the template or whatever, has a bunch of stuff on it for you to play around with. But yeah, that's how things work in the default. Let's see if I didn't cover anything. Yeah, everything goes in the app directory. Let me bump up this font size for you all as well. You probably need it a little bit bigger. Okay. Yeah, we talked about that. Yeah, the routes is where all of our route modules go, and we'll be working in that directory a lot. Remix config, you actually don't need to configure anything. I'm pretty sure all of this is the defaults, so we could just do this if we wanted to. But yeah, that's our config. So let's go ahead and run the build. I'm just going to copy that, save myself a little bit of typing time. npm run build, boom, it built pretty fast. So let's look. There's a new build directory here. We have a public build directory right here. And then finally a cache directory. So it creates those things. Each one of those is in our get ignore, so that we don't commit that to source control because they're generated files. You shouldn't commit generated files. But this is for the server side. This is for the client side. And this is just for development. And it's pretty fast too, huh? 167 milliseconds. Thank you, ESBuild, and go. Yeah, so I guess when I'm streaming, it's a little slower. Okay, sweet. Let's go ahead and start the app with npm start. And it starts up instantly. We open up localhost 3000. This will honor your dark mode, light mode settings, which is pretty cool. Let me show you how that works really quick because it is pretty neat. We'll talk about styling a little bit more here later on in the tutorial, but check this out. We have a link tag added to the page with media prefers dark, color scheme dark, and that's when we include the dark styles URL, which I think is pretty cool, and that's what controls the dark mode here. So if you look at the dark styles, whoops, right here, there's nothing in here about media queries. That's all controlled by this media thing here, which was new for me when I started using Remix, and I think that's cool. Okay, yeah, let's see other things. So we've got a couple demos. We've got actions. So what is more useful when it's broken? My heart. No, rats. I don't know why I would think that. So if we can find the answer inside of that action. So we're in demo/actions. So let's find out what the answer is. I actually haven't looked at this yet. So actions. Sweet. We'll talk all about actions later, but feel free to explore this a little bit. Yeah, so come on, at least try here. So if we get rid of this, sorry, it is not right. Well, that's funny. I guess it's an empty string. So this should be or not answer. There we go. Oh, did I mess something up? Save that. Oh, I ran npm start. We're actually not running the dev server. Npm run dev. So you can't change things. I wanted to just show you build it, then you start it, and that's how you deploy the thing. Yeah, there we go. Come on, at least try. Yeah, so somebody can go fix that. It's in the remix repo. Okay, so answer is not egg. Egg? Yeah, that makes sense. You got it right. Hooray! So we got redirected to correct, and that's awesome. And actually, you could just hit this URL directly, and you just feel really good about yourself all the time. Okay, cool. So that's the actions demo. And where are we? So let's go back to demos. Oh, whoops. Haha, not found. There we go. Nested routes. Whoa! Yikes! So this is the About Us page. So yeah, basically, I can't remember what, yeah, this isn't really, but we want to show you, CSS is different. Yeah, so if we look at the About page, here we have our own links exported. And so this About CSS, oh gosh, that's super annoying. Somebody go tell VS Code to fix that. I hate that option clicking on something will take you to the types rather than the implementation. But yeah, all of this stuff, we're changing global CSS variables, and that's not impacting any other page. That is sweet. So you can do whatever you want, and all you have to do is look at the pages where that CSS is included, and you don't need to worry about any other pages. That is awesome. Okay, cool. So that's the About. Oh yeah, and I think this also looks at nested routes as well. So you've got index and woe, and here's woe. Nice. So now we're about page woe, and all that woe renders is this part, which is cool. So yeah, let's see. Let's go back to home. URL params and error boundaries. So yeah, we've got params. When you name a route segment with $, like this, the segment will be parsed in the URL, sent back to your loaders. When there's an error, then yeah, we'll talk about all this later. The error boundaries are awesome. Not found, those are client errors. Then you can throw a response, and it's awesome. So here's param1. Ooh, sweet. Demos params1, param2. Here's a 404. Oops, that doesn't exist. Here's a 401. We weren't authorized. And this throws an error. LOL is not defined. Haha. Okay, cool. So yeah, I think that's enough exploring here. Let me do the last thing, and then I can get to any questions that people have come up with. So now we'll stop, delete all this stuff. App routes, app styles, and app utils server. Oh, and actually it looks like the utils server was removed, so I gotta remove that part from the tutorial. They used to have a utils server in here. Yeah, there we go. So all we're left with now is entry client, entry server, and root. And then it tells us to replace our app root with this. So we'll do that really quick. App root, take all this stuff, replace it with that simple thing. And now, now we'll run the dev server. And we get a hello world. Woo! Okay, so let's talk about really quick what this is all about. We've got this live reload component from Remix that's only included during development. That is so that as you make changes, we refresh. It just connects to a WebSocket to Remix. And yeah, and then we're just rendering everything. We're in charge of all the things, and I think that's great. I think that is it for this first section. So we're going to start adding stuff back. But let's go to questions. Okay, coming up. When discuss styling, oh yeah, on my site, how I use rsync. Yeah, well, I can talk about that when we get there. It's super annoying. Things are going to be a lot better in the future. Okay, let me just see what questions you've got. Actually, you know what? In the future, if you have a specific question, you can highlight it by @mentioning Kent C. Dodds. So if you want me to mention your thing, feel free to just comment and do whatever you want. But if you want me to, as I'm reading through, just mention your thing, just @mention me so that I see it highlighted in here. That will help. Okay, would you also recommend Remix for interactive web app or more for websites? Yeah, I would. There aren't very many things hosted on the web that don't have some routing associated to them, some data requesting associated. If you're building like a game, then maybe lots of that data stuff is happening over a WebSocket or something. Right now, Remix doesn't directly support WebSockets. Like you can use WebSockets, but you're not going to get anything from Remix for that. But if in the future you might, like we're thinking about that. But the rest of your app will still benefit from Remix, and so you can just put the game within Remix, and then the game doesn't necessarily benefit, but everything else will. And if you're not using Remix, you're probably going to need to use something for everything that's not your app and not the game that you're building. So yeah, even very interactive web apps, totally, I think Remix is well suited for those. Yeah, thank you, Darius, for that anecdotal personal experience too. That's always helpful. Okay. Oh yeah, sorry, I missed this one. Good. Regarding the entry server, I'm not super familiar with backend, so is there any situation where you have to drastically change the file? Not really, actually. Even on my site, which is, I would say, pretty advanced. It's probably the most advanced Remix site in the world right now. That's probably not going to be the case for very long. But yeah, if you look at my entry server, there's not much to it. I do a couple of extra things, but and all of this stuff can be removed in favor of resource routes. They weren't implemented when I added that feature. But yeah, there's not a ton. I do have some stuff because I'm using an actual Express server. So this is all server stuff, but yeah, there's not a lot. Most like you're talking though about being concerned that you're not super familiar with backend. Most of your backend stuff happens in your loaders and actions, but it feels just like writing JavaScript. There are certainly things you need to think about with backend, but I don't think you have anything to worry about. Remix kind of tricked me into being a backend developer. I didn't realize it until partway through. I'm like, wait a second, I'm writing way more backend code than I have ever written before. So yeah, it was a surprise. Make sure you run the post install script if you have disabled ignore scripts. Yes, that would actually be a good note to make in the tutorial, because yeah, some people do disable the scripts. Okay, yep. Just more comments and stuff. Okay, sweet. We're getting to people who are mentioning me, so this will help. Is catch boundary reached first if it throws, does it go to error bound? Yeah, so if you throw a response, catch boundary will catch it first. We'll talk about that more later. Live reload component get bundled in prod if you do that. No, it will not. That will get tree shake, or it will get dead code eliminated out at the build time. I haven't tested that though. I'm making an assumption there. It's a pretty simple component though, so even if it does, it's not a big deal. But I'm pretty sure if it was shipped, then if you go to my site and go to the network, you would see a WebSocket connection that failed to connect, and I don't see it in here. So I'm pretty sure it gets dead code eliminated. Thank you, Girish. Feel free to correct my pronunciation of your name, for hanging out here. Girish has a lot of experience with Remix and will be able to help answer questions too. That's awesome. Thank you. Do you already have an idea of where the unhappy paths of Remix lie? What kind of situations can you imagine that would cause one to outgrow the helpers? Yeah, I mean, so Remix... I mean, yeah, so I already talked about WebSockets. File upload is coming. We have a really awesome API for it. We just wanted to bike shed it a little bit more. So if you wanted to do file upload right now today, then you'd have to work around Remix. But that's like literally in a week or two. We'll get a 1. Or a minor release to add that feature. Yeah, for a while there, I was telling everybody scroll restoration wasn't solved, but boy, that is solved now. Yeah, let's see. I think maybe it's too early for me to know what all the edge cases will be, or the rough edges will be. I can tell you that building my site, it was phenomenal. It was awesome. So with SSG, I could just say put these files on a CDN, and so it was easier, but it was less capable, drastically less capable. And so I guess it depends on what you're doing. And so yeah, if what you have is literally just static files, then yeah, it'll be easier to just like connect your repo to Netlify and just have Netlify update everything every time. The user experience won't be as good because the cache gets blown up every time you deploy. You have to rebuild every time you deploy. And so like there are different trade-offs and constraints that you have to live in when you change the way that, or when you go with that approach that is easier. It's just not as good a user experience. But if you fit in there, yeah, it'll be a little easier. The problem is when you decide to go that route, you're stuck there forever. So until you decide to rewrite. So that's not awesome. And a lot of people do ask, is SSG ever coming to Remix? Probably not, but you can totally make SSG work with Remix if you want to. You can have like a build step that builds Remix and loads up your site on localhost, and then you hit it with wget or a similar tool that'll basically download all the website HTML and everything, save it to disk, and then you could upload all of those. So like you can do it, it is possible, but you're really just constraining yourself. But if all you have is static right now and you just wanted to do it that way, then you totally could. And then later you decide, oh, I want to add something special, then yeah, you'd easily add something special later on and get rid of that. Okay, cool. So let's, we've got maybe another minute or two, and then we'll move on to the next step. And I'm thinking about taking our first break actually because I want to go get some water. Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's not bundled. The live reload thing is not bundled. Okay. And I'm only going to look at the highlighted questions. So remember to @mention me if you want your questions answered. Are all loaders of nested layouts called? Yes, unless it is a resource route, which we'll talk about later. But yeah, all of the loaders are called because they need to be, right? Because you're laying them all out. And so you need to have all of them called. But Remix can optimize which one is called based on user, like as the user's navigating and stuff, which is cool. We'll look at that later. Is Remix meant to write complex backend logic alongside components, or that kind of stuff placed somewhere else? It can be. My site is only Remix, and it does do quite a lot of backend stuff, including like processing audio files and stuff like that too. So yeah, totally can be. Or if you have backend devs who are working on stuff, you can just call those things. You can do both. Using React Query for REST API, can I completely switch to Remix, and will it help me with that case, even if I don't build a backend myself, or should I stick to React Query? So you can use React Query with Remix, but I don't know why you would want to, because with React Query, and you can even server render React Query too, so you can like preload it with data, so you don't have like a bunch of spinners and stuff. But React Query solves a problem that doesn't really exist in Remix. You don't need to think about the cache at all when you're working with Remix. So I don't know why anybody would use React Query with Remix. Okay. Oh my goodness, we're getting so many. I'm gonna just pick and choose some that are relevant to what we're talking about right now, and then I'm gonna move on. Yes. Timeouts and loaders. I don't know. That comes down to your own server. If you wanted to manage this yourself, then in your loader there's probably something that you're calling that's really slow. And if you wanted to say, hey, if this takes longer than 3 seconds, then just return early. You could write your own code to do that. It'd be like 3 lines. It would be so easy. So yeah, Remix doesn't have a feature for that. That's not a very common case, I think. If you have a request that's taking a long, or something that takes a long time to do, to go get that data or something, what you should do instead is read from a cache and then have something else that just updates that cache as things are going on. That's what I do for my blog posts, because the blog post, if every time somebody went to a blog post I built it, it would add like 500 milliseconds because I had to download from GitHub, process the MDX, and then send it to you. So I have a cache that I keep updated as I make changes to my blog posts. And that is what we're going to do eventually for Remix too, for the Remix docs. We're not doing that right now, and that's part of the reason why it's so slow, actually. Yeah, we made a couple mistakes with the Remix doc site, and we're going to fix those. And then you can do all of your performance testing on the Remix doc site. Okay, let me just get to the last couple of questions, and then we'll move on. Yeah, so we'll talk about the meta stuff later. Don't worry, we'll get to that. Oh, yeah, a lot of lets. That is just Ryan Florence doesn't like typing 5 characters. He prefers typing 3. And I don't care enough, so I switched over to let. Yeah, we're not doing away with immutability or anything. Yeah, it's silly. I should probably write a blog post so I can give you a reply about that. Let and const interchangeable as far as Ryan is concerned. And okay, here's the biggest thing. You get a prop here. So like what I'll just give you a quick thing. So here you've got your const my thing. Hi, and now you're like, sweet, I know when I look at that cannot be changed. I cannot say my thing, that will not be allowed. And so that's why I was always like, yeah, it communicates something that this will not be changed. And Ryan was like, well, but with props, then you're like, props, whatever, and that's totally cool. And so I don't think that's reason enough to switch to let, but I didn't want to fight over it. I joined his team, and so I'm just doing what they're doing. Same thing with semicolons. I hate them so much. But I'm doing what they're doing. Consistency is better than my opinion. Okay, this is enough. There are tons of questions. Anybody who has used Remix before and knows the answers, feel free to answer those questions. But I've got to move on, or we will be here for an extremely long time. Let's move on. So, if anybody wants to make a note of like the timestamp or anything, that would actually be really cool as we go through. So I'm going to add and that way like we can leave a comment in the YouTube so people can jump to different places. Okay, so we're gonna init this. We're gonna get status, get add. Okay, cool. So those are the files that we've got. We're gonna commit, and we'll just commit this with generated, I guess, or yeah. And let's create a repo. And we'll push it. There it goes. So feel free, let me actually grab this link for y'all. Feel free to clone this if you want to, and you can follow along with me if you like to do that. Okay, cool. So next, routes. So this is the route structure we're going to have. Jokes, joke ID, jokes new, and login. And then, of course, the index route. We can programmatically configure or create all the routes that we want in Remix config, which would be really cool. And I foresee a lot of abstractions doing that, where you have a library you install for like authentication, and it says, okay, so you just go to your Remix config and call this function as part of your Remix config, and now you've got all these routes. That is probably something that will happen. But for your regular app routes, it's just easier and a much nicer experience to just use the file name convention for your route modules. So we're going to start with the index route. We're going to create a file, app routes index tsx, and export default a component for that. So, and actually, I'm going to save us all some time and copy stuff as well, and I'll just explain it as we go. So we'll go routes index tsx, and we'll paste that in there. So we're just export default a function that has something. We'll save that. Let's run the dev server. And oh, right. One other thing is React Router supports nested routing, which means we have parent-child relationships in our routes. The app routes index is a child of the app route tsx route. In nested routing, parents are responsible for laying out their children. So we're going to update app route to position children, and we do this with the outlet from Remix. So I'm not gonna copy that one. I'm gonna import. Oh, actually, we've already got Remix, so we'll say outlet, and instead of hello world right here, we want our children to be positioned right there. So that's nested routing right there. So if you've never used nested routing before, that is it. Here's a parent, and I decide where my children go. The parent lays out the children. And Remix is responsible for saying, oh, okay, this is the relationship right there, child, parent. So if we go back over here, hello, index route. And that's it. Sweet. Let's see what's next. And we're greeted from the index route. Great. Now we're going to do the jokes route. So app routes jokes tsx. This is a parent route. So we're going to want to use the outlet again. And the reason we know that's a parent route is because right up here we have jokes, and then we have /joke ID and /new. So we know that this is going to be a parent route. Yeah, actually, you know what? I'll just copy. We want to save ourselves some time. So we'll just copy this, and I'll explain what is going on here. Jokes, jox, tsx. And so here we have just our div, our h1 jokes, main, outlet, main. And you'll notice that this route doesn't have to worry about rendering the body or anything else. That's all managed by its parent. And then the jokes route is going to just be inserted in that outlet. And then this jokes route has an outlet of its own. So if we save this and we refresh, or we go to jokes, then we're going to see our jokes thing. But because there are no children, there's nothing rendered in that outlet. And so let's say we wanted to have like a default of something rendered by default in that outlet. We'll say jokes/index.tsx. So what this is saying is the default route for the /jokes child is going to be this index, whatever we put in this index. And I'm going to copy that just to keep things speedy. And so what we're doing here, we've got our jokes index route. Here's a random joke. I was wondering why the frisbee got bigger. Was getting bigger, then it hit me. I love it. This is great. Life needs laughter. And boom, there we are. So if you pull up your DevTools, actually go to, oh, right, I'm spoiling something. Some of you might know why the DevTools aren't working. Keep that to yourself. There's a mic drop moment coming later. Dang it. I ruined it. I knew I was going to do that. Okay. So yeah, that's our jokes route and everything. We've got our h1 from the joke's parent, and then here is our child. Here's the random joke. I'm going to bump this up too. Okay, sweet. So the next thing, yep, that's what it looks like. Yeah, and each one of these modules is only concerned with their part of the URL, which I think is great. So any other framework that I've used, you do have nested routing, whereas the file system can be nested, but that's all. That's as far as it goes. Each individual file needs to be responsible for the whole page, what is rendered when that route is active, the entire page. Remix, this is not the case because of nested routing, and that is significant from both like a hard to implement standpoint as well as a this makes a big difference standpoint. Okay, so the new page, we want to render a form with a name and content, so it looks like this. And so I'm just going to grab this so we save time, because you all know how to write forms, and if you don't, you can learn from the Beginner's Guide to React, which is a free. In fact, I'll just put that. It's at the top of the repo, but so if you're watching this, you're like, Kent, I don't want you copy pasting all this JSX. We're here to learn Remix. We're not here to learn React right now. And so if you want to learn React, just go to the Beginner's Guide and you'll be able to learn what all this is talking about. But yeah, so we've got our add a hilarious joke. We have our form. We have our divs around the label and name and content and our button. And the important thing is that each one of these has a name And this also should have a method post. That's how the web works. We want to post to stuff. So if we come back here, we go to, actually, I put links in here so we can open up in a new tab. And there it is. Sweet. So there's our hilarious joke. And it doesn't do anything if we say, my thing is hilarious. And then add, that's going to do a full page refresh. And it's going to go to this page and be like, I don't know. We should probably have a better error message for that. But this is, nobody should expect to be able to actually make a post work. But yeah, we should make that error better. But yeah, that is our routing structure. So parent route, here's a child and a parent. Well, sorry, no, that's just a child. There's no outlet here. This is a child of the root and a parent of everything under jokes. And then these are children of jokes. Now, one thing that I don't do in the tutorial, but I will show you, is if I wanted to have something at /jokes /funny, but I didn't want it to be a child of the jokes route, then I could do jokes.funny.tsx, and the dot says, I am not a child of jokes, but I am at /jokes. And so now we could make a jokes funny route, and it's funny. And so now I can go to jokes/funny, and now all we get is it's funny. And I use this on my blog. So the blog is the parent, but I don't want all of this stuff in like all of this extra nonsense for all of my blog posts. And so when I go to a blog, I'm still under the blog route, but I use blog.slug to so I can have control over the page. Now this is still a child of the route, or of the root route, which is responsible for the header and the footer. But it's not responsible for anything else, and it's not nested under the blog. So that's something I didn't show in the tutorial, but that is something that's also useful. And you can read more about that in the conventions file too. So we're going to get rid of that. And I'm going to commit this, and then I will answer questions. Commit routes. So feel free to pull that if you want to catch up. And I'm coming back here. I'm going to look for highlights. I'm going to ignore everything else. So you feel free to keep chatter, but I want to make use of your time and not waste your time. So we're going to make this, yeah, fast. Oh, and, whoa. Oh, right, I stopped my server. Okay, so let's come back up here where I left off. I can't remember where I answered the last question, but yeah, okay. Cypress for E2E. Yeah, React Testing Library totally available for Remix. I mentioned earlier that Remix doesn't currently expose the providers you need, and eventually it will, so don't worry about that. Is there a way to call function in a .server file in the client code? You only have access to that in the loader in action. So if you want access to both, Noah, hi Noah, if you want access to both, then don't put it in a .server file. Or sorry, let me say that. If you want to access that function from both the client and the server, then don't put it in a .server file. I do this on my website for some MDX utility functions. What is best practice to state management? You can use Redux, you can use Apollo, but you don't need to. So this is the biggest challenge that we'll have with Remix is people have gotten used to using certain tools that you don't need when you're using Remix. So yes, you can, but start from scratch. Pretend you don't know what those tools are. You've never used them before, and see how far you can get. And I can tell you, I will be very surprised if anybody ever uses Redux in a Remix app. Let me say that differently. People will use Redux in a Remix app just because that'll be like their natural first thing. I want to install Redux. That's all I know. And they will be able to do it successfully without much trouble. Or without much more trouble than you normally have when you're using Redux. But it will be a mistake. Not because it won't work, but because you don't need it. The problems don't exist. Okay. Can you substitute React with Preact? Yes, there is a pull request right now to make that happen. So yes, that will be a thing. React 18 features. Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Like you install React, and so you can install React 18. I'm pretty sure that most of those features will work. I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it yet. Okay, let me look for more highlights. How did you build a page with the add edit modals? Or how would I, with the add edit modals and Remix, just have modal form posted at a page route? Yeah, so the cool thing with Remix is you can actually render a modal at a route. And that's the proper way to do it, because then you can, like, people can link to that page with the modal open. So like you can have a invoice/edit, and the edit renders a modal. And so you render an outlet, and inside of that nested route module, you just render your modal right there. And so when users land on that page, the modal will be open. And when they hit cancel, you just navigate back, or you navigate to the parent route, and it will naturally close the modal. You can even do an animated transition there. It blows my mind, the cool things that you can do with nested routes. Now, if you really didn't want to do that, you wanted it to be 100% client side, then yeah, you do all the same things that you've always done. That will still work. But it's even better because it will work without JavaScript or before JavaScript loads, so it can be server rendered. What? Yeah. So yes, this is a solved problem. Easy to do. There will probably be a docs page or an example. And in fact, if you want to try it, Johanna, then feel free, and you can make a pull request to the examples repo with a minimal example of here's how you do a routed modal. That would be sweet. Okay, let me just keep going for highlights. Is it possible to define a child route for multiple routes? Yeah, so whoa. I don't know why, but my computer's locked. Looks like everything's still okay. Dang it. Let me know if everything's not okay. I will scroll down here in a second. Yeah, this is totally possible, and we're doing it right now. We have jokes, and it has a child as the default child, and then it has a new. Did I not talk about the jokes? Oh, right, yeah, parameterized routes. We're going to talk about that next. Yeah, so yes, totally multiple routes, absolutely. Outlet just lets Remix know that there's where it should render the nested routes. Yes, you get it. Yago, that is exactly right. It just says, here's me. I'm going to render all my stuff. And if I have a child route, then this is where they go. That's all that it is. Really nice. Hovering this font refreshes the page before I can click the link. Yes, we are aware. Super sorry about that. There is a... yeah, I think Ryan's working on that right now. There was some sort of misconfiguration of something. So yeah, that should be fixed eventually. Sorry about that. I will post all the links soon. Actually, you know what? I might be able to fix that right now. Hold on a second. This might be a mistake. This font. Where is it? Font. So much CSS. We are almost there. It's right after this. Holy shnikes. That's CSS. There we go. The font. I shouldn't fix it this way. Yeah, I'm not sure why it's trying. Oh, I know why. Yeah, I can fix this right now. Let's just do... No, I shouldn't do that. That would be a mistake. I will probably mess something up that Ryan's working on. So sorry, you'll go to the /jokes-tutorial/baloo/baloo.wolf. And yeah, and then /social. I am so sorry. I will post links to that here in a little bit when we get to that step. Okay. Is it possible to do CSR, client-side rendering, with Remix? Yeah, so it will be eventually. So eventually, Remix will support Service Worker as a deployment target. And in that world, it's all client-side. And so, yes, you will be able to do this. And it will be cool. Max Lynch is a friend of mine from back in the day. Made a post where he used Ionic with Next. But if you look at the code, he pretty much ditched all the Next features in order to make the thing work. Yeah, supporting Ionic with Remix, it's probably possible when we do the service worker thing. So if that's what you want to do, then you can wait for that. Any support for the latest Yarn? Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if that will ever work. If but I think that all that that we need node modules for is for Remix to be able to like magically re-export stuff, and that's the Remix setup node thing. And so if you don't do that, then you'll just have to import directly from the package that that particular feature comes from. Here, let me close this. And so instead of being able to import outlet from Remix, you'll need to import it from Remix run at Remix run/React. And so yeah, it won't be as easy, but I'm pretty sure that you should be able to make that work if you want to use that PNP stuff. So, could bare bones start? I don't have to delete. So yeah, no, I mean, maybe if it really bothers you to have to delete that. I mean, how often are you starting new projects? So I don't know. Yeah, I suppose we could ask, do you want a demo or do you want bare bones? We could maybe do that. Maybe. Yeah, I'm actually planning on doing a demo like every Tuesday or something. We'll just, here, let's all learn about how to do X with Remix. We might start doing that sort of thing. Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to stand up. Once we finish with parameterized routes, we'll take our first break. Okay. And I'm getting close to moving on from questions, so I'm going to start being choosy. What's the story of PWA? It's great. I think Sergio has some ideas around that too. So maybe Sergio, I see that you're here. Hi, thank you for watching. Yeah, it's great. Can I have prefixes for routes, but not adding them in the file names? I'm not sure what. No. So like if you wanted to have like /1, /2, /3, /4, /5, or whatever, blah blah blah, and then /my route. Then you would do 1.2.3.4.5, whatever. That's what your file name would look like. If you really don't like that, then you could use the configuration option in the Remix config. Okay, that's as far as we're going. I'm not going to look at any more questions. We've got to move on. Otherwise, this will take forever. So thank you for understanding. Okay, parameterized routes. So soon we're going to add a database that stores our jokes by an ID. So we're going to need a jokes/joke ID. The joke ID parameter is represented by a $joke ID in the file system. So we have our route convention. So I'm just going to copy the JSX for that again, because you don't need to watch that. Jokes ID or joke ID.tsx. And so this is where we're going to render our hilarious joke. We're going to need to actually load that from the database. But for now, why don't you find hippopotamus hiding in trees? They're really good at it. And so if we run this, we go jokes/whatever, then it will render that. So it's basically like our fallback. So we have our new, we have our index, and then we have our fallback, which is like everything else. So that is parameterized routes. And I should have done that before answering all the questions. I imagine there aren't any specific questions about that, but I'll just check. Yeah, nothing yet. And I'm also like 15 seconds ahead of you all, so I'll wait a second. But we are going to take a break because I am out of water as of right now. So I'm going to switch over to break. And probably about 5 minutes, and then I will be back. Feel free to go take a break yourself. Your brain needs it. We've been doing this for an hour and 6 minutes. So yeah, your brain needs breaks. And so take a break, come back. I know that I'm going to lose a bunch of live stream watchers when I go to break. That's okay. You can come back later. So I'll see you all soon. am back. So I'll give you all a second to get back. And while we're waiting, I will answer a couple questions here really quick. Let's see. Chair stream 2021. I don't know what that means. Okay. Elaborate on which you've mentioned before. Since Remix currently does not provide you any providers. Oh, yeah. Okay. So here in a little bit, we're going to start using hooks like useLoader and useAction. And those rely on providers, so the context providers, to be able to to function properly. And so if you render one of a component that uses one of those hooks outside of that provider, it just won't work. And so yeah, we need to give you providers. What I'll probably do is I'll build a render function that works with Remix, and you'll just use the render function, and it will have additional utilities. That's probably what I'll do eventually. So yeah, sweet. Glad you like the music. That's Ken Wheeler. Let's see, Ken Wheeler SoundCloud. He gave me permission to use this. Wow, he has a new look. I'm pretty sure this is him. Yeah, all these titles look like the sort of thing that he would make. Yeah, pretty sure this is him. Belmar, United States. What was this next other one? Maybe this is his old one or something. But yeah, here, what is this one called? Prefunctor Optics, I think is what it was called. Here it is, Stream Ken Wheeler. Yeah, anyway, it's something like that. So, yeah, he's cool. He's got cool music. Okay. I want to migrate legacy application Express straight to Remix. What can I start with? I'm guessing that you're using React Router with Express. You're not just using straight up Express by itself, and for routing and stuff. And if that is the case, then your first goal should be move to React Router v6. Once you get to React Router v6, then it's pretty much a matter of move some files around so they match the Remix structure, file structure of where your routes should go. And then once you get that done, then you install Remix and everything should just work. They're probably like, if you're already server rendering, then it should. If you're not server rendering yet, then there could be some other things that you have to do, like you can't access local storage in a used state, for example. But yeah, it should be pretty straightforward, and eventually we'll have migration guides for people upgrading from React Router. So, okay. Means oh, and let it take over. I should get some B-roll for that. That would be cool. Okay, cool. And thank you. There it is. Yeah. Good stuff. Okay, let's move on to styling. Wait, did I commit? I didn't commit my changes yet. So here, I'm going to just do this over here. Commit. This is our param routes. Okay, so if you want to keep up, then feel free to do that. Okay, so the way that we do styling with Remix is the way that we've done styling with the web for since the beginning of CSS, and that is you use a link tag with a rel style sheet and an href pointing to the link tag. Remix does make this a little bit easier because it allows you to import a CSS file, and that will give you a URL that you can put into the href. And it makes it even easier because you can do this on a per route basis. So you can associate a CSS file with a particular route. It's awesome. So we're going to create a CSS file in app styles index CSS. My first thought when I'm like structuring a project is I like to keep similar things together. So things that change together should stay together as far as the file structure. In Remix, we sidestep that a little bit because we put all of our routes in this routes directory. And so if we put a CSS file in there, Remix would assume that's a route. And technically, we could make that work with resource routes. That'd be an interesting thing to explore. Yeah, what we're gonna, I'm just like distracted by that, like how hard that might be okay. But there are other ways that you could get like co-location if you wanted to. You could like do your own routing nonsense or whatever. But it's easier just to say styles, and then I think it was index TSX. Is that what this was? Was this for index? Yeah, and not TSX. This is CSS. And so we've got our CSS right in there. Here we're styling the entire body. We're going to make the color of everything to be white and the background image to be this really cool gradient that Chance put together. So then we'll come into our index and we'll import that. So we'll import style. What did I call it? I can't remember what I called it. Styles URL. Styles URL from, and then we could go back up and styles. Or Remix has this configured, and the template has this configured for TypeScript to be able to use a tilde to get to where your package.json is, or where your app directory is. So we can go straight to styles.index.css. I'm not sure why that's not auto-completing for me like it should, because tsconfig is set up to do that. So it's kind of annoying that it doesn't auto-complete for you. I noticed that when I was doing this with the JavaScript version, that does autocomplete with the JS config. So I don't know what's up. If anybody wants to explain to me why that's not working, then let me know. But neither here nor there. The other thing that we're going to, well, let's see, yeah. So this is a route module convention. So part of the route module convention is a default export of a function component. The other, it might work with a class component too, actually, it occurs to me, but I don't know why anybody would ever do that. Yeah, then the other thing, another convention is to export a link function. And there is a type for this. It's called the links function. And so we'll import that here. Oh my gosh. Keyboard from Remix. And now it will help us to return the right types. So we've got all these things that links functions can have on them. Rel style. Oh, hey, thank you, Copilot. Nice. And we want to export that. Sweet. Okay, so we've got our links function. We export links. We return all of the links that we want active on the page when the index route is active. So now if we go back here, something is wrong. I'm not sure what it is. Hold on a second. Let me just look. That should not be happening. If we go into our head, yeah, it's not in. Oh yeah, that's right. This is actually like, yeah, it's not working. You might be a bit disappointed. Yes, I was. Kent of the past. Beautiful styles aren't applied. Well, you may recall that the app root is responsible for rendering everything from the opening HTML to the closing one. And so if you look at your DOM output here and you're not seeing something, it's because you didn't render it. And that is awesome. I really like that. So we are seeing exactly what we rendered. We get to control this. There's no API for how do I do XYZ. It's just you do it, and there it is. And you don't need, yeah, you just do it. So if it's not there, it's your fault. You didn't include it. And so we're going to import links, and we'll put it right after the title here. And so Remix, this is just a utility. You could actually go get all of the links from the modules yourself if you wanted to. There's a way to do that. Yeah, so this utility gets all the links from the active routes, and boom, now we've got our fun gradient for this page. Hello, index route. But then here's the other cool thing. If we go to the jokes route now, that does not have the fancy gradient. But remember, our CSS has a body style. So like, is the body removed? No, the CSS is removed. So if we look at here, we have a link tag. If we look at this one, there is no link tag. And so Remix is responsible for adding and removing that link tag for us automatically because we only imported this CSS file for our index route. And so that's the only route where it will be active. Now, if we wanted to use this on our jokes page, we totally could. We could import it right here and add it as a link, and now it'll be there too. But what's really cool about this is I can do any nonsense of CSS in here that I want, and I can find all of the places where the CSS file is going to be used and just check all of those. And if they all look good, then I don't need to worry about anything else, any other page at all. And that's awesome. I love that. So that is the CSS bit. Oh yeah, also each one of these files can be cached long term. So when you build, it will get a hash that represents the file contents. And so if you never change that, that can be cached forever, basically. So it's hashed, and so it can be cached forever, but that cache will live on and serve your app forever because it's in that one file and it's relevant to that one thing. So you don't need to really worry about CSS code splitting or anything like that. It's just natural in the way that the CSS works. So for the rest of this, I'm just going to copy this because nobody wants me to write all the CSS. So we're going to do global.css, paste that in there. We'll do global large CSS, and we will go through and add all of these here in a second. Global medium. Grab that. And index.css. So we already made that one. We're going to put more stuff in there. And then jokes.css. And we'll add a login CSS file here in a little bit too. Okay. And then we want to download the font, but yeah, we're getting a refresh when we do that. How annoying is that? I am so sorry. Boom, bam, got it. Okay, and bam, got it. Okay, and I actually happen to know that this is baloo.wolf. So I'll give you those URLs, and we will fix this soon. And here's the license URL as well, and the social .png. So there you go. Sorry about that. We will get that fixed soon. Okay, sweet. So now with all of those updated, we can add links export to the app root and app routes jokes. Yeah, I think that's it. So I'm going to speed us through this because again, this is taking a long time, or this is going to take too long if I don't. So we'll just copy this, paste it in, and then I'll describe the code here. So here we're importing those global styles. We have global styles URL and then medium and large. And those just contain changes to CSS variables and stuff like that. You can open it up if you want. But we're just using the media queries for the deciding which one of these should apply. Now this is spec. This isn't like a remix feature. This is why I say the better you get at remix, the better you get at the platform, because this is how the platform works. Yeah, so these media queries allow you to specify which one of these or like at what screen size or media type this should apply. But that doesn't say whether it should be downloaded. So these will actually be downloaded. The browser will download both of these, but it will only apply them based on the media query. So that's pretty cool. You could do dark mode this way too if you wanted to, which is pretty sweet. That's what the starter template does. So there's the root. Yeah, and that's all that changed there. Then our jokes, TSX here. It's going to be the same thing, but we add a bunch of extra class names. So I would recommend just copy paste this. So yeah, we're just changing the structure. This is all, remember, it's all just React and class name stuff. Nothing to do with Remix, just rendering different things. One thing I suppose that is to do with Remix is we do add this link tag, which comes from Remix. So there's that for you. And actually, I want to talk about this here really quick, or here in a second, but here's our links function. We have our style sheet. Here's our styles URL that we're getting from that import. So that's the styles aspect of this. But one other thing that's kind of interesting here is this link to with a dot. That basically says refresh this page. Or in a JavaScript application or a Remix app, that means reload the data for this page. And so yeah, if we go boom. Oh, hold on. That was, yeah, get random joke. There we go. So when we actually start loading data, you'll be able to just click that, and you'll get new stuff all the time. Okay. Yep. that is that. We're getting pretty close to being able to get to questions here. We're also going to add link to the jokes from the home page to follow some class names and stuff. Yeah, so we'll just go to the home page, and this will add. So we already had our links. We did that together, but now it has links and whatnot as well. So now if we go to /jokes, remix jokes, hooray, read jokes. Oh, right, and our font is wrong. So let me bring that font over like it said in the instructions to do so. So we'll put that, where did it say to put those? Public fonts Baloo. Public fonts Baloo. Oh, I messed it up. I'm hearing a beeping, an incessant beeping. I think one of my kids' alarm clocks is going off. And my wife is taking a shower and my kids are watching a movie. And so nobody's going to turn it off. And I am starting to get really annoyed by it. So we might take a break here in a second so I can run up and turn it off. We'll see how long I can last. Okay, sweet. So now with that in there, oh, whoops, that's supposed to go. It's a nested public directory. We don't want that. There we go. Fonts, Baloo, baloo.wolf. And with that now, remix, hooray. So great, it's funny. Okay, sweet. I think that's all for this styling portion. Let me check. Hey, did you notice how I was on this page and then I went back and it took me back to where I was scrolled? Hold on a second. Oh, I hit back twice. Oh man, and I messed it up. Oh well. Okay, styling. I think we're closer to the database part. Yeah, okay, so let's talk about CSS really quick, and then I'll get to your questions. Some of you may have already asked this in the questions. So a quick note about CSS. A lot of you may use things like styled components. You can totally use styled components and various CSS and JS libraries with Remix. The only stipulation that we have is that you give us a URL to a CSS file, whether that be local to your project or like deployed with your app in the public directory, or like a CSS file that you can import, which is what I do on my site with Tailwind. I pre-build with Tailwind and then get it imported. And actually, somebody asked me about rsync earlier with Tailwind. I'll describe it really briefly. So eventually this will be much better. But right now, in fact, we're even toying with the idea of building in Tailwind support into Remix directly because Tailwind is just so good. But yeah, the reason that on my site I'm using rsync is because when I have Tailwind building over here and then my app watching over here, when I make a change to my file, I'm using the Tailwind just-in-time compiler. So Tailwind's like, oh, you changed this file, let me rebuild. And if I didn't change a class name or anything, then the new built version of the CSS will be exactly the same as it was before. So there's no reason to update it. But Tailwind updates the file anyway. And so Remix, when I save the file, it says, oh, the file changed, let's reload the app. By the time that it finishes reloading, Tailwind is like done building and it updates the CSS file, and Remix is like, oh, another file changed, let me reload the app. So you get two reloads. It's super annoying. And that's why I say like we may actually build this in. But I sidestep that with rsync because with rsync I can say if nothing changed, then don't copy it over. So that's all that is. Somebody asked about that earlier. Okay, so yeah, if you're using CSS in JS and you like it, that's awesome. I would challenge you to start Remix without CSS and JS and see how far you can get with regular CSS. You will be surprised. It is really powerful. The worst part of it is having to name things. I don't like naming things. But if you're using styled components, you're probably naming things already, right? Like you have to, oh, well, now I need to make a new component. What am I going to call this? So you are naming things already. If you're using the CSS prop, then yeah, lucky you, you don't have to rename things. But unlucky you, inconsistency is your jam. Either that or you are making components and, again, naming things. So like if you want a consistent UI, you have to name things anyway. And Remix makes it so that you can put those names in CSS. Or you can do atomic CSS with Tailwind, and now you don't have to name things if you don't want to, and you can still have a consistent UI. So yeah, we recommend Tailwind. It's awesome, but we totally love all CSS approaches. We want to support any CSS approach that people or that we can. Right now, our constraint is you need to give us a URL, and that's it. Okay, cool. So we're going to move on to the database here in a second, but let me go ahead and see what people are saying. Okay. So somebody, this was the last message I remember seeing, partial hydration. I think that's in reference to React 18. I don't know whether that's supported right now or not. Yeah, I don't know. I can't speak to that. Sorry. Let me just look for highlights. Oh, right. I actually did answer those. Talked about that. Yeah, okay. Highlights. So what if you want to style Cascade to multiple route components? Yeah, okay, so let's say you've got, we want to style something for the jokes and all of the child pages there. Because the jokes route is the parent, then that route is active. And so any link tags you put on there, all of the children will be active also. But that's why I say, all you need to do is you have your CSS file, find all the routes that import it, and then just go to those routes. And so even though the child or the children routes don't actually import that one directly, to go to the children routes, you have to go to the parent anyway. And so, yeah, if you want to share some CSS between multiple children, you can put it in the least common parent. Now, sometimes that means that's going to be the root. And so then that means, yes, that CSS will be global. And so you may need to be more careful in that setting. Yeah, most of the time the global CSS isn't the problem. The stuff that's actually global isn't the problem. It's the stuff that's like, oh, I'm going to do this one-off thing for this area of the app right there. And that one-off thing just busted a bunch of other things. So in my experience building applications at scale for millions of people. So yeah, hopefully that helps answer your question. How do I do styling for regular components, not pages, like a button? Yeah, so that would be, I mean, first of all, use Tailwind. And you can make a component that, and that's what I do on my site. I have a component that's a button component, puts all the class names there, and it works great. Or you can, yeah, actually, this is an approach that actually works out okay. Some people really like doing it this way. I've never tried it that way, but I'm sure it works great. It reminds me a little bit of Angular directives. And before, this is not AngularJS and not Angular 2, but like the interim. And what they had in the interim was you could use any directives, but they didn't have like a global registration namespace. You would have to import the directive, list it in this array of the directives that are available for the template, and then you could use it in the template. And that like super annoyed everybody, so they went back to the global registration problem. Or not problem, just like approach. Yeah, so that's what this kind of reminds me of. So I'm not like a super fan of it because any page that you wanted to use that component on, you'd need to put those styles on. But if it's only like one component or something, then yeah, maybe it's okay. But yeah, if it's like a button, then what I would do is, well, I would just use Tailwind, or you can create your CSS file for that and put it on the root. And for components, you typically end up namespacing your class names anyway, just for like sensibility. And so like it's just sensible to namespace things anyway. And I saw somebody scream BEM at the top of their lungs in here. And yeah, BEM is, the thing that I didn't like about BEM was like, it was just really hard. You were, even on a single section of the app, if you had a bunch of variants of different things that you were testing over here, even BEM couldn't save you. It's just really hard. Remix, because of the way that the routes make things or remove index or the link tags for different things, you could have a bunch of different variants of this particular page and still get those benefits because you can just say, are we in variant A? Then I will use this link tag. Are we in variant B? Then I will use this one. The styles are totally separate. They're not global, and that helps a lot. So yeah, when you're making components, you probably are namespacing it anyway, so you can put it safely on the root. And then for pages, you have like all the benefit of CSS loading and unloading. And for everything else, just skip to the end and use Tailwind. But you don't have to. Feel free to keep using CSS and JS. I don't believe I can keep track of CSS links. I think you are underestimating your skill. I think that you can. Okay, so, or just use Tailwind and then you don't have to. Is it possible to change remix configurations like create React apps eject? Want to use an emotion? Yeah, so right now there's no way to customize the compiler. It's too early to expose APIs for that. We don't know what the right APIs would be. So yeah, we don't do that. But eventually we might. I just noticed there are a bunch of people who are mentioning me in the live stream chat. We're in the remix tutorial, so we can keep this like contextual and stuff. So feel free to chat it up in there, but I'm staying here. It just makes things a lot easier. Can we constrain the route parameter to a specific format? No. Well, not in the URL or in the file system. You could, in your loader, you could say, does it match this format? No, it doesn't. I'm going to throw a 404 or something. Yep, just like what Sergio said. Okay, sweet. Let's move on to our database. So let me add all this stuff. Styling. Feel free to pull that. I'm going to take a drink. Okay. Stay hydrated, people. And we are moving on to the database stuff. Woo! Real world applications typically needs some sort of persistence. If you're working at a company, maybe you've got back-end engineers who are building all that stuff for you, or you could use like literally anything. It doesn't matter if it provides a way to go get the data, even if it's on the file system, like wherever it is, you can go get it with Remix. And you don't have to ask them to change their API to GraphQL, so you don't have data overfetching problems or whatever. So that is great. I'm going to just move this over here. So yeah, it's great. We're going to use Prisma and SQLite because SQLite means you don't have to do anything other than npm install, which is awesome. And Prisma is amazing. And so as you're learning this, you're like, sweet, I know Prisma, but SQLite's not going to scale for me. So I'm going to switch to Postgres, and you can still use all the knowledge you learned with Prisma. It's awesome. So we're going to install Prisma, both the development tool as well as the client that we use in our app. And I'm going to move this up here. And with those two installed, we're going to initialize Prisma with SQLite. And that gets us going. Here it creates this .env file for us, and that tells us where our database is going to go in the ./dev, which is relative to the Prisma directory. So it's going to show up in there. And it's telling us that we want to add that to our gitignore. Yeah, you already have a gitignore. Don't forget to exclude .env to not commit any secret. So that's what we're going to do, add /.env. And if we look at our status here, then we don't see .env in there. And that's good. You don't want to commit secrets. However, database URL, when it's a local database, that is not all that secret, so it's not that big of a deal. We could probably just put this directly in our schema file and not worry about it. But we'll leave it that way. That way, if we ever want to change to Postgres or something, we've got that set up here. Okay, sweet. Let's take a look at other stuff that it tells us to do on here. Yeah, we can start modeling. Did I not? Yeah, I probably should include in here that part to update your gitignore, but that's okay. Okay, so all we're going to do to our Prisma schema, it's in the Prisma directory, is add this joke. This is our joke model, and I'm not here to teach you Prisma. I'm here to teach you Remix, and so that's why we're doing a lot of copy-paste here. But this joke has an ID that is UUID, and it's the ID field, so that's the unique field here. We have created at and updated at just for funsies, and then name and content as well. And actually, we should probably, is there a required? No, I think it's required if you don't say it's got a default. So yeah, so that's our joke. And now we can tell Prisma to create our database. So we don't actually have that database file yet. So with this Prisma DB push, that's going to say, hey, Prisma, I've updated my schema and I want my database to look like my schema. And so Prisma normalizes this across databases, and it will do all the right things for whatever database you're using. For us, that is SQLite. And so, yeah, we set up our stuff in here. And yeah, so it creates the database, pushes all the necessary changes, and then it also generated Prisma's TypeScript types. So we get really awesome autocomplete that we'll see. Oh yeah, and there's the get ignore stuff. So we also want to put in our database in here as well. Cool. So if we look at this, then yeah, the database is under Prisma, but it's not in there anymore because we've got that. So yeah, and if your database ever gets messed up, you can delete this and run Prisma DB push again. And that's one of the nice things about using SQLite is it's so easy to just start over. Okay, so now we want to get some data into our database so that we can play around with it. And so we're going to create this seed file. And we'll say seed.ts. And all that this does is it has this get jokes. It has, we call that to get all of these random jokes that I got from iCanHas dad joke. And we map over those and we call db.joke.create. Now, because I didn't write this out for you, you didn't see this really awesome thing that Prisma does for us. So let's say return. And we created a Prisma client here, so that's what DB is. And then, oh, look, I have autocomplete. Prisma understands my model. And so I get really awesome TypeScript type definitions. And then here I can say, oh, I want to create data. And here are all the things that I can do when I create that data. That is cool. I like that a lot. So yeah, that's Prisma. It's phenomenal, and we're going to experience this a lot more here soon. Okay, so the problem is we can't run this seed file directly because it's a TypeScript file. We want it to be TypeScript because we get this awesome autocomplete, and we'll get type warnings and stuff like that too. And as your application grows and the data requirements grow, you're probably going to have a lot of like use cases for or like a lot more stuff in the seed. And so making it in TypeScript is worthwhile, especially since running it with ESBuild register is so easy. So we're going to save dev ESBuild register. And now with that, we could say node require ESBuild register. And what ESBuild register does is it will compile the files before running them. And so it will compile our seed before it gets run. So now we run our seed. And here, and actually, let's go ahead and run one thing. I don't do this in the tutorial, but if you run npx Prisma Studio, then Prisma will start its own little app that has access to your database and pull it up in here. And now you can look at all your models. We have a joke model, and we have 7 jokes in here. So that's cool. And that's with Prisma Studio. Really awesome. Okay. So the next thing here, I don't want to have to run that seed anytime I update the database or whatever. So Prisma has this configuration option for your package.json, which we'll just put right there. And it's the property is called seed, and then the value is what you want to run when you want to seed your database. And so now whenever we run various commands that update our database, it will run this for us automatically. So that's cool. Okay. Sweet. Let's see, where should I connect to the database? Yeah, we've got a bunch of stuff in here. So I'm going to actually commit right there, and I'll stop for questions. Commit init database. So feel free to pull that if you want to, and I'll just check over here for questions really quick. Okay, can you please talk about protected route when we get to authentication? Yeah, we can talk about that. Is it possible to use any other service like Fastify for server rendering instead of Express Remix App Server? Yeah, so I'm not very familiar with Fastify, but I believe they do have something similar to like Cloudflare Workers, right? I don't think that Remix currently supports Fastify, but I don't see any reason why it wouldn't be able to in the future. If you can run JavaScript, then you can probably run Remix. So yeah, thanks, Ost, for showing up here because you work for Prisma. So yeah, you can answer a lot of more things. We should have a Prisma channel. I agree. Let's see. It wouldn't be a deployment thing. Maybe a community thing. Here we go. Prisma. Bum-ba-da-dum. And we're going to put it above, yeah, we'll put it above live stream chat. There we go. Place to chat about a great ORM. And maybe eventually we'll have like extra tools and a category for extra tools that people use. Again, people, I am not checking the live stream chat right here. Oh, what's up, Michael? Yeah, Michael, I'm in the remix tutorial. So thanks for watching. And what did you say? Yeah, ESBuild register. It's brilliant. It's really fast. That's why I chose it. And it's just so easy. No configuration, no like, I don't want to type check it. I just want to run it. And ESBuild does that. Okay. Can we use Webpack 5 module federation? I don't think so. Remix uses ESBuild, so it's not using Webpack. So I believe that ESBuild has an issue about module federation somewhere. If you want to look into that, Jacob would probably know. Jacob from the team would know a lot more about that, I expect. But yeah, Webpack 5, pretty much 99% sure no. But what you're really asking about is micro front ends, I'm assuming. And so, yeah, if you want to do micro front ends, I don't think that there's like anybody's ever done that before. And I have never done micro front ends. Sorry, I don't think anybody's done that with Remix before. And I've never done micro front ends. So I can't really intelligently answer that question. But I expect it's possible, probably. Can we use env vars readily in the Remix code or prefix like next? You can use them readily. So yeah, anything that you want to, it is a real server. And yeah, there is a guide. Woo! Thank you, Sergio. Yeah, so we actually, you know what? That's great. I didn't realize that we had this guide. I just joined a week ago. So yeah, this will be really great to link to in my tutorial. Thanks, whoever wrote this. That's nice. Yeah, not many people have gotten a chance to read the docs thoroughly, so don't worry about it. Okay, so let's go. Here, we can get rid of that. Let's move on to connect to the database. So in our seed file, we created a Prisma client. Here's a problem. We can totally do that in our own code. It's easy. The problem is that with like any server that restarts without completely shutting down the server and starting it up all over again, you're going to have this problem where you connect when you start, and then if we make a change and we like bust all the require cache and we require all the files again, this connection didn't go away. It's still hanging out of memory, and we require the file again. We make another connection, and then we make another file change, and so we bust all the require cache again, and we require the file again, and boom, now we've got another connection, and another, and eventually you get this warning that there are 10 Prisma clients already running when you make connections. And the reason that's a problem is because eventually you run out of connections to your database. This only happens during development, and so it's not like a production issue, but it's quite annoying. And so this is my solution for this problem, or like the kind of de facto solution to the problem. So we're going to make a utils / db.server, because this is server-side only code. So we don't ever, under any circumstances, want ESBuild to even resolve imports over here. And so we're going to import the Prisma client. We're going to take care of our types because that's useful. And then if we're in production, then we'll just create a Prisma client and we'll connect right away. But if we're in development, then we'll first check whether the global dunder DB has been set. And if it has not, then we'll create the client and connect. And then we'll just, in every case, we'll just assign DB to global DB and export that. So you may have an ESLint thing that gets mad at you about this let, or yeah, about exporting a let. And if that is bothering you, or it's getting mad at you about that, then what you can do is you can say const and then have this equal create client, and then put all this logic inside of a create client. That's what my website does. But we don't need to do that in here. Okay, cool. So now we've got our server connection. We don't need to change that file at all anymore. And yep, talked about the .server. .server is just like ESBuild is going to build both like two versions of our app. One that's the server side, one that's the client side. And when it hits an import for a .server, it's like, I'm just going to stop there and I'm going to keep doing the rest of my thing when it's building the client side. The reason that's useful is because even if it went through all the imports and everything, it's going to tree shake and it's going to dead code eliminate and everything. It won't end up in the front end if you're not using it in the front end in like your components and stuff. But the problem is that ESBuild, before it does all of that tree shaking and code dead code eliminating, it will resolve dependencies. And as it's doing that, it's marking things like, I can't use this on the client. I can't use this on the client. So you get a bunch of warnings. It's like, I can't use these on the client before ESBuild even realizes that you're not using it on the client, and it's going to get dead code eliminated anyway. And so for that reason, we put the server boundary right here and say, hey, ESBuild, don't even bother resolving any modules past this server boundary. We don't need it. That's not necessary. And so, yeah. So I pretty much, I don't like it, but it's the easiest way to solve that problem. And maybe eventually there will be a way to say, hey, ESBuild, I want you to like tree shake first and dead code eliminate first before resolving dependencies. I don't know if that would be possible, but sure would be nice. Okay, so that's that. We've got our database connected. I may as well commit db connection. So feel free to pull that if you want. And actually, I'll go ahead and stop for questions. I'm just looking for highlights. So Remix, at least now, does not allow for us to customize any built-in configurations like ESBuild or, right? Yep, that's right. So ESBuild is the only thing we use. And right now, there's no way to customize it unless you use something like Patch Package, which us early Remix users did a lot, actually, to support different things that we wanted to. And so, yeah, you could use Patch Package if you wanted to. But yeah, like just as Sergio said, we have switched compilers before. It's too early to expose that, but eventually we might, maybe under like an experimental prefix or something like that. Okay, I'm going to open the window. 1 second. It's just kind of hot in here. And it's barely colder outside. So yeah, we'll see if that cools things down. But my fan, hold on. It is running, but it's not loud at all. I had to put my head right next to it to notice. So Apple, you did a miracle. It's amazing. I love this thing. I can live stream again. I'm so happy. Okay. So we're going to read from the database in a Remix loader. Finally, we can get back to Remix code. So we want to go to this read jokes page, and we want to see a list of actual jokes right there. That's our goal. So to load data in a Remix route, you use a loader. It's actually very simple. All it is, you export a function that accepts a couple arguments and returns a response. And that's it. As a helper, you can also return an object, and Remix will convert that into a response that's a JSON response. That's it. Boom. That's the whole thing right there. There it is. And so that's what we're going to do. So this is just an example of what a loader looks like. I'm going to write this one from scratch because this one is useful and important. And I think it'll be kind of fun to watch me write this one from scratch. Okay, we're going to jokes right here. So right now we've got this list, which is not really a list. And, oh, whoops, that shouldn't have the prefetch. That's a spoiler alert. Yeah, man, it's so hard to write these tutorials without including stuff like that. Okay, anyway, we're going to export a loader function. It's a loader function. And yes, I also wish that I could use a function declaration for this. But there's no way to type a function declaration. So we have to use let and arrow function. What would be really cool, if any of you watching have any sway on the TypeScript priorities, give us a feature where we can say at the top, module implements remix.route module. Something like that. That would be great. Yes, give me this. And then I don't have to type this. I don't have to type that. I get some types for that. That would be awesome. Somebody build me that, please. And we just put that in all of our modules. Yeah, I remember bike shedding with Ryan and Michael over a year ago about this API and how to make it nice. Well, like one thing we thought about was export route and then putting everything in an object, and then we could say route module and then everything would be typed. But Ryan, and I don't know about Michael's opinion, but I know that Ryan really didn't, he just really didn't like that. And he's right. I think what we landed on here is a lot better, but I hate having to type everything. So somebody add that feature to TypeScript. Okay, so here's our loader function. And now I want to get the DB, and we're going to get the jokes from the DB. So let's say let jokes equal await DB dot, we'll bring in our DB, come on, from the server, dot joke dot find many. We'll just find them all. We'll just get them all. Of course, we're using await, so we're going to use async, and then we'll return the jokes. And that's it. And now, on this side, we can say our data equal use loader data. Import that from Remix. And then, right here, we'll say data.jokes map joke. Oh. And we'll just do this. I think we got an extra curly there. And our key will be the j.id. And then our 2, this is a relative route, remember, because we want to just go to the sibling, it's the child route from this to the joke ID. So we can actually just say j.id, and that will be a relative route, and then j.name. This is warning us because this is any. We'll take care of TypeScript here in a second, but let's just take care of this. Yeah, maybe we should take care of TypeScript now, and then I will not have to worry about this. The problem is we're going to say that. So I was doing that. There we go. So that works. There they are. That's awesome. So let's make TypeScript happy so it's not yelling at us about this. The easiest way to do this is to say type loader data equals jokes, and it's an array of joke. And this joke type comes from the Prisma client. Ah, it's so cool. Yeah, it's magic. And then we can say, hey, this data is of type loader data. So if we had some sort of find first thing, then it's like, hey, this isn't an array of jokes. This is actually a single joke. So we get some type safety in our loader. And then we also can use the generic here for loader data. And now we get type safety there also. What would be even better is to use an assertion function here, because even though Remix makes sure that your component is going to get what came from your loader, sometimes the server is misconfigured, or maybe your coworker really hates jokes about or really hates dogs, and so they just renamed all the properties to cat at like the server configuration level. And so even though Remix is sending you something else is messing it up between the time you get it and it was sent. So what's better is to say use something like Zod or invariant just to verify that this data is actually what you want it to be. And it will throw an error if it's not, because it will probably end up throwing a useless error if it's not what you expect it to be. And we can handle errors with error boundaries that we'll talk about later. But anyway, that's it. You have your type right here. You say, go get all my stuff. You could hit any API you could imagine, whatever. If it's somebody mentioned, what if it's a really slow API? You could easily say set timeout and like 5 seconds. If it takes longer than 5 seconds, then go ahead and resolve the promise right now. So am I really going to write all this out right now? I guess so. New promise, or yeah, we'll return new promise. No, I'm not going to write it out. You know what I mean. So when the timeout's done, if we haven't already resolved it, go ahead and resolve it now. And they can just deal with the fact that there's no data yet. So yeah, pretty easy, straightforward. And this only runs on the server. So you can do, talk to your database like I'm doing right here. It's pretty awesome. And Remix takes care of all of this stuff. So no use effect, no spinners, nothing. No loading states. We'll talk about error states later. It's awesome. It's so awesome. And then it will also make sure that it keeps this thing up to date as we make mutations in the client, which I think is great. Okay, let's look at questions here. Sweet, thanks Logan. Let's take a look at this. From your previous 1-hour Remix video, it was mentioned that Remix uses type module script but able to support IE11 since HTML, CSS are rendered on the server. So does this support means partial support since IE11 wouldn't be able to hydrate those things, thus interactions won't work. Yeah, that's what I said in the live stream. So like if you have highly interactive stuff, yeah, that's not going to work. But like a lot of the types of apps that need IE11 support don't have highly interactive stuff. Lots of the types of apps that need IE11 support are like this, where it's just a bunch of links and some forms and stuff. All of that will work without JavaScript. And when you build it with Remix, it'll work both with and without JavaScript. So yeah, I mean, find me a framework that can do that. I mean, it's not perfect, but by golly, it's pretty darn great. Yeah, good luck supporting IE11. I think even React has dropped support for IE11, if I'm not mistaken. If it's not, it will eventually, like very soon. IE11, even Microsoft doesn't support it anymore. So IE11 is dead, but some of you have to deal with it now, and we can make it so it's not so painful for you. Okay. Yeah, have a good night, Remaster. Whoa, it happened again. I don't know why that keeps happening, but it does. Okay. Let's see. Oh, right. One other thing I want to talk about with this. This is important. So you may have noticed that we're loading the jokes, and the jokes have content. If we console log our jokes, these jokes have content, and because our browser refreshed, we actually get those right now. Without having to go and refresh and do an interaction again. So that's kind of cool. But yeah, we have our ID, we have created at, updated at, name, and content. All we actually need is the ID and the name, right? We don't need anything else. And this is the GraphQL, oh, data overfetching. Oh, this is so terrible. And it is. It's not great, especially if you have lots of them. But we don't have to switch to GraphQL for this to work. We can filter things out. So we can actually do this at the database query level. But first, I want to show you, what if you don't have a database query thing? Or what if there's no like way to filter with the query params or something like that? So we could say joke list items is jokes.map. And then we'll just say ID is j.id. And name is j.name. And now this is joke list items. We'll rename our type just to make it more clear what it is. And joke list items. Joke list items is incorrect type because we're expecting an array of jokes. So here we could say partial if we wanted to. I think in the example I use an object, but we could do it this way too. ID and name. And that is wrong. What did I do wrong? Oh, wait, what? Requires one type. Oh, no. Pick. There we go. That's what I wanted. Sweet. And so now we're just picking the ID and name off of the joke. We're doing that here in our code as well. And now we're not sending all of that extra data. Look. Whoops. Did I? Oh, right. I'm still console logging the jokes. Okay, there we go. Now we have filtered out all of our data. It gets even better if you have Prisma, though, because then you can say select ID true and name true. Thank you, Copilot. And now this is our joke list items. And we have the exact same thing, except now we're not even going to get that much data over the from the database. But it doesn't matter as much because this is running on the server. So we don't have to say our client, the client app, which is in Alaska, has to go all the way to our server in Dallas to interact. Our server in Dallas can be like, oh, I'm going to grab all this chunks of data from the backend because I have no way to minimize that. But then I can filter it, and then I can send it all the way over to Alaska. So it's so much better, even if you don't have this capability. So yeah, GraphQL still has a place. You can totally use it. I could say, GraphQL, GraphQL lib, and then here's my query or whatever. Like you could, I'm not sure if that would. I'm not sure how GraphQL works without like all the Babel plugins and stuff, but you can totally use GraphQL in here, and that will absolutely work. But you don't have to. Like you don't have to feel compelled to talk to all of your employee or all of the coworkers, all the backend engineers, and say, hey, do you like, what do you think about GraphQL? Can we use it? It will solve a lot of problems for us. It'll make it easier to develop. You don't have to talk to them about it. If they want to, that's great, and you can use it, and it'll be awesome. But you don't have the problems that lead a lot of people to GraphQL in the first place, and I think that's great. Yeah, actually go ahead and in the Discord, raise your hand if you have had to have that conversation with your backend engineers. I know you're like 15 seconds behind me, so I'll wait on seeing all of those hands raised. It'll really fall flat and nobody raises their hands. But I had that conversation, so I'll raise my hand. I talked to our backend engineers and they're like, nope. So I was like, well, I've got my Node server, then I will just do it myself. And we did at PayPal, and it actually ended up being really great. It's actually, so I don't hate GraphQL. I think it's awesome. What I hate is this. And I talked about this in my live stream yesterday. I hate this. I don't think that we should be sending that much stuff to our users when like people are like, oh, why are you using React? It's so big. But then they're sending the GraphQL to the client. Like React DOM is not even as big as GraphQL. And this doesn't include all of the stuff that you get from like Urkel or Apollo and stuff. And they're not big for no reason. They're useful. They solve big problems. But in Remix, you don't have a lot of those problems that people reach to GraphQL for. So that's, I think, a big win for users. Okay, let's take a look at, nobody raised their hands. Rats. Well, I did. I had to try and talk to my backend engineers about it. Okay, let's go ahead and, yeah, I talked about data overfetching already. Oh, right. Also, we're going to just take 5 and order by descending so we can get the latest stuff. So let's just do that. Take 5. So that'll limit things even further, which I think is pretty sweet. So there we are. So initially I made the title Remix. It's funny, but I was like, that seems mean. So great, it's funny. That worked. Okay, cool. Oh, goodbye sleep. You're not saying goodbye to me. You're saying goodbye to the sleep. Oh man, I know how that feels. You want something so much that you're not going to sleep for it. And then you pay for it the next day. And I'm paying for it right now. I wanted the Remix launch to be amazing. When I wrote all this stuff, it was like 2 in the morning, or 4 in the morning, on Saturday night. Yeah. Okay. Can I have a route in Remix handles accept handlers? I want a route to act as an API if it gets requested with accept JSON and responds to it via loader data when I don't give me an HTML. Yeah, okay. So you could do this with resource routes. This is a little tricky though. It wouldn't work quite like what you're describing or what you're hoping, because the way that resource routes work is if you export a component, then it works like a route, like a nested route and all that. If you don't export a component, then it works as a resource route. And there are semantic differences between the two. So like a nested route, Remix will call all of the parent loaders and all of that stuff. Whereas a resource route, it will only call that resource route. Yeah, it won't, like you could totally make your resource route return HTML if the accept header says I accept HTML. But it wouldn't be part of your full React app. It would be a totally separate thing. That said, I don't see any reason why you wouldn't be able to just do this in your loader. You could like share this code. But yeah, it would be hacky. It might be possible, but yeah, it's not what we don't have what you want. I guess I'll say that we don't have that. There may be a way with a custom route config, but I haven't given it any thought. So anyway, interesting thought exercise there. Okay, that's why coffee exists. Okay. Yeah, it could be done via middleware. Yeah, but still, that's outside of Remix. And so you wouldn't have all of the same semantic stuff. So like you can have middleware with Remix if you're using Express. It just happens before Remix shows up. And so yeah, Remix will soon have some sort of like middleware, not exactly, but kind of ish. where you can, you've got basically hooks that say, okay, request is coming in, you can change that request. Okay, response is going out, you can change that response. You'll have something like that eventually. It's not quite what you're looking for. Okay, cool. So I think that is enough on this. We can move on. Let me talk about one last thing, and that is the type safety. I kind of talked about this already, actually. The best way to get type safety, well, for one thing, it's really cool that I can get autocomplete and stuff across boundaries like this. This is my server. This is my browser and server, and it's types. I get autocomplete on that. It's not exactly type safe though, or it's not 100% type safe, because this is happening over a network boundary, and anything can happen in that network boundary. And TypeScript doesn't know that. We're just saying, hey, this is the loader data. This is basically the same as doing this, which of course we all know is a lie. We don't know for sure that that is what it is. Remix will do its darndest it will do everything it's supposed to make that the case, but lots of different things can happen to make that not the case. So the right solution, as I was saying earlier, is to use something like invariant, I actually really like Zod. If you look at npm here, I'll just post this in here. Yeah, so if you look at Zod, then you could use Zod's thing. I think they have like what I did was a loader data.parse, and it will turn that user loader data into whatever type our loader data is. It's really cool. And if it's not that, then it will throw a useful error, which we can catch in our error boundary. So then you get type safety across network boundaries, which is really awesome. Okay. Yeah, so on the jokes ID route, we want to actually get the right joke, because if I click on hippos or dinner or skeleton, whatever, these are all going to show the same one. So let's go to our joke ID page, and we're going to get our loader. Oh, hey, I've got a snippet for this. Haha. And we'll import type loader function from Remix. And then the type is going to be a joke, which will be a joke, which we will get from Prisma. And then our joke will be await db. Come on. Why is this? Oh my gosh. I forgot how to do that. There we go. db.joke.find unique ID. And now this is a parameterized route. So we have the joke ID right here. We're going to get the params as one of the one of the arguments here. So we'll say params.joke ID. This is TypeScript is not going to like this because joke ID may be undefined. And so what we can do here is we can say actually, I can't remember what I did. Hold on a second. I'm going to look. What did I do? I'm just cheating really quick. Oh, I guess I didn't even handle it. Yeah, we do something better later, I believe. Why is this not? Oh, right. Right. That's right. Undefined. That fixes this one, right? Or null. Null. There we go. So that fixes this one. Yeah, this one's still angry. I'm not sure why I was able to make it work. Oh, right. Data or no. Where? That's what I was looking for. ID. Params.jokeID. There we go. And even if the joke ID is undefined, this will just return null anyway. And then we are not going to use the JSON helper. We'll just use data. There we go. Sweet. And so then we can get our let data equals use loader data. Nope, that is not helpful. And that's our loader data. And we'll import that. Ugh, I hate this so much. So I really like separating my import types from my import that are not types. Yeah, VS Code does not care about that. And it will just remove the type and fix it. And I just don't like that. It bothers me a lot. User loader data. That is incorrect. There we go. Okay, so then we can say data joke.content. There we go. Sweet. Trees, hippopotamus, dinner, all that stuff. Isn't that cool? No use effects, no weird anything. I just exactly what I want. And if I wanted to, I could just say select content. And now we're not data overfetching either. We are just getting exactly what we need. But in this case, I actually do want some extra data. So I'm going to copy this to save us some time. So we're going to find the full joke. Actually, I suppose we could get rid of the updated at and created at, but we'll leave that right now. If there is no joke, we're going to throw out an error. So if we, here, did I save this? Yeah, let's save that. So if I go to WAT, then I get this ugly thing. We'll take care of that better later. And then, yeah, and then we can load that and we can link and say, this is the permalink for this joke. You're like, sweet. Now I can always have that and share it with my friends and stuff. I think that is it for this. Oh, right. We still have one more thing. So the jokes route right here, if I am on this page, I want to display a random joke. And so the best way I could find to do this with Prisma is to first count how many jokes there are, then determine a random number, and then skip that many and take one. And so that worked pretty well. So we'll just do that in our jokes index route. So this, remember, this is a default route. So when you're on just /jokes, then the children will either be nothing or the index route for that particular parent-child relationship. So we have an index route, so that's what we're going to do. Whoops. Here, we'll just copy the whole thing. There's nothing really all that special we haven't already done in here. So yeah, here's our loader. We get the count, get the random number, we get the random joke. And again, this could be undefined, and we'll deal with that later. And then we can render all of that out there. Sweet. So now, every time I click on this, I'm going to get a new joke. I think that is all. Let's just see. Yep, now we move on to mutations. Woo! So let me just see what questions we got, and then we'll move on. Does Remix support protected routes paired with existing OIDC client libraries? I don't know what OIDC means, but yeah, you could do protected route, and somebody asked about that earlier, so I'll just go ahead and answer it now. Actually, no, we're gonna do that here later. It'll make more sense when we do authentication. So we are gonna talk about that. Don't worry. Reamix coming 2022. That's funny. Okay, would it be cool if you add a quick edit route to piece things together? Yes, that's next. What if the parent route loaded data from a remote server and child route needs some of the data? Do I pass it prompts like an outlet? Yeah, Sergio's got you covered there. Basically, you use context. That's what my site uses. And Remix Utils has a useful handy utility for this. But you'll notice that my parent route of jokes, here, actually, we can see it in the UI. This parent route, when I'm on here, I have hippos, but then I also have hippos here. So I actually have two copies of some of the data. I've denormalized my data just by the way that I'm building my React app or my Remix app. And that is kind of the natural way to do it. And there's not really anything wrong with that per se. But one thing that I was doing when I was working on my workshops page was I've got like all of the workshop info here. I have the title and I have the description and stuff. And there's not a whole lot of extra data that I have. Like I've got all this text and stuff. There's not a lot. And so what I decided to do was I just load all of the workshops on this page. And then I use context to share that with the children. So I wouldn't have to worry about loading that because it just wasn't that much data. And so, yeah, you can totally optimize that if you want to. But like I said, there's not really, it's not always necessary. Yeah, so actually one of the big reasons why I opted for this was I also render some random workshops at the bottom of each one of these pages. And so it just made so much more sense to say, let's just load it all on the home page and then we can take care of, and then we can just put it in a context provider and access it that way. So you've got options. Okay, sweet, that's it. All the questions there. So we're going to move on to mutations, but let me, I think we're going to take a break and I'm going to commit this. What was that? What was my last commit? DB connection, git commit DB access in remix. So feel free to pull that if you want. We're going to take a 5-ish minute break, and then we'll get to mutations. And after mutations is authentication. So we're going to do that new form to create a new joke, and then we'll get into authentication. So you have to be authenticated to create a new joke. Should be fun. So stick around. I'll see you in about 5-ish minutes. Okay, and we're back. Hello again. Okay. Let me just let people get back by looking at some of the comments and stuff. Yeah, we'll talk about redirects soon. That seems easy. Yeah, it is. You're gonna love this. It's awesome. Redirects are great. Yeah, you're gonna love this. It's gonna blow your mind. When we get to authentication, you're gonna be like, wow, I can't believe how easy that is. Oh, it's so awesome. Okay, so we're gonna actually create a new route. So this is what our code should look like right now. We have a form. So there's not much to it. Here's what we need to create something, not much to that either. And so this time we're gonna make an action. So I'm gonna copy this part. But I'm not going to copy the rest because I think it's instructive to watch me code this. So we're going to say let action, and this is another convention for the route module. So this is called an action. We want to export it, and it's an action function. Man, I always forget when I'm typing it. There we go. An action function, and it's a type. For goodness sake, I need somebody please write me a VS Code extension that I can install that will make sure that the types are types and the not types are not types. And separate those for me. And if it happens on save, I'm fine with that too. That's fine. I don't care. And I don't really care too much about the order. But my goodness, it's a type. I want to import it as a type. I want to see it. It's a type. It's not a class. It's capitalized. I see that. That's like what we normally do. We capitalize it. It's a class. But no, it's not. It's a type. It's an interface. It's okay. Done with that. Okay, so then this is how we create a joke. So we're going to say async. But now where do we get the content and the name we need? And of course, let's bring in the database. So yeah, and actually when it's done, we're going to return redirect. Oh, come on. CodePilot was there. Return redirect. Thank you. Haha, jokes, joke ID. Man, Copilot, you're something else. So we're going to import that redirect from Remix. Okay, so where do we get the name and content? Well, our form post here is going to post, and this action will receive that request. That is a request, so we're going to get that for our action. And request is an actual request object. Here it is. Here are the types. It extends the body. This is a fetch API interface. So even though we're running a node and we don't technically have fetch, Remix polyfills that for you so you can assume that it is fetch. And so with that, with fetch, a request has a form data property. And so let's see, it's let our form equal await request form data. And so now our form, if you want to learn about, oh, what the heck is this form data thing? You don't go to the Remix docs. I mean, we'll probably have docs for it a little bit, but you go to MDN. So if we go to mdn.io/form data, that will redirect us to the MDN page for form data. And now we're learning the web. And wow, I'm using Remix, but getting better at the web. That's cool. I like that a lot. So if you read that, then you will learn that you can get elements out of the form data via, here, let's get our name, via form.getName. Thank you, Copilot. And nope, not our joke. Nice try. Content. We're going to get that. Now, what you get from form.get is a form entry value, or form data entry value, and that can be a number of things. So let me show you what that is. It can be a file, or it can be a string. And in our case, form get returns either that or null. So if there is no entry for that name, then it'll return null. So it could be a file. So this is for file upload and stuff like that, or a string. In our case, we're not doing file upload. And so this will work today, but to make TypeScript also happy, we can say if the type of name is not a string, or the type of content is not a string, then we can throw a new error. Invalid or form data or submitted incorrectly. We're going to handle this better in the future because what we should be doing is sending a 400 as a response here. because the request was made incorrectly. And with the way that our form is created, that should be impossible, but people will hit our endpoints because they're mean and they want to try and break into our stuff. And so we do this, not only just to make TypeScript happy, but like normally a lot of people complain like, I just have to do so many things to make the compiler happy. No, like that could happen. The compiler is not just yelling at you, it's telling you things that could happen. It's possible. It could not be a string. Somebody could upload a file with the name property as the file. Like even though your client's not doing it, somebody could build a client that does it. So yeah, so we're going to handle that. And now TypeScript is happy and we're handling that. And that's it. Boom. Shakalaka. They're like, we're done. That is how you do mutations. Ta-da! Ah, man, it's awesome. So now if I come in here and I'm like, add your own, then I want this to be something funny like milk. Why is milk so fast? Because it's pasteurized before you know it. And I don't know how to say pasteurized. There we go. Ha, that's a good one. And boom, there it is. Oh my gosh, hold on. Hold the phone. Did you see what I saw? That list on this side, which remember is in the jokes route, was updated with the data that I just submitted. So Remix is managing all that for you. You never need to think about updating stuff based on invalidation. Now, if you want things to update in real time, like behind the scenes or something, then yeah, you'll write like a I don't know, 6-line hook that says, okay, let's do polling, or let's connect to a WebSocket and respond to the message. And so with that, you just basically all you do is navigate to the current route, replace true or replace false, and it will keep things up to date for you. It'll automatically call the loaders and whatnot. So yeah, that's nice. Most apps don't need that. Most apps are like this, where you don't even think about it. That is neat. I like that a lot. And that's all it took. We have a regular old form, and we have our action. And it's all done. Okay, let's see if there was anything else in here that I wanted to talk about. Oh, right. Here's an important thing I want to call out. Notice that we're redirecting in here. In a little bit, we're going to do validation, and we're going to return an object and stuff. But if we were to return success true, instead, it would still work. We would still be able to create stuff. New thing. Woo! And we add, and you notice it shows up there. But if I want to go back, oh, hold on a second. Does Remix fix that? What it should have done, or what I thought it was going to do, is it like you know those dialogues that pop up and say confirm resubmission? Yeah, they're super annoying. And like you'll go to your bank website and it'll say don't hit the back button. Yeah, that's because they're not redirecting in a successful case, and it's resubmitting. I'm not sure why it's not resubmitting there. Maybe Michael or Ryan are watching and are like, Kent, this is the reason why. But anyway, normally on a successful submission, you want to redirect. And I realized that I torched my my argument there. Whoops. But there it is. Okay. Anyway, let's see. Or I think that was the last thing. Let me just double check. Okay, so here's where I'm just like geeking out over stuff, and then we're going to talk about validation. I should probably add a heading here for now. We're going to talk about validation. But yeah, I'll stop right there, and I will commit actions. I'll push that. Should have been mutations. Oh well. Why are you wrapping response in loader functions in objects instead of just returning it directly? It's just my personal preference. You could totally do it, just return the joke directly. There's nothing wrong. I don't know why. Frankly, it's stupid. I shouldn't do it. But I like having the object so that I know, like even reading the code in the component when I say data dot whatever the name. I don't know. I don't know. It's stupid. I shouldn't do it, but I do it. I'm not going to stop. Okay. I think that's it. Why is it reloading when he navigates with links? That is a very good question, and I don't want to answer you yet because I've got a mic drop moment later that I'm going. So if anybody watching right now knows the answer, don't spoil it because I'm savoring this. We will get an answer to this question soon, but not right now. Okay, sweet. So Rachel, the remix disk, wants us to go ahead and validate the name and content fields are long enough. Should be 3 characters long for the name and 10 for the content. We're going to do server-side validation, and we need it to render on the client. Huh, that's interesting. So I'm not going to copy this one. We're going to write it out because it is quite interesting how it works. So let's do, we'll write our validators up here. So we'll make a function, validate joke name, and here's our name. And this is going to be a string. And we'll say if the name.length is less than 3. Okay, thank you. Haha. Let's see. Come on, Copilot, you can do it. Function validate. Oh, man. Validate joke content. All right. Content. Oh, my gosh. Copilot just is so awesome. I love Copilot. Okay, cool. So now we've got these validators right here. And let's say, oh my gosh. Yep, name error, content error. All right, let's do this differently though. Error is an object. Oh, snap. Come on. Yeah, that's what you wanted. That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so we're going to validate that. And then we'll say if object.entries, boom. Nope, I'm not going to do it that way. We're going to do Boolean. So if any of those are truthy, then we know that we want to return. Now, we're not going to do that. We're going to return the errors. And actually, these are going to be our field errors. So let's call that field errors, because we could have form errors too. Like this. This could be a form error. So here, and actually return form error. And here, that's our field errors. So if any of our field errors are the present, so are truthy, then we're going to return our field errors. Yeah, another thing that we're going to do is actually we'll return the current values, so we can set the default value. So in the case that maybe JavaScript didn't load, and so, so the JavaScript didn't load, so they're doing a full page refresh when they submit this form. We want the default value to be what they had entered, so they don't have to fill everything out again. So we're going to say fields, name and content. So whatever they were, like maybe one of them was wrong, the other one was right or something. We'll do the same thing here, fields, name and content. And yeah, then how we get this value that we're returning on the client is we use a hook called use action data. So let's get our action data, use action data. And with this, we're going to get that. Oh, man. That was a type. This was a type. It's a type. It's not anything else. It's a type. Okay, so we got our action data. And then for some type safety, what I'm going to do is we could do the same thing we do with our loaders. But because I'm going to do it differently so you can see the different options there are. So what we're going to do here is I'm going to say type action data, and action data can be form error, which is a string, and fields, which is name string and content string, and fields errors, field errors, and it could be those. And that is our action data. So this can return a promise that resolves to either a response for our redirect, so response, or our action data. That is or. There we go. And this is complaining because name and content may or may not be strings. That is true, and also all of these should be optional. And actually, you know what? It occurs to me, yeah, this won't work very well. If they are submitting it wrong, like they could have submitted a file as the name or something. So we're not even going to bother. This will likely never happen. And so I'm not going to bother sending them back what they sent me. That's just a waste of bytes. They should not be calling my APIs directly. Okay, sweet. So then with use action data, this is going to be action data. And the types here could be improved a little bit because we're saying that it's action data. Oh, wait, the types were improved. What? Sweet. So I was about to tell you that we have to also do undefined, but somebody fixed that. So yeah, The thing is that action data is only given to you after the action has been performed, whereas with loader data, it's given to you immediately. Like you don't even render until the loader data is given to you. But action data only happens after the user has submitted the form, and so this action data is either going to be our action data or it's going to be undefined. I got to update the tutorial so we don't have that undefined thing. Okay, cool. So now with our action data, if it is defined, then we want to display some error messages and stuff. And that part is all just JSX and whatnot. I think you get the idea if you've used React at all. And if you haven't, then you can go learn React from the Beginner's Guide to React that I linked to earlier. Yeah, so I'm just going to grab the JSX piece here, and we can describe it a little bit if you want. Because there's a fair amount of stuff in here that I think would not be worth our time coding it out. So all that we added here is we specify a default value. So in the case that the JavaScript failed to load, they ended up doing a full refresh post. The server rendered this or whatever. The default value will still have the values that they provided. ARIA invalid for the accessibility case. ARIA described by the name error, which is going to be rendered down here if there was an error for the name. And then we do the same exact thing for our content. We render out the content error here. Okay, and that is validation. We add our own, we add, and we're going to get joke name must be 3 characters long, and joke content must be 10. And if we say okay 3 and add, now we still get our content that we added, but it's saying, oh, the content must be 10 characters long. This is 10 characters long. And now we can add it, and boom, there it is. It's hooray and awesome. We're happy about that. Oh, hey, look, there's that new thing. It did post again, I think. I don't know. When I was talking about that redirect, why you do the redirect, that's why. Because you will post again. And I'm not sure why the browser didn't warn me about that, because normally it does. Maybe they changed it, because browsers change things all the time. Okay, so one thing you might have noticed is you're like, hey, I want to make that error go away as the user types and fixes the error. You can totally do that. And this is another cool thing that makes it so cool. You need a validation on the server, period. You don't know what the client is doing, who's the client, whatever. You always need validation on the server. Validation on the client is like a nice to have. It's like progressively enhance it to make it better because we've got JavaScript on the client. We can do that. And so you could, right in here, add like a use state and like in the form, you could say on change whenever things changing. You can update things. You can reference the action data, and you can reuse these exact same functions in the client as well. So you want to know if the content error, and then you pass the state content or whatever you have in there. You're using the same thing in both places. Ta-da! I remember when Node was first coming out and being like a really big, cool thing, and everybody's like, oh my gosh, we can share code and whatever. Pretty much like very few people did that within their own code bases. They would publish something and then you could use that in both places. Like we do that with React. But very rarely did I ever see anybody have like their own code in their own code base that they were sharing in both places. It's not a very common thing. But with Remix, it's a very obvious thing. So if I had written this initially within the action body, then I'd be like, oh, I want to be able to use this in my client. Well, it's basically just JavaScript, right? So like you do the same thing you do anytime you want to share something. You move it and you parameterize it, and now you can use it in both places. Now, if I was doing some sort of like weird thing in here that required server validation or something, then maybe I wouldn't do that on the client. Or if I still wanted to do that on the client, like maybe you're making a database request to see if the name is unique because it needs to be unique. Well, in that case, we have a useFetcher API that would enable that. But my golly gee, this is pretty great. I am really happy with like it. Just Remix continues to make it easier to do the more common things and easier to do even the more advanced things like the useFetcher thing. My goodness, it's awesome. Okay, cool. So we're all, yeah, that's our mutations. Let me commit this and I'll answer any questions we got before moving on. Validation. Okay. Let me just find all the highlights here. The reason why you mentioned that we won't need Redux with Remix is that because we can fully replace Redux with outlet and context. But isn't that Redux provides a more flexibility way to control the global state with a flex pattern? So I see that Sergio kind of commented on that, or some people commented on this, I imagine. Yes, but what you'll find is you'll start building your Remix app. You're like, sweet, I'm going to use Redux and it's going to be awesome. And I can't wait to like use Redux. Wait, what am I going to put in Redux? There's nothing there. You have nothing left. Everything is in Remix. So yeah, maybe there are a handful of things, but you'll finish your app. You'll be like, I've got like 2 properties in Redux. Why would I need Redux? I'll just get rid of Redux and use context. So feel free to try and use Redux. Go for it. It will work. But you will, by the time you're done, you're like, wow, I don't need Redux. Now, like there are certainly use cases for Redux. I don't want to give that impression, but like 90% of us or more will not need Redux. And I think that's a beautiful thing. I'm really happy about that. Okay. Yeah, we talked about let versus const. I should probably blog about it because everybody's going to be asking me that I switched my position on const. I'm just too late. I don't care enough. That's what it is. The team uses let. Okay, so basically, if the code in the React function component then gets included in the client, if I don't, it doesn't. That's correct. We also have a couple other components that will be included on the client as well that we'll talk about soon. Error boundaries and catch boundaries. But yeah, everything else, your loaders. Yeah, meta, links, and handles. There are a number of things that are included in both. And if it's not clear from the docs as you're going through things, then it's my job to make that more clear. So if you are going through the docs and you're like, I'm not sure whether this is client or server, file an issue and I will make sure that it becomes clear. You normally don't think too much about it because the thing is, the fact that it runs on the client doesn't mean you can do all client-y things because it's all server rendered as well. And so the least common denominator is server. But then you also have to think sometimes about if it also runs on the client, then I can't do some server things. So that is relevant. But yeah, most of the time, it's never been a real problem for me, I guess. Why is Remix better than Next? That is a big question with a lot of assumptions. It's a very common question that I'm not going to answer right now. If you like Next, you're happy with Next, stick with Next. It's great. It's making the web better. I like Remix better than Next. Yeah, we're probably going to have a page that's like, here are the comparisons, but I can't give you that right now. Okay, sweet. Oh, you just want to make sure the secret doesn't leak out. Yep, I understand that. That makes sense. The cool thing is that you can just use process.env, and that's what you should be doing with all your secrets anyway. You should make it so that even if somebody were to break into your private code base and have access to it, they wouldn't have access to your secrets. So yeah, use environment variables. And somebody posted, I think Sergio posted a link earlier about environment variables. We've got docs about it. Yep, environment variables. There it is. Okay, sweet. So let's move on to authentication. Oh my goodness, this is going to be so great. Yeah, let me think, actually. I'm going to sit down. Okay. So we're going to use cookies because they're the most secure form of authentication. I used to recommend using JOTS and local storage. It's not like super bad necessarily, but it can be. And it's not as secure and it's harder. Cookies are way easier. You're just leveraging the platform. It's a lot easier. So, yeah, let's add authentication. There are a couple of things we have to do that are kind of the boring stuff that aren't Remix related. So not boring, but just not Remix related. So we're going to go to our Prisma schema, and we're adding a user. So that's neat. The user has an ID, created at, updated at, username, password hash, and they have jokes. And then our jokes now have a jokester ID and a jokester associated to it. So you can no longer create a joke without having a user who created it. Okay, So that is our updates to Prisma. Now we're going to update our Prisma database. And here it's going to tell you, let's move this up. It's going to say, hey, we're adding a column, but there are 11 rows in this table, or rows, and it is not possible to execute this step. To apply this change, we need to reset the database. Yeah, all data will be lost. Let's say yes. Okay, so it blew away our database, reset it, and it updated it to have the right tables and columns and whatnot. So now we don't have any data. If we go Prisma Studio, or all of y'all probably need MPX Prisma Studio, then yeah, we've got jokes. We also now have users, but there's no jokes or users in there. So what we need to do now is run our seed script. But if we go to a seed, we're going to get some TypeScript errors. It's like, you're not providing me the stuff I need. And the stuff I need is, where is it? Jokester. Or you need a Jokester ID. So what we're going to do now, just to speed things up, is I'm going to come over here. I'm going to copy this and paste it in place. And I'll just say, we are creating Cody. It's me. And Cody the Koala is are going to be our first user. Username is Cody. Password hash is a hashed version of Twix Rocks, because I like Twix. And then we can iterate over all the jokes and say our Jokester ID is the Cody ID, and then we can create a bunch of jokes that Cody submitted. So, whoops. I just messed that up. There we go. So with that now, we're ready to seed, and we'll just copy this, Prisma db seed, and seed command has been executed. Sweet. And so now our database is ready to go. Now, let's talk about authentication. We're going to use bcrypt. So bcrypt is awesome because it's slow, and that's what makes it awesome. So basically bcrypt solves the problem by being really slow. So basically you've got a hash. That's what this hash is, bcrypt hash, and it's really long. So somebody breaks into your database and they get all your hashes, and they're like, whoa, now I'm going to execute my rainbow table to brute force my way into all these passwords and access all these people jokes. I'm so happy and excited. And then they try, and they spend like eons, and they're dead while their computer is still working on this because bcrypt is so slow. And that's how bcrypt makes things really safe. So yeah, 5 or so orders of magnitude. Instead of cracking a password every 40 seconds, it'd be cracking them every 12 years or so. And then somebody comes along and they make a quantum computer and they crack it in like 5 seconds or something. It's stupid. So, but this is the state of the art. There's not really a great alternative. Anyway, this is the best. It's great. So we're going to install bcrypt, and we're going to install the types for bcrypt because we like TypeScript. And this is the way our authentication is going to work in our jokes app. So user goes to login. So we're going to make a new route, and we're going to make a form. The users submit that form. We check whether the data is valid. If it's not, then we send them back to login with error messages. If it is, then we'll check the login type. And if it's a registration, then we'll send them down this path. If it's a login, it's that one. For registration, we'll check if the username is available. If it's not, then we'll send them back to the login with an error message. If it is, then we'll hash the password, create a user with that hash password, which I think I kind of glazed over that, but there it is right there. So it's stored in the database. Create the user, and then we'll create the session cookie with the user ID and redirect to the /jokes with a set cookie header, so the browser keeps track of that cookie. We'll see all of that in practice. For the login type, we'll check whether the user exists. If they don't, we'll send them back to the login. If they do, then we'll check the hash matches. If they don't, then they entered the wrong password, send them back to the login. And if the hash does match, then we'll do the same thing, create the session with the user ID and redirect to the jokes with loader. And I wrote that all out because I realized some people are probably going to go through this with the screen reader, and they will need that. So there you go. That's basically the whole thing all written out. Okay, so first we're going to build a login form. Let's get back to Remix. So first we're going to want our CSS. So I'm just going to copy all of that. Styles login.css. All right, we don't need that. It's CSS. And actually it's cool though, because look, we're literally setting H1s and field sets, and like, oh, it's so nice. It's so nice. I love it. And we've got container, and I believe that might be, yeah, that's a global thing, but we can override it for the login screen. It's so nice. Like you don't appreciate how great this is until you've done it. Until you like are like, wow, I can just like, I can leverage the cascade. I like the cascade again. Wow. That's the thing that all JavaScript engineers hate. It's like CSS. If only it were SS or CSS and JS. So I can sidestep the cascade. That's the entire reason all of these solutions were created, was to sidestep the cascade. That's what CSS modules is for. They namespace all your class names, so you don't have to worry about cascade. Styled components, all CSS and JS, is just so you can namespace everything, so you don't worry about the cascade. But here, we're leveraging it. We're saying, hey, I actually like what the container offers. I just also want these other things. That's leveraging the cascade, and Remix makes it so that you can reasonably do that without worrying about breaking other stuff. My goodness. Welcome to the future, people. Okay, so now we're going to create a login route. This is pretty standard stuff. I will show you what this search params thing is about, so I'm not going to type all that out. We'll go to login.tsx. And let's talk about this. So we're going to include the CSS on the page when this route is active. When it's not, it's off the page. And so that's why we don't have to worry about the cascade. We're also bringing in link and use search params. So use search params is there so that if we redirect to the login screen with the query param for redirect to, then the user we can control where the user is redirected to. Rather than just redirecting to /jokes, we could redirect to /jokes/new. Like if they were trying to create a new one and they were told they have to log in first. So we can send them right back to where they came from. So that's all that's for. Everything else is pretty standard. We've got our inputs for whether you're trying to log in or register. And then we have our username, password. And actually there aren't any errors on here. I think I bring those in later. So yeah, we'll deal with the errors later. Okay, cool. So it should look something like this. So let's, actually I think I saved it. So we can just go to login. There it is. And we can go home and jokes and we can submit our user info and all that stuff. But it's not wired up to anything. We need an action. And here, I forgot. I'm going to scooch this over. Hold on one second. I'm just looking at this. Okay, yeah. Sergio, do you want to talk about the CSRF protection answer remaster there? Because I basically, our forms only do posts, so that helps a little bit. But there are other protections that you can do as well. And I think Sergio has abstractions for that. Okay. And actually here, let me just address this too. Probably best here to explain why you're using promise all map. Oh, yeah, sure. I can do that. In our seed right here, we're saying promise all and then mapping. So this joke, this function right here returns a promise because Prisma joke create returns a promise. And so we're going to have an array of promises right here. And I just want to run them all at the same time. There aren't a lot, so I can just run them all at the same time. So it's just like a tiny bit faster. It's basically not noticeable. But I just figured may as well. So that's all that's for. Okay. Yes. Thank you. That's exactly what I was looking for. You're the best. Okay. So, yeah, and actually, Girish shared Ryan's take, which is also useful. Basically, Remix, here's what he said. Remix can't stop you from, wait. He said something really useful. I don't remember where it was, but basically, Remix doesn't work properly if you do it wrong. And so you won't do it wrong by accident, which I think is awesome. Okay, cool. So we've got the UI. Now we want to do some validation. This is all also stuff that, that you can do on your own. There's nothing new here. We learned it all when we were doing the form for the new joke. So I'll just take you through it. We've got our validators here, our action data right there. And then here we're getting all the form stuff. We're verifying that the form was submitted correctly. If it wasn't, we let them know. Oh, yeah, and when we did the new, we didn't do anything with the form error, I think. Let me check. Form error? Yeah, we didn't. But I think on this one we do. That's my bad. So the form should be aria described by the form error. and then you should have a form error message, which you render out here. So it's similar to an individual field, except it's for the entire form. So that was my bad. Sorry about that. Okay. So we send back, hey, the form was not submitted correctly. Then we've got our fields. We validate those fields. If any of them are wrong, then we'll send the field errors and the fields back. Otherwise, we've got the switch statement for the login type. So if it's a login, then we're going to implement that separately from the way it is for register. And for register, we already can do part of it. We can check if the user exists. And here we can actually optimize this further with select ID true. So now we're only getting the ID for the user rather than getting all the user's data. But doesn't matter right now. So yeah, now if the user exists, and we can say, hey, username with that, or a user with that username already exists. And so you can't register with that username. And then we'll just return form error, not implemented. And then by default, login type is invalid. So if it's not one of those two, then it's invalid. Okay, cool. So if we come back over here and we try and submit, oh, right, we get our validation. Thank you, 1Password. So we'll say whatever stuff, and it's not implemented. If I try to use Cody with the wrong password, oh wait, no, we want to register Cody with the wrong password, then it explodes. I don't know why, actually. That is unexpected. It should have come in here. If the user exists, I did have register, the password, find first. Here, let's see what our terminal, our server output says. You know what? Actually, let's do this. We'll open this separately. There we go. Cannot read properties. Yeah, we need to make that error message better. I'm not sure what caused the problem, but I'll show you how to deal with it, or how to find out what the problem was. Maybe if we come in here, then I will just console.error. So sometimes just editing your node modules can help a lot. Oh, look, there's the resubmission because things were busted. Okay, so we'll do that. Submit. Oh, there we go. Now it's working. I don't know what happened. Something weird happened. It doesn't matter. We'll move on. And we'll also make that error message better so that you will know what happened in the future. But there we go. There's our resubmission. And that's because we, yeah, we'll fix that later, actually. Okay, great. So we've got our validation going. Now all we need to do is fill in the login and register cases. We can finally get to actually implementing the authentication stuff. Actually, I'll go ahead, I think, and yeah, let's go ahead and commit this. Commit app prepped for auth. So feel free to pull that if you like, and let's continue. Yeah, okay. So let's start with the login side. We already see the database with Cody and a hashed Twix rocks password, so we'll be able to log in with Cody. So we want to implement enough logic to allow us to do that. We're going to create a module that's responsible for this, and it's an app utils session server. So let's go to our utils session server, TS, and this is going to be responsible for all of this stuff. So we're going to make a function called login that accepts a username and a password, and let's make a login type. We'll reuse this because we know that we're going to need this for register as well. So username is a string, password is a string, and all this is going to do is do what our auth flow said. So if we're logging in, we got to check if the user exists. So let's bring in our database, import db from db.server. And then we can say await, oh, this needs to be async, await db user find, find first, user, or where username is what the username was provided. So let existing user, and if there is an existing user, then we'll, actually here we're gonna, I think we return null. Hold on a second, I'm going to cheat really quick. I can't remember. And it's easier if I do it the same way. There are multiple ways to do all things. Yeah, we return null. Okay, sorry. Just pretend I didn't do that. Okay. So we'll return null. What we're expecting is to return the user. So if we return null, then we know that they weren't able to log in for some reason. And we don't need to tell them why. We're just going to say, hey, the password username combo didn't match. So we don't need to give any additional information. So now we need to compare the hashes. And so for that, we're going to bring in bcrypt from bcrypt. And we're going to await bcrypt compare our password with the existing user dot password. And I don't know, oh, password hash. I'm not sure why this is not working. Oh, my bad. If it's not, wait. Yeah, if there is no existing user, then we return null. That makes sense. Okay, passwords match. So if passwords match, or if they don't match, then we'll exit early and return null. We won't explain why. We just say, hey, that doesn't work. Otherwise, we'll return the existing user. So if the user doesn't exist, you don't get in. If the password doesn't match, you also don't get in. And then we'll return the existing user. And that is it. That's our login. What? Okay, there's, of course, a lot of other things we're going to do in a little bit, but that will get us the user. So we'll come in here. We'll say, yes, that is not what I wanted, actually. Login with the username and password. And we'll bring in login from the session server. And we can say if there's no user, then we're going to, oh, yep, thank you. Sure, we can say, what I said is, I can't even remember what I said, but that'll work. Incorrect username or password. Okay, and then we've got our fields so that it'll default value all of our stuff for us, and we're good. And then the rest of it is not currently implemented, but just for funsies, let's log the user. And we'll come over to our login. And here we'll go for login and Twix rocks not implemented. Sweet. And if we do blah, well, okay, there's that. Incorrect username or password. So that's our form validation there. Okay. Woo! Yeah, that's as far as we're going to go. For right now, I'm going to commit. Well, no, I don't need to commit that. We'll commit after we get the rest of it done. Okay, so how many people are watching right now? It just occurred to me, like, am I talking to myself? I don't think so. I'm just curious. 124 of you. Sweet. Hi, 124 of you. That's nice. If you're not on the Discord, jump on the Discord. It's more fun there. Okay, so let's move on to our, yeah, so we get our user. Oh yeah, we got our user. You'll notice, interestingly, that the password hash here, oh, actually, no, that's the same. Never mind. It is interesting, but it's tangential. We'll move on. Okay. Yeah, when I was writing this, I forgot to run npx prisma dbseed, and I'd like blown away my database, and so like I spent like 5 minutes. Why is that not working? Oh yeah, there's no data in there. Okay, so we got the user. Now we're going to create a session mechanism with create cookie session storage. So it's great. And we're going to create a create user session function in that session util that accepts the user ID and a route to redirect to, and it will get the session from the request or create a new session from our session storage. It will set the user ID, and then it will redirect with a set cookie header so that the cookie is set. So let's do all of those things, and I will not just copy paste this one. We will write it out. So the first thing, well, yeah, let's make our storage. Let's create cookie session storage, and that comes from Remix. And we've got a bunch of options. So cookie, my goodness. Okay, so there are like a ton of options in here. And I can't remember all of them, so I may have to cheat. But we do want it to be secure, so on HTTPS only, and also HTTP only, so that JavaScript can't access it. Same site, I think, is strict. Sure, we'll just keep going with that. I'm going to cheat and look at all of this stuff here in a little bit to make sure that we set it all to the right stuff. Domain, no, or path, wait, yeah, path. We'll do slash. So it applies to the entire site. Name, we want it to be remix jokes session. And secrets, so that we can encrypt it. And with that, we want to have a session secret that is process env session secret. And if that doesn't exist, then our server was started without it, and that is not good. So session secret, if that doesn't exist, then we're going to throw a new error. Must set, oh, you got to spell that right. Doesn't work if you don't. I mean, it'll throw an error, but not the one we want. Must set secret session, or yeah, must set environment variable session secret. If we go to our .env, we'll set that here. And remember, this is not committed to the repository, so nobody should be able to get our session secret and decrypt our cookies or whatever. We can do whatever we want, like remix rocks, or remix, remox. Sure, okay, remox rocks. Okay, and so normally you would want to follow the instructions in the environment variables here, but for us, Prisma actually sets up all the environment variables that are in that .env file anyway, so we don't have to worry about it. They'll be ready for us. Once we restart, we got to restart. Okay, cool. So that is our session secret. We can put that in our secrets. Okay, and now I think you get the idea. I'm just going to make sure I didn't miss anything. We'll just grab all this. It's not that important. We can just copy paste it. So what do we change? Yeah, it's basically all the same stuff. Our max age I set to 30 days. They just did 7. Oh, and actually, max age is in seconds, not in milliseconds. So Copilot was wrong. Okay. Cool. So the user will automatically be logged out and required to log back in within 30 days. And we could add a bunch of, like, so many other things if we wanted to. But this will get you the basic idea. Okay, so now we have our storage. The next thing we want to do is create user session. And this will be for a user ID, which is a string. And here we're going to say session get. Wait, why is session not auto-completed? Huh. Oh, storage. Ha ha ha. That's why. Get session. And this will just create a new session for us. If you don't pass a request or a cookie to parse, then it just creates a brand new one for us. Then we can say session.set user ID. Thank you, Copilot. You were going to do that for me, weren't you? I don't know why I'm getting an error there. Hold on a second. Oh, right, because this is async. And the reason that it's async isn't because interacting with the cookie is async, like parsing the cookie and stuff, but because the entire API for a storage is async, because you can implement your own storage and have it be like in Postgres or in Redis or something like that. If you want, like, what is the word I'm looking for? Yeah, if you want to, like, features like log out of all other sessions and stuff like that, then you'll want to do something like that. But for the simple and common case, you can just use cookie session storage like this. Okay, sweet. And so then we're going to return a redirect. So remember, this is just a new response with a, whatever. And the status is like a 302 or I don't know, 7 or something like that. And then the headers sets the location to where you want to go. So that if you don't want to do this, then you just do new redirect. And that comes from remix. Did that mess up my type? Oh, we don't have types. Hooray. So we'll redirect, and we'll accept where we want to redirect to. So redirect to string. And then the important part, this is what gets the user logged in, is our headers. And set cookie, and then session, or storage, commit, oh, got to spell it right, storage, oh my gosh, dot commit session, and pass it the session. So that will serialize it. This is complaining because I don't know why, hold on. Oh, right, this is also a promise. My goodness, folks, TypeScript, right? If I hadn't had TypeScript, I wouldn't have noticed, and I'd go to the browser, and we'd spend the next 10 minutes of our lives figuring out that this was being set to a promise. TypeScript. Ah, man, it's so great. It saves me so much time. All the people complaining, but I was spending so much time just making the compiler happy. Oh, man. I mean, sorry, that sounded mocking and it sounded rude. And sorry, I don't mean to be rude. That I was like that. But my goodness, it saves you so much more time. Okay, TypeScript, folks. Okay, so we've got our create user session. And come back over here, login. And we'll just return create user session with our user.id. And our redirect to for us is going to be jokes. Or actually, no, it's our redirect to. Redirect to. And up here, we're, let's see, we want to default this to jokes. So, or actually, you know what? If it's an empty string, it could be an empty string, then we'll want it to go to /jokes. Okay, cool. This is complaining because we haven't imported it yet, so let's do that. And that is login. We're done with login. Login is complete. So now if we go in here, say Cody, Twix, Rocks. Here, and let's look at our network tab. Submit that. Here's our login. We posted. And the request headers had a payload that had our login, Cody, password, Twix, Rocks. Don't worry that that's plain text. This is on a real app. This will be over HTTPS. And you'll never be able to escape man-in-the-middle attacks ever. That's up to the user to make sure they're not subject to those problems. But yeah, so don't worry that it looks like plain text. It always is. Go to any website, log in, and you'll see that it's in plain text. But your connection is HTTPS, and so that's why it's fine. So yeah, we send that, and then we get back this header that is set cookie RJ session, and it's this big long encrypted thing. And it's HTTP only, so they can't access it from the browser or from JavaScript. So like even if you had some JavaScript attack, like one of your dependencies messed up or something, they still wouldn't be able to access this. Only works over HTTPS, and so yeah, it won't work on regular HTTP except for localhost apparently. And same site lacks. I actually don't know what that means. Somebody in the Discord can describe that. But then here's the important part. If we go to the next request that we made, then we'll look, and the request headers includes that same cookie. And so the way I used to teach authentication is I'd say, okay, then you get your JOT from the auth provider or whatever, you stick it into local storage, and then anytime you need to make an authenticated request, you just make sure that's added to the request. No, you don't have to do that in here. It's automatic, and it's stored in application cookies. So there it is, RJ session. Woo! Hooray! That's great. So that is that. It's as simple as that. Now, of course, we need to like read that and stuff to know whether the user is logged in, and we'll do that next. But that's login. I'm going to stop really quick. We're going to commit this. Login done. And I will take any questions. Oh, right. And yes, what goes around comes around. Haha, I should read this. I think I may have read that. Okay, lax. Cookies are not sent on normal cross-site sub-requests, for example, to load images or frames into a third-party site, but are sent when the user navigating to the original site when following a link. This is a default cookie value if same site has not been explicitly specified in recent browser versions. So that's nice. I think, yeah, sure. Sounds safe. Great. So you don't send it to, I wonder, is it, yeah, it's not even sent for static assets like this. So yeah, that's cool. Nice. All right, we learned stuff. So let me take a look at any questions. I'm looking for highlights here. Okay. This is a question of the Remix implementation detail, but I am so curious, in what way does Remix implement code splitting in SSR mode? Oh yeah, that's like a huge challenge that I never had to tackle because stuff like Remix was available for me when I started doing server-side rendering. So, haha. And I used Gatsby first, I guess, and that was server-side generated. But yeah, similar problem space as far as code splitting is concerned. Yeah, so I've never actually solved this problem myself, but I know it's complicated. I know a lot of people had a lot of trouble. I had to extract which component had been code split on the server side. Does Remix manually walk the tree? Yeah, ESBuild does all of this stuff. It's magic, and I don't understand it. Yeah, it code splits on the route level. Yep, that's it. Okay, adding console log fixes. Yeah, true. Okay, let me just keep going. I'm looking for highlights. Yes, TypeScript. It is just, yeah. And thank you, Yago, for the await reminder. TypeScript is awesome. Punches Mike for emphasis. Okay, yep, that's that. Yeah, because it's a newish thing. Well, there you go. People who want secure stuff should use secure stuff, I guess. Okay, sweet. So let's move on to the next step. If you look at the scroll bar, we are over halfway. Hooray! Okay, let me minimize that details. And we got our login already done. We talked about the secret thing. Oh yeah, and we looked at the network tab. Yep, all that stuff. Now we can check whether the user's authenticated. So this is the other half of the equation. We can get them logged in, but do we know that they're logged in? I know we can get the job, but can you do the job? Raise your hand if you get that reference. I doubt. Maybe. There are like 124 of you, so maybe one of you got it. I know we can get the job, but can you do the job? Okay. Anyway, so now we can log in, but can we check that they're logged in? So we're going to go to the jokes new route and add a jokester ID to that create call, because right now we've got a TypeScript error in there and I want to get that thing fixed. So you can observe the TypeScript error right there. The solution is jokester ID, and we need to get the user ID. So we'll have this user ID. And where are we going to get that user ID? Well, we're going to get it from the request. So let's say let user ID come from, I don't know, maybe we could have some sort of utility like get user ID from the request. Okay, so where's this get user ID? Well, I suppose it would make sense to put that in here. So let's export an async function called get user ID that takes the request. And now we need to read the session. So let's actually make another function. I think this also needs to be async. Well, actually, it can just be a function because we'll just return it. Get user session request. I want to lowercase that thing. And we'll return storage get session from request headers get cookie. Remember, if we looked at our, oh, rats. Now it's gone. Rats. Okay. If we look at that, there it is. It's sending us the cookie. So we can get that cookie and get the session from it. And now we have our session from get await get session with the request and return get session.getUserID. Now this value now can return any because you can store anything in the session. I believe that our abstraction here will even serialize JSON for you and stuff. And so for us, we'll just make this more type safe by saying user ID. And if the user ID is not a string, then something is up, and we'll just return null. Otherwise, we'll return the user ID. And we want that type of. There we go. Cool. So we've got our user ID, get user ID. So now we can just import that. I don't know why the red line is over there, but now we fixed it. Now we have the user ID. Jokester ID is complaining because the user ID could be null. So if there's not a user ID, then we'll redirect them to login. And we can say login with a redirect to jokes new. So we come in here, and we are currently logged in. So let's get rid of this. Now we're not logged in anymore. We'll add our own. Funny. Hooray. Add that and, oh. Well, dang it. We really need to fix this error message. Don't worry. It will be fixed. It will be much better. Because I don't expect people to run into that. Maybe I needed to restart my server for some reason, which also would need to be fixed. But let's find out. Let's restart the server and see if we can reproduce it. and add. Yeah, okay. So this one, there it is. We need to print this out is what we need. Jokester ID. Okay, so that's strange because I thought I'd redirect if there was no user ID. So let's look at what the user ID is. Okay, so we come back up here. Oh, it's pending. Ah! Oh, if I'd only looked at TypeScript. My goodness. See, that's what it's like if you don't have TypeScript. You do stupid stuff like that. I'm going to leave that console log where it was because it seems kind of useful. And I'm not sure why we're not getting that. There's something weird going on in here, and we'll figure it out. Don't worry. Okay, so coming back, we'll do it one more time. Boom! We go to login, and we get a redirect to. And now if I say Cody Twix Rocks and then log in, I'm back here. I lost all of my stuff, so we'll do something better later. But now I can say hooray, and boom, there it is. Ah! Authentication, it works. Oh, hey, Remaster, you got it. I'm not arguing that with you. I'm not arguing that with you, Harry. Harry, I know we can get the job, but can you do the job? I'm not arguing that with you. This is from Joe versus the Volcano. It's hilarious. It's a great movie. I'm so glad that one of you got it. Okay, here, let me come back over here. Would be nice to have an auth with cookies blog post and explain important cookie features, how they tie with Remix. I agree with you. It's coming. So much content. Like, oh man, I'm going to be spending so much time teaching people how to build awesome websites and user experiences with Remix. I can't wait. I'm getting a phone call from Pennsylvania, and I don't recognize the number, so I'm going to hang up. And hopefully, yeah, I've got a brain cloud. Thank you. Yes, I'm so glad. I always love it when people get my movie references. Okay, I have a brain cloud. A brain cloud. What's a brain cloud? Oh, man. That's my father's doctor. Okay, anyway, sweet. So we can read it. Now, it would be nice to show the user that they're logged in. I think that's the next thing that we do here. Oh, right. No, there was another thing. Let me just make sure. Oh yeah, that's right. I make a require user ID. That's right. Okay. We're going to make this even better. So yeah, I'm actually glad that we went this direction. So this is not fun. Having to do this everywhere where you need a user ID somewhere would not be cool. I would much rather say something like require user ID, and that will always give me back the user ID because we can't proceed unless there is a user ID, right? I can't make a joke without a user ID. The problem is that I need to somehow stop the execution of the rest of this and actually do a redirect, which is why we did it like this. But like I said, I don't like that. So here's one of the things that makes Remix really abstractable, is that I can make an abstraction that handles this and will take care of redirecting the user for me. So that's what we're going to do next here. So we're going to say export a function that is require user ID that takes a request, and here's my request. And then I will say user ID, await user ID, and if there's not a user ID, then we're going to throw this redirect. And that stops code execution. Otherwise, we'll return the user ID. And then we'll come over here. We'll update that. Save that. And this throw right here is going to be caught by Remix. It's going to be, and so when you throw, it stops the rest of the execution, right? That's kind of what we were doing in here by saying return, was so we could stop the rest of the execution because it's not useful. We just want to immediately send it back to Remix so that it can redirect the user. When we throw, that does the same thing. Remix puts our call in a try catch, or because it's async and it's like a dot catch, or maybe they're using async await with a catch. I think that's what they're doing. And they say, is the error a promise? Or sorry, is the error a response? And if it is, then we'll actually process that differently. We'll handle that differently. And in our case, because it's a redirect, it'll be like, oh, you're a redirect. We'll just redirect the user for you. And that is what happens, and it's great. So we get the exact same experience as before. I don't know if I need to demo this for you, but I don't know. Maybe it's kind of fun. So we go blah, 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 add, and we get redirected. And we still have the redirect to and everything. So now I've got myself an abstraction right here. That means I can use one or the other. I can say, hey, this page, if you have a user ID, I've got a couple extra features. But for this page, if you don't have a user ID, you shouldn't even be here. So this is the protected routes thing. If you have a loader for a route, and you're like, oh, users shouldn't ever get to this page, well, we can just say require user ID, and they'll get redirected to the login. Or we can add a util or a something here. Actually, let's do it. Redirect to string, and you can say redirect to equals that. Whoops. There. Is that how you do that? I always normally do like things with objects, but then you got your redirect to. And so you could specify your own, like where you want them to go. Or you could, what I actually end up doing is the redirect to is what this redirect to prop is, because we can do something even better than this. So here we'll say our redirect to will be request.url. We'll make a new URL out of that .path name. There we go. And so now our redirect to, we're going to get a URL. Oh, whoops. URL is a new URL with, hold on a second. No, this is not URL search params. And we'll have redirect to is redirect to, and then params. Our redirect to here is going to be /login with the query string params. Yep. So now this is really cool, because now you can say require user ID, and they will be sent to the login screen, and their redirect to link, so where they are sent back, is exactly to the path that sent them to the login screen in the first place. And you don't have to do anything. You're just like, hey, require user ID, request. And now everything else works. And oh my goodness, here's what's cool about this. It's not that much code. And so like people say, oh, look, it's just like 3 lines of code. It's not that much code, and it makes sense. It makes sense. So here we've got a request. So the request that triggered this require user ID, we're going to get that URL from that. We're going to get the path name off of that. So whatever the path name was, that's where we want to redirect to after login. That's going to be our redirect to. We get the user ID from the request. If there's not one, then we're going to encode this. That's why we're doing the search params thing here. We're going to encode that and redirect with the login going to wherever the request that triggered this whole flow in the first place. Yeah, it's not a lot of code, and it makes sense. Yay! All right, let's take a look at some questions here. Higher order function time. What? Yeah. Functions are the best. Do you always want to redirect to new joke in require user ID, or take that as parameter? Yep, we solved that. And actually, we're going to do even better than this here pretty soon. So this is cool, but like contextual, hey, you don't have access to this, or you're not logged in, have to log in first. We're going to do that too. It's even better. Yeah, you called it. Yeah. Default arguments are the best. Okay, never tried Cypress before. Can Cypress... Matt, are you even watching? You're coming up with all these questions. No, I'm just kidding. You're fine. I love these questions. They're great. They're always just like, let's talk about testing, which I like testing too. Okay. Can Cypress fully replace what React Testing Library does? No, it cannot. But you have Cypress Testing Library, which allows you to query a bunch of stuff, and Cypress has really great ways to interact with the UI. So you can do a lot of the same things, but it does not fully replace it. Since we cannot use React Testing Library for now, eventually it will, but yeah, for now. Are Jest for unit tests and Cypress for integration and end-to-end recommended? Yes, for right now, yeah, that's what I would recommend. And your test can test your loaders and actions. They just can't test your components right now, your unit tests, I mean. So you could literally import this action directly. You construct a request, new request. Here's my request. You can say like what the path is. You can provide the headers, all of the other stuff that you need. And then you simply call your action with that request. You await the action, It'll give you back a response, and you assert on the response. And Sergio, I think, has some utilities for this as well. So yeah, it's great. Okay. Block the unauthorized user from viewing the form. Yes, we could totally do that. Let's do it. Just for now. I'm going to remove this, but let export, let loader, well, here, we'll just do this really quick and easy. Require user ID. Yeah, request. We need the request. And then here, let's just say void that. So it doesn't actually return any. Well, here, we will need to return something. Man, I should just do it for realsies. Here we go. Okay. And then return nothing. We actually do this later, but since you asked, why is this? Oh, did I? Oh, what the devil? I busted something. I think it was with my response stuff, maybe. I don't know. But let's try it again. Huh, that's weird. Empty response. Loader request. Oh, wait. Async. Maybe. I don't think that's it, but maybe. It was. So there you go. So that's how easy it is. You just, in the loader, you say, hey, do a bunch of stuff. Oh, I want to redirect. Yep, and they never see the page in the first place. They don't even know it exists. All they know is that they were redirected. So that's neat. All right, sweet. Let's move on. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, like I said, we have even better ways to show people error messages than just redirecting them inexplicably to the login. And we'll do that later. Okay, and we're going to take a break as soon as authentication is done. We're getting pretty close. So it would be nice to show people that they're logged in and a way to log out. So we're going to update the session server to add a get user to get the entire user object and a logout to destroy the user function. And with that, then we will update our routes to display that stuff. So some of this stuff I will copy, but some I will not. So we'll make a function logout, and this is going to take the request. And here, I think logout, yeah, I think we just want to return, or actually first we need to get the session, and then we're going to return redirect to the home page, or actually I think we want to redirect to jokes with the headers, and that's not how it works, Copilot, but okay. Destroy session, that's what it is, and it's, oh wait, this needs to be async, we want to export it, and session is a promise, wait, bum-ba-da-dum, that's how you log out on the server, and that will change, or yeah, clear the cookie. Then we also wanted a get user as a utility. Export a function get user, from the request. And let's say our user ID is get user ID, yada, yada, yada. Thank you, Copilot. Nope, find unique, where ID is the user ID. Sweet, man. I love Prisma and Copilot, both of them. They're awesome. Okay, sweet. So now, and the cool thing is that like it's helpful for you as you're watching me to watch me create the code because it helps you understand it. But having Copilot autocomplete stuff does not diminish your experience in that process of watching me build it, which is why I'm using Copilot, because it makes me faster and it makes you and it doesn't hinder your learning. All of the gains of using Copilot have now been negated because I'm talking about how much I love Copilot. But there you go. That's the same thing with Vim. All the gains you get from being able to work faster in your editor are gone away because how long it takes you to set it up in the first place. So that's a total joke. If you like Vim, I love you, and I think you're great. But anyway. Okay, so we've got our sessions ready. Now we just need to go to the jokes route where we're going to render out the UI for this. So yeah, I'm going to copy that later. Let's go to the jokes and I'll show you how to pull this out of the loader. It's actually not that complicated. So we'll say user, await, get user from the request, which of course we're going to need to grab that request. There we go. Let's pull that in from our session. And then we don't need to worry about whether or not there's a user. This is an optional user. Hold on 1 second. I've got kids knocking on the door. I'll be right back. This is not a real break. I'll be right back. Okay, like I said, not a real break. I'm back. They're making tents out of blankets. They hang them over the couch and stuff, and they just really enjoy that. So you wanted to tell me. Okay, sweet. So now we've got our user, and it's either user or null, and that's fine because they can be on this page even if they're not logged in. If we wanted to make sure that they're on the page and we want to get the user, then we can have a require user, just like we have a require user ID. Okay, so then our type will also have a user, which is a user. We're going to get user from Prisma client. And then down here, it's going to say, hey, your data is wrong, which is why we do this. And we'll say user right there. Oh, and user could also be null. Okay, sweet. So then in our JSX, we've got our data right here. Don't have to worry about, oh my gosh, it's so nice. All the things you don't have to worry about when you're using Remix. And we'll put that right next to our H1 right there. And so all this is if we have a user, then we're going to render out their user info. Here's their name. Here's a logout. It's a form. I'll talk about that here in a second. Otherwise, we'll give them a link to the login page. Okay, sweet. So then we come back over here, and it's blown up because I stopped my server. There it is. Isn't it fast? How nice? Like, isn't that nice how fast it that starts up again? Man, ESBuild is great. Twix rocks. There we go. There's Cody. We're here. Happy day. We've got our cookie. We know we're in there. We can log out, and we threw a response. We'll deal with that one here in a second. Oh, right. I forgot to implement that page. So we can't log out yet. We still need to call logout and stuff. But yeah. So let's talk about why this is a form instead of just a link to a login or to a logout or something like that. I will discuss that in a moment. Actually, first, we're going to implement this logout action. So we're going to say logout.tsx because this is a route. And this is an action. So export let action. Action function is request. And logout request await. This needs to be async. Actually, you know what? We could probably just do this. We don't need to do anything else. So let's bring in this and that. And there it is. That's our logout. So now we can click on logout and it works. Except our cookie is still there. Hold on a second. Let's go through this whole flow. Maybe something in the interim messed this up. Or maybe I just missed something. Huh, that's weird. All right, let's figure out how I did it actually, and then I'll be able to explain why it didn't work. I've just forgotten. Nope, that's all it does. I must have, yeah, we'll talk about the loader here in a second too. Huh, that is strange. Oh, right, I do a bunch more in the get user. Yeah, I'll just explain this really quick. So here we just make sure that the user ID is correct. If it's not, then we return null. And then we try to get the user, and if there's a problem getting the user, which is unlikely because this will return null if it can't find it. But if something blows up, then we'll just log them out. But then log out here. Oh, I know what I did wrong. Okay, so come back here. Hold on a second. I'm not sure why I'm not using the get user ID. Oh, wait a second. get user session. Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'm not sure why I'm not using get user session in this example. That's basically the exact same thing. Awaits, destroy, yeah. Okay, let's look at the network tab really quick. When we click on that logout thing, Cody, Twix, Rocks. Yeah, this is weird. Let's look at our network tab. We'll clear all this stuff. Go log out. And I mean, things are updated so that we're not logged in anymore. Yeah, set cookie to, no, oh, that's what's going on. So we don't get rid of the cookie, we just clear it. And that's what's happening. So the cookie is still there, but the value is gone. Sorry. Was that loud when I do that? Tell me it's loud. I will stop. I'm sorry. So that's the problem. So the value is gone. The cookie is still there, and we don't care. The value is gone. I think we could say, could we do this? I wonder what happens if we do that. Let's just find out all together. Coding Twix Rocks and log out. Nothing happens. So you do need to set it to nothing, apparently. I think another thing that you could do is set it to a cookie that expires in 1 second, and then the browser will clear it out. But yeah. And I think actually there may even be, yeah, options. So we can say expires. Yeah, we can do that. Let's try that. Let's see what happens. If you really care this much. Max age. 23. What is, it's the 23rd, 19. Yeah, I'm not sure why that's not working, but I don't care because I don't, you don't need to worry about doing that. You just destroy the session. It'll set it to nothing. And now the user's not logged in anymore. And it works. Hooray! Okay, so let's talk about one other thing on this logout. If a user happens to land on logout, then they're going to it'll explode and it won't be happy and stuff. So, I mean, it's possible that could happen somehow. And so it's useful often export let loader function, or yeah, and we'll just redirect to home. So if anybody ends up landing on here, then we don't really care. We'll just send them to where they're supposed to go. Okay, so somebody goes to log out, boom, they go back to the home page. Hooray! So that's cool. Let me explain why this form is a form and not just like a button with an on click and a fetch action or log out with a method of post. So there are a couple of reasons. One, this will not trigger Remix to go and update all the loaders and all of that. So that's reason enough. The other is like in general, buttons that trigger mutations, you can have a bunch of race condition problems and stuff like that. So I pretty much never, even in regular React before Remix, I didn't do buttons that trigger mutations because of the race condition problem. And so you normally would set state somewhere and a use effect would fire, and then that can manage the race conditions. Luckily, we don't have to do that. I'm literally it's just a form. Oh my goodness, it's so declarative and awesome. So that's what I'm doing. And the other thing is, if we used a link instead, that is going to do a get, and we could do a logout and the request thing here. But the problem with that is then somebody could include like an image that does, or like an image tag that does a get to a logout on my site. On their own site, and then they would log you out of my site, and that's cross-site request forgery, which is not cool. They can't do that with a post though, so that's one of the reasons why that's useful. The other reason why is because again, Remix will only reload or recall all of the loaders when you do an action. So if we did a link to the logout, then the user would get logged out, but Remix would not recall all of the loaders, and so I would look like I was still logged in when I wasn't. So Remix protects you from cross-site request forgery by not working properly if you do it wrong. So there you go. All right, that is it for this stuff. Or let me just double check. I feel like there was actually one more thing. Oh, right. Yeah, okay, so we already talked about all that stuff. Sweet. Oh, right. One last thing. We got to talk about user registration. I forgot this when I wrote the tutorial in the first place, too. I got to the end and I'm like, oh, yeah, this is still commented out. So this is just quite simple. We go to our session server. I'm going to go back up by the login. We'll say a function register, username, password, and login type. And then, oh my gosh, did it autocomplete for me? Let's try that again. See what it does. Okay, so we're going to use bcrypt to hash our password. We're going to do 10 iterations. You could do like 100 and it would take forever. I'm not exactly sure how long it would take, but the more you do, the more secure it is, but also the longer it takes to create. And I'm not sure of all the trade-offs there, so you can go research that. So then we get our password hash. And then we've got our user. And here's our username for our creation of our user. But of course, this all goes under data. So, whoops. So nice try, Copilot. You did pretty well, but it wasn't perfect. Okay, so, but we also, I think that's it actually. Hold on. Because we check whether the user exists already elsewhere. Maybe it would be better to check that here. But I think there are arguments to be made for both sides. So if the user exists, then we let them know. Otherwise, we are going to create the user. So let's let user equal register, await, register. Yeah, thank you, Copilot. That is stupid. Nope, that's not what I wanted. There we go. And then we'll bring in register. What? No. Did I not export that? That is right, export. There we go. So now we've got our register, we've got our user, and yeah, then we create the user session. So we do basically the same thing. Come over here, refresh, we'll log in, we're gonna register with username, whatever, and remix is the best. And now we're hi, whatever. And we can make our own jokes and do whatever we want. Hooray! And that's it. And then we can log out. And then, was there one other thing? Nope, that's it. That's all we're doing right now. Okay, so that's it. That's authentication with Remix. I'll take you on a quick tour, quick review. This less than 100 lines of code will take care of authentication for your site. It does not do password reset. It does not do email confirmation, and various other things. All of that stuff is totally orthogonal, to use a TC39 word, to like user authentication in your app. This is like the basic stuff that is relevant to Remix. And so, yeah, you'd want to have, email confirmation, password reset, and that stuff. Yeah, it's pretty great. I feel like there was something else I was... Oh, I also am a big fan of passwordless authentication as well. And there's also this Remix Auth package by Sergio that implements a bunch of different strategies just to make things a little bit easier to use. So you can do the local strategy for regular login stuff. And yeah, it's really cool because it's totally abstractable. So you have OAuth 2 support, user name and password, and magic links. So if we look at our strategies, there's OAuth 2. There's the KCD strategy. So this is how I do authentication on my site, and I haven't switched over to this one, but yeah, it's pretty awesome. So enjoy. And that is it. So let me answer any questions. I'm looking for the highlights here. So let's see. We looked at that. Notice you don't default export the view. It just displays what loader returns. I only had the view and loader implemented. What's the behavior? I'm not sure, Winter Mute, what you're referring to. So the view is our component, and that's the default export. So I'm not sure what you mean by don't default export the view. Oh, if you don't. Okay, yeah. So that's because it turns into a resource route. So if you don't have a component that's exported, then Remix is like, oh, you want to make a resource route. And we're going to talk about that. Where are we now? We're at unexpected errors, expected errors. We'll get to resource routes here pretty soon. Yeah, authentication was a big piece. And now the rest of this is going to be pretty quick. But yeah, so the default export, without a default export, Remix is just like, oh, this is a resource route. So I'll just hit the loader directly when I do a get, and I'll send back the response that that sends. That's what's going on. Okay. Yes. Okay. Maybe my volume's on. That's good. Expiry is 23rd of December, not November. Huh, that's weird. I don't know why. Yeah, that's strange. I don't really care. We don't need it. I should pick up the koala plush and dance around. It said, woo, party. Yeah, that's maybe a good idea. TypeScript. Okay. What do you think about the pattern link to logout? Yep, we discussed that, Darius. So now you know. It's safer. In which order, and also it works. In which order different loader actions on nested routes work? Yeah, that's a great question. They run in parallel. And so, yeah, if one action drops a user and the other action loader relies on a user, well, so actions will always be called, and there's only one, like you only post to a single action. So there's only one action. If that action deletes the cookie or something like that, then that cookie won't be available for the next loader. And then loaders for all nested routes and everything, all parents and children, they're all called at the same time. And so, yeah, they won't have the user. Now, if you have one loader that takes care of user authentication, and then you expect the rest of the loaders to just be able to reference that one, that does not work because they're all running at the same time. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. I've never run into a big problem with that. Like maybe at first where I'm like, oh, well, like, shouldn't I be able to access what my parent loader said? And, but then you'd have to do things in sequence rather than in parallel. So we're much better off that things are running in parallel. It's much faster. And you get used to it very fast. Isn't link for client-side routing? Since Remix is SSR, the loaders don't run on the client-side routing. Anyway, I'm confused. So Remix, when you have client transitions, Remix will call your loaders via a fetch request. We'll talk about this more in a few sections. So put a pin on that. We'll talk about that soon. Respond to someone's questions this morning. Say you had an answer how, when use JS to enhance native elements. Oh, yeah. Yeah, so Ryan actually responded to that person. This was in the general chat. They were, if you do a search for downshift, you'll probably find it because they reference my library downshift. And the thing is that, like here, if I'm in my login, in my form here, and I wanted to have a downshift or any sort of combo box, for these things to be accessible, they need to use native inputs under the hood. And so they both do. So whether you're using downshift or Reach UI combo box, they're using an input under the hood, and then and that input might be hidden. So, oh, shoot. I forgot to show you something that's important. Oh wait, no, that's not. Yeah, it is important. It's right here. Man, I should have shown you this earlier. So the redirect to is coming back as part of our form. So that's how we know where to redirect them to, because the UI is what knows where we want to redirect to. It's in the query string. When we make this action, we need to send that query string or that query string value onto the action. It doesn't know what that query string value is. And so to do that, we have this search params from React Router so we can get the redirect to value. And to have this included as part of the form request, we're going to use input of type hidden with the name redirect with that value. So the user doesn't even see it, but it's going to go along. And so even for when we're talking about like downshift and combo boxes and stuff, even for those sorts of components, for them to be accessible, not just for Remix, but just accessibility, they need to have an input somewhere. there needs to be an input of some kind, whether it's a checkbox or it could be radio buttons or different. They're going to have an input. They just have to. And so it will naturally work. Now, maybe there could be some sort of UI thing that you're building that doesn't need an input or doesn't make sense to have an input. I can't think of one at the moment, but it's possible. And for those things, you could add a hidden input, and that will work. Okay, cool. So that's cool. Thank you for the question. But the code is more clear about your intent to never change the value. Yeah, okay, I think that's probably somewhere else. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with you. We should all use const. Everybody use const. I'm just going to be using let. So I'm sorry. I don't care enough. Want to read more about magic links? I also dig it. I have on the Call Kent podcast, I have 2 episodes where I talk about magic links, and start with this one. Magic links are better for users. Where are you? Yeah, there it is. They're better for users. We have tools to kind of band-aid over all the password problems that we have. And so it feels like passwords are better, but magic links are better fundamentally. So everybody should use magic links. But what do you? Okay. Do you prefer session-based authentication to JOT? In terms of scalability, won't there be any tricky parts with session-based authentication? So yeah, from a scalability perspective, no, cookies are fine. My site, for example, it is deployed to like 6 different regions throughout the world, and authentication works just fine for all of them because I'm using the same secret on all of the servers. And so regardless of which server they end up on, and they switch servers. For all of your post requests, they actually go to Dallas, and everything else will go to your regular servers. So so it works. And because I'm using the same secret for all of them, it's able to decrypt it, and it's fine. So yeah, it scales just fine. There's no problem with that. The one thing that I'm doing on my site that we're not doing here is I actually store I have a table in my database for sessions. And the reason I do that is so that I can show you this feature right here where you can sign out of other sessions. And so when you make a request, I actually hit the session table to make sure that your session is still active. So that's why I do that. But for like the common case, the more simple case, yeah, you can just, and also you can sign everybody out naturally by switching your secret to something else. So if you want to just say, sign everybody out, you just change your secret and now everybody needs to sign in again. So that's not great, but if you were at that level, you wouldn't need a sessions table for that either. All right, we're arguing more about constant let. How would you handle global state in Remix? Casper, I'm guessing you're here a little bit late because we did talk about this a little bit. Yeah, React context is the solution, but you don't need global state very often. There's not a lot of global state things. In my app, there's one thing that I put, or yeah, so the theme is one thing that is in global state. That's in a provider. But that's just well, yeah, you can set the value, but that ends up just making a request and managing that. So yeah, that's one thing. On the, yeah, Chats with Kent, this right here, each one of these is an outlet. And so when you, oh no, that's the call Kent. Here, let's do that one instead. So each one of these is a nested route. This is a nested route right here. That's cool. And so you have nice animations with nested routes. It's so cool. And it's so natural too. You're looking at it and you're like, wow, I didn't think that would be so easy. Nested routing is the bomb. But for this to work, actually, why do I can't remember actually. Oh, no, it is back here on chats. So yeah, each one of these whole blocks is a nested route. So we have the different seasons. And that changes the URL and that renders this. So this showing oldest first is in the parent route so that it's persisted across each one of these. And so for that, I use context. That is UI state. If I change it to show newest first and I refresh, then it switches me back to oldest first. So I didn't need to persist that. I thought that would be silly to persist that on a refresh. So I don't persist that, and that goes into context. But that's there are 3 things I put into context. The other one is workshops. So I load all the workshops using Remix, and then I stick them into context so that the children routes have access to all the workshops as well, so they can display the workshop details as well as these extra workshops. Hold on a second. Okay, cool. So yeah, that's that for you. I'm looking for highlights here. Could you talk more about the possibility of components having their own data? I think Ryan talked about this. How would it be implemented compared to the current state usage in Remix? So yeah, components having its own data. Oh, you mean like being able to access loader data, but on the component level. So like a component having a loader. That may eventually be a possibility with some compiler magic. Maybe. We don't know. Jury's still out on that one. You could do components that request their own data at render time with the useFetcher hook. That's not great for performance though, so we wouldn't recommend it. I mean, like it's basically what everybody else is doing, but Remix sets a higher standard. We don't want you using spinners. And so it needs to be server renderable. You could, though, make that work with server rendering if you stuck that into context, but then your data requirements are not where you want it. You want to co-locate the component and the data requirements. That's what you're trying to do. And you can do that on the route level, but you can't do that on the component level right now. And it's possible maybe in the future. Maybe. So, okay. Again, just answering questions that are highlighted because there are lots of questions. So I'm going to commit this really quick. I forgot to commit it earlier. And that's authentication done. And we're going to take another break. So this one will be a tiny bit longer because I'm going to go grab just something to munch on. And so we'll be back in like maybe 15 minutes-ish. And I will finish the rest of this. If you have to leave, that's fine, but do come back and watch it later because I haven't even gotten to the mic drop moment, and it's really great, and I want to drop this mic. Bam, like that, something like that. I don't know. But yeah, look forward to that. It's going to be cool. So I'll see you in about 15 minutes-ish. Bye. Alrighty, we are back. I was clearing my throat just a minute ago. You couldn't hear that, could you? It doesn't show me in here that my mic is on, and it shouldn't be on, but let me know if you can hear me when the break time is up, because that would be, I don't think I said anything embarrassing, but that would be sad. Okay. Yes. Let's answer a couple of questions while we wait for people to come back. So Emir is wondering about image optimization, similar to what Next does. Eventually, yes, this is going to be a big focus for Remix. This will probably be one of the moneymaker ideas for Remix. Will host your images for you and stuff, in addition to doing some really cool optimizations and abstractions for you. I did a lot of stuff. What is it? Image loading. Yeah, building an awesome image loading experience on my blog. And so we'll probably build some abstractions out of that, or something similar. And then we'll take the Cloudinary stuff and we'll host that ourselves. We'll do our own thing, probably. I don't know. I can't make any promises, but that is a plan. As far as like anytime soon, I don't know. We've got a lot of stuff to work on. For me, I'm mostly I'm over developer experience, and so that is included. Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff to do with the docs and stuff like that too. So I can't say whether it's happening anytime soon. Also, Timotheus asked a question that I thought was relevant, so I'll bring that up too. Any plans to decouple the loader backend stuff from React? Seems like a lot of the magic of Remix isn't tied to React. Yes, this is true. And in fact, even the loader and action stuff, lots of that isn't even tied to Remix. And so being able to abstract that away from Remix, I see a potential in there, maybe, if other frameworks want to build on that or something. And then as far as tying things to React, I mean, React is still growing in popularity, and it's tech Twitter wouldn't have you believe this, but React is growing in its popularity relative to the other tools as well. So as awesome as other frameworks are, React is still becoming more and more widely used than all of them combined. So yeah, I mean, and then if you're concerned about the size and whatever, then Preact is there. And Remix solves a lot of problems that people have with React. So even in the future, I expect that Remix will be usable by other frameworks, and people will probably really love that. But at the same time, like, React is still just such a dominant player. So, okay, cool. I think that is as far as the highlights go. So let's continue with unexpected errors. So here's what we have left: unexpected errors, SEO, resource routes, JavaScript, and optimistic UI. So we're getting close. So eventually things are going to blow up, and you're going to be, you're going to want to handle errors. So let's start with our root loader, because this is the most complicated one. The rest of them will be pretty easy. So let's say that you're doing something in here that just totally busts rendering, right? So we come in here and we get this uncaught exception from Remix, and they have the docs for handling errors in Remix and stuff. So basically what those docs are going to tell you is to handle an error, you have an error boundary. And here we can actually accept the error as an error. And then we're going to return a div with the class name error container. And we'll say something went wrong and error message. Sure, let's go with that. Oh, and you want to export it. And now you get to control what's shown. Cool, right? There's a bit of a problem here, though, because this HTML head and body are actually created by the browser by default. So if you don't include those in the HTML you send, then they will be included. So if I look at do view source on this, I'm sending that doc type, remember, in my entry server. I'm sending that, but all I'm sending is this div. So, and that's because I'm the root loader, and the root loader is responsible for the HTML and stuff. So what we're going to do is I'll make a document, except I want to spell it right because it makes sense to spell it correctly. We're going to move all this stuff up into the document. except we're going to move this back down here. We'll say document, and we'll wrap that like this. And I don't, return that. Then we'll accept children. And nope, this is going to be a React node. We'll put children right there. And then we can use the document here and put those there. And now, if we look at our source now, we're going to actually have the HTML. Here's the WebSocket stuff for our live reload thing. That's what this is for. So that doesn't show up in production. But yeah, now we get at least, it's styled and whatnot. And let's also make it so we can set the document title as well. So here we'll say title. And this will default to, whoops, there we go. And then we'll accept the title optionally as a string. And so then we can set the title, whoops, not on our app, but on our error boundary. Oh no. And so now we get our oh no. So there you go. And so now we actually send the whole HTML document and everything. So that's how you handle errors from a global perspective. But what's really great about Remix is because of nested routing, we can scope these down to a more contextual error. So what if instead of the error happening there, it happened on a particular joke? So here when we're loading this, we throw a new error. That's a whoops right here. So we're going to see that there, but we can make it more contextual by exporting. Here, you know what? I've got Remix error boundary. There we go. So we'll just clean this up a little bit. Here, we'll just make it really nice and simple. So why did I use my snippet, you ask? I don't know. Whoops, something went wrong. And sweet, now look at this. So like pay attention. Before, nothing in the app was usable. That is the state of the art for most everybody. When an error happens of some kind, then they just show you a big error page. Maybe they have a header and footer that they render as part of that. But that's it. With Remix, because you have nested routing and you can just export your error boundary right here, Remix says, hey, you know what? The root route, that loaded fine. The jokes route loaded fine. So we can show all that. This is the only part that busted. And so we won't be able to show that, but we'll just show the error boundary. So then the user can continue to use this. So if it's just this one that's busted, I can go to a different one, a different joke. So that's awesome. That's really great. And here's another thing. This error happened in my loader function. So Remix will take care of calling your error boundary. Normally, error boundaries in React are only called when you've got an error in a component when you're rendering, or in I think in a use effect as well, maybe. I don't know. I think the use effect might not trigger an error boundary. I can't remember, but I don't care because I've got Remix. And so, yeah, then what's even cooler is even error boundaries, they will not catch things that are thrown on the server render. And this happens on server render. So yeah, Remix error boundaries. You thought error boundaries with React were cool and contextual and stuff. Yeah, try server rendering with an error boundary and handling that error boundary even in a loader. Same thing applies for actions as well. If there's an error thrown in an action, that will also get taken care of. And actually here we've got an error that we're throwing right there. We can say wat, and whoops, something went wrong, and then I can go here and the app is working again. So we could even make it more contextual too. We could say bring in use params and let params equal use params. And then we could say, whoops, something went wrong, loading params. Oh, right, there we go. Wait a second, is that gonna work? We should probably just do this in a string here. Oh, and that's params.joke, but what the, oh, sorry, I forgot JSX for a second there. There we go, params.joke ID. There we go. Whoops, something went wrong, loading wat. So there you go. You may have noticed actually, through blah, if you do have an error rendering your error boundary, there's not too much anybody can do for you at that point. So you just get a regular 500. So you do want to make sure that your error boundaries are good. But yeah, that's how you do contextual errors with Remix. It's awesome. So I'm going to just speed through the rest of this stuff. We're going to copy this so I'm on the same page as the full thing. But it is basically all the same. Oh, this doesn't have a copy because it's pretty easy. So we'll just copy this. And here's our jokes new error boundary. It goes just at the bottom. Yep, right here. And our jokes index. I did a whoopsies. Can you hear that? Did you hear that really high-pitched scream? My kids are outside and my window's open, so they're having a good time. Which is, I love those screams. Okay, so there was an error loading joke by ID WAT. Sorry. And then if you've got, well, you know what? I'm not going to bother showing you the rest of these because I've got screenshots. So yep, app error. That looks nice. This will show you couldn't load that one. I did a whoopsies, and something unexpected went wrong on the new. So that's how it works, and it's all contextual, and it's awesome. I love that. You don't have to care about anything but the route itself, what it's supposed to render. And that is error boundaries with Remix. So let me commit this, and then I will see what questions you've got. Error boundaries. Okay, here we go. Looking just for highlights. What if I set up a modal as a nested route, but then I want to have the modal appear inside another route? How would I go about lifting the modal up and avoid copying that modal code over to another parent route to define duplicate nested route? Yeah, let's see. Yeah, so the solution for me is you take that code that you don't want to copy and you move it into a component and then you render that. And we'll do that when we do the optimistic UI. You'll see how that works. But you'll be like, oh yeah, it's like the same thing you do anytime you want to reuse any code. So yeah, it's pretty... Sergio implied that there may be multiple error boundaries. How is that possible? I'm not sure where he implied that, so I'm maybe misunderstanding. I'm not sure what he means by multiple error boundaries. So what it does is when we're on this error, for example, we've got an error boundary for the new route, but then we also have an error boundary for the root route. And so if we didn't have one here, then it would eventually bubble up until it finds the closest error boundary. Maybe that's what he meant. But you will not render two error boundaries on the page. With errors, how easy is it to keep the existing page state if something goes wrong with an update? My update is a rating to a rating system goes wrong, so just display the most recent successful update state with an error message. Yeah, so I believe that error boundaries don't have access to used loader data because the error could have happened in the loader. So yeah, I don't think they will have access to context though. So if your root, yeah, like how deep do I want to go? There's a use matches thing that comes from Remix. We can console log that. And then if we come over here, we go to this. Yeah, here we are. Then we get an array of all the routes that matched. And so that includes their data. So here we have access to the joke list items that came from the a parent route. So yeah, maybe you could do something with that. Yeah, hopefully that answers your question. Okay. Yeah. Yep. There we go. I think that is it. We've got a couple of people chatting away, but I think I'm going to go ahead and move on to the next one, and then we'll move on, and then I'll check on other questions that you've got. Yeah. Okay. Cool. So the next thing. Oh yeah, I forgot to set my phone where I like it. It's just sitting here in my pocket doing nobody any good. The next thing is expected errors. So sometimes users do things that you expect them to do, and you can handle those nicely. For example, we expect that somebody who's not logged in could submit, and we redirect them to the login. But it would be nicer if we if we showed an error right here, or even just didn't show this at all, and instead say, hey, you need to authenticate before you fill this in. And so that is what catch boundaries are for. So let's go to new. And right here, well, we've got our action function. We want this to happen as soon as the user lands on the page. So what we're going to do is add a loader. Whoops. Export. Let loader. Here, you know what? Remix loader. There we go. We're not going to have any loader data. We're going to return nothing because all we care about is determining whether the user's logged in. So we'll say request. And let user ID equal await, and we'll say get user ID. So we're not going to throw them to the login screen. Here, we'll just get it, and we'll determine if there's not a user ID. We're not going to redirect. Nope, Copilot, you're trying too hard. We are going to throw a new response, and this one is going to be like, yo, log in, please. The message itself doesn't matter all that much. The status, though, I mean, it matters for the people who look at the dev tools and stuff, but yeah, so 401. Yeah, is that 401? I get 403 and 401 mixed up, but I'm pretty sure that's 401. And we'll bring in the loader function. And yeah, so throwing this response, remember, Remix is wrapping all of our stuff with a catch. So it will catch this response. It will be like, oh, you know what? Instead of doing the rest of this stuff, I'm going to handle this response. And this one's not a redirect like we had before. So it's not going to redirect for us. What it's going to do is it's saying, hey, something exceptional is happening. So we're going to let you catch that in what we call a function catch boundary. And here you're going to use caught. And guess what caught is? It's the thing that was caught. And what was thrown? An error. Where is use caught? Oh, that's silly. Here. Use caught, or catch. Haha, I knew it. I misspelled it. I didn't misspell it. I miswrote it. So, the thing that was caught. So, if the thing that was caught dot status is a 401, then we know what to do with it. We're going to return a div with a class name error container that says you must log in to create a joke. And then we can have a link to login so that they can log in. We'll bring in login. Or link. Okay, cool. So now, this is what I'm presented with. You must log in to create a joke. Okay, cool. So I'm not redirected. I'm not able to fill it in and then get redirected or anything like that. I just show up here like, oh, wow, this is cool. I want to add my own. Oh, I must log in to create a joke. Okay, I'll do that. And this is abstractable, again, because we're throwing. And so I can make a function that says, require authorized or something like that. And that'll just throw a response. This is status 401. And if the route that I'm working in doesn't have a catch boundary, then guess what? I can go to my root route, and that'll handle like everything that I haven't thought about, like all of the child routes underneath. And here we'll bring in our link. And you must log in to proceed, right? This is because it's less contextual, so we don't know why it was thrown. And now if I come in here, it says you must log in to proceed. Of course, this is the document, so let's put this in the document so we get our links and CSS and stuff. And so I'm like, okay, well, that's not a great user experience. You should probably make it more contextual, but at least it's not totally broken, and they can proceed, right? That's cool. I like that. So let's bring this thing back. And there it is, nice and contextual. That's awesome. I feel like there were, oh yeah. And if for some reason, maybe I'm using an abstraction like 6 functions deep that is throwing a response and I haven't thought about it, then we can throw a new error unhandled thrown response. And then if I come up here and we change this to a 403 or something, then I'm going to get something unexpected went wrong. Sorry about that. Where is that coming from? The error boundary. Woo! So that's great. I like that. I like that very much. So good times. And that's pretty much all there is to it. You throw a response. You can throw a redirect. You can throw 404. Let's do that for our joke ID. Instead of throwing just a random error, we'll throw a new response. Joke not found, status 404. And then we can come down here and export a remix catch boundary. And there we go. We're handling 404s and 401s and stuff too. But yeah, we'll just do the 404. Joke not found, yo. And we can make that better. But I think you get the idea. So then if I go blah, joke not found, yo. So anyway, I'm going to go ahead and ask your questions. I'm going to copy over all of the code so that we're consistent with with the tutorial. Whoops. But that is it. Let me just make sure I'm not missing anything. Yep, that's all that. Yeah. So yeah, here's the one for the random joke. So if there's no random joke, then there was no random joke found. Okay, jokes. I think that's actually this one. And the new. And this one, if there's no user ID, then they're unauthorized. And that's that. So we got 400 bad request. What the heck is WAT? There are no jokes to display. You must be logged in to create a joke. And that's that. There is a little bit more here. I'm gonna show you trying to delete a joke that's not your own. But let's stop here and see what questions we've got. Remember to @mention me if you want to ask me specifically. Otherwise, I'll just scroll past everything. Speaking of modals, are portos possible? Yes, absolutely. And if you want to, this is how I recommend doing modals. You use the dialog from Reach UI, and that's it. It's brilliant. So you could put this inside of a child route, and then the outlet renders this. And so when you're at that child route, you render this dialog, and when that child route goes away, or if you want to close it, then you just navigate back, and that dialog goes away. It's really simple. You don't even need to manage state anymore at all. Like, you don't even think about the is open or whatever. You just do an on dismiss, and you say navigate back, and that's it. That's really, really awesome. In the future, Remix will take Reach UI and we'll make Remix specific versions of all of those things. So they'll just build on top of Reach UI and make a combo box that you can use a loader to power like the cities that you're selecting or whatever. So yeah, it's going to be really, really cool. You're going to like that a lot. So good stuff. Okay, other highlights here. Why is there a catch boundary and an error boundary? Why not just use one? I think that it makes a lot of sense to separate expected and unexpected errors. You could probably just make everything work with just one. Error boundaries came first, and then the idea was brought up. I think Sergio may have brought this one up. I can't remember, to handle this sort of thing for like throwing responses. Yeah, I like the separation personally. I had never really considered combining them, but I kind of like it. I like the separation. Is it possible to use the CSS frameworks like Material UI or Bootstrap? Yes, absolutely. Totally. You just as Sergio was saying. Okay, cool. I think we're ready to move on. Oh, right. So let's talk about deleting. So if I am on here and I'm logged in, so Twix Rocks, oh, whoops. No, that's the password. It is Cody Twix Rocks. And I go to this joke. This is not my joke. But I go to this one, and it is. I want to be able to delete it, right? This isn't some silly thing that you can't delete your stuff. So we are going to, we're going to add that feature to the joke ID right here. And so let's just grab the form here that was shared. Okay. And so this input, okay, so let's talk about why we're doing this stuff right here. So the browser has two methods for a form. It only supports two methods. You can either do a get or you can do a post. If we didn't care about our whether JavaScript takes a long time to load or loads at all, whatever, then we could just say method delete and load up to the JavaScript and everything would work just fine. But one of the really awesome things about Remix is that your app will work before the JavaScript finishes loading. So when we talk about stuff like this, when you're down here, where is it? Yeah, right here. So when you talk about this, and we're like, this is still going, you don't see anything, but you see the whole app here. Not only do you not see anything, but you can't interact with any of it. Like even when this stuff loads, you can't interact with it until it actually finishes downloading all of the components so it can render everything, right? So, I mean, maybe these are lazy loaded, and so maybe this is hydrated by now, but that would be even worse. Oh, somebody's crying. Nathan's taking care of him. He'll be okay. Nathan is my other son. We don't just have some random guy named Nathan here. On the Remix side of things, because the way that we build our apps with Remix, the entire thing works right now. So I don't have to wait for the JavaScript to finish loading. It all works right now. I can click on dashboard and we'll go to the dashboard. It'll do a full page refresh, but it'll work. If I had a delete invoice button right here, then that will work without JavaScript as well. So it'll work right now. I don't have to wait. That is really nice for people who are on slow internet connections, which was me a couple of weeks ago when I was in London. I just had a really bad internet connection there. Or like it happens to you all the time. You're just in a bad spot. So, but if we went with delete right here, that would not work until the JavaScript is finished. And so for that reason, it's pretty easy and straightforward to just do this. And it occurs to me that maybe Remix could do this for you, where it renders the input for you. But the challenge there is we have to do some stuff on our action to deal with this. So that may or may not happen. But anyway, it's pretty straightforward and simple. So we just have an input that's hidden with a method delete, and then our submit button delete. And now in our action, which we will create now, here I typically like to put the loader first and then the action. Export, let action function, async, and this is going to accept our request. And let's bring in our action function. And right here, we're going to say, form equals await request form data. And now we can say if the form.get method is delete, and then we can proceed. Now, of course, we only have one action on here at all, but we could have, in the future, maybe multiple forms that have different things. And so we could identify them individually by saying, hey, and this is the, type, and it's delete the thing or whatever, So you can have multiple forms for a single action and just key off of that like this. But anyway, so if it's a delete, then we can delete the doodad. So let's say db.joke.delete, where ID is params, which we're going to get as an argument here. Params joke ID. We'll await that. And then return a redirect to jokes. Suppose that makes sense. And we'll bring that in. Cool. So let's go over here. And it doesn't look nice. We'll style it here in a second. But there we go. I can go here, delete. And I probably should double check that you are the one who created the joke in the first place. Probably should do that. So let's do that. Let's see. I can't remember the way that I did that. I think, yeah, because we want to be able to tell you that you're not allowed. So let's get our await db joke find unique where ID is params, whatever that is. There we go. And we need to wrap that in this. There we go. Okay, so that's our joke. And if the joke dot jokester ID is not equal to the user ID, so we're going to need the user. User ID equals request. Await get user ID with the request. Let's bring that in. Okay, so if the user ID is not the same as the joke's ID, then actually, you know what? Let's first check if there's not a joke. Then we'll throw a new error or a new response. What a joke, not found. I think that's actually what it is in my solution. That's so funny. Oh, GitHub. Okay, so we'll throw that. If they're not the same, then we'll throw a new response. You can't delete this joke. And that's, yeah, 403, you're not authorized. Sweet. Here. And now we don't need to have that question mark there because we know that we've already gotten past the point of determining whether that actually exists. Okay, and then with that, we will delete it and then we'll redirect. Cool. And then otherwise, like if it's not the same, then we'll just return. Well, I don't think we need to return anything, actually. I think it's fine. Okay, cool. So now if I log out and log in, or actually here, let's go here. Now try to delete. App error, cannot read property undefined, reading user. Hold on a second. That's, hold on. I'm not sure. I was expecting a different error. I was expecting, huh. I wonder where it's reading user. Here, let's see. Ah! Here we go. Data.user. Data.user. Oh. Huh, that's weird. This is coming from our jokes, I think. Yeah, that's weird. I messed something up. Well, anyway, I'm sure we could figure out what was going on there, but I'm not all that concerned because it shouldn't work anyway. So we'd get the user ID, and then we'd probably get all the way down to here where it says you can't delete this joke. But we could probably figure out what the problem was. But I want to proceed, and it's already been, good golly, almost 5 hours. This is basically a workshop. Except it's not exercise based, so it's not my kind of workshop, but there you are. So let's go ahead and we'll log in as and we'll register as a new user. So Fox, Stellar Dude, I don't really know. Okay, so then we can come over to a joke that is not ours. We click on this and we get another app error. Ah, man. Okay, we should figure out what this is, I guess. Where is that coming from? It's this data user right here. So apparently reading properties of undefined. So data gets undefined somehow here. I don't know why. Okay, so let's, oh man, we just don't have time for me to dig into this any deeper. So we're just going to copy all this stuff. So the finished version, yeah, it does the same thing. Yeah, so we only require the user ID inside of here, and then they'll get a redirect if you're not logged in. And the finished version also, oh no, this is fine. Yep, this is good. Okay, cool. And then the finished version also adds this handling to our catch boundary. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe. Probably not, but maybe. So let's go back. And now it's styled nice and stuff. So I'm Fox. We're trying to delete that one. We're still getting that. If anybody wants to dig into that and figure it out, then be my guest. But the other thing we're going to do, because we totally need to move on, is we're going to also not render the delete button if you're not the owner. And the way that we do that is in our loader. Here, let's save this. There we go. In our loader, we're going to get the user ID, and we're going to determine whether or not they're the owner based on whether the user ID is the same as the jokester ID. And if they are not the owner, then they do not get the delete button in the first place. So I come back over here, and I won't get any delete buttons until I make my own joke, at which time I can totally delete it. So there you go. I'm not sure why that was, but somebody figure it out, because I need to move on. And yeah. Okay. I'm guessing that you're taking off. So, or it looks like, or no, you're just saying thanks. Well, you're welcome. Okay, let's take a look at messages that I may have missed. Do you have thoughts on splitting out routes files and re-exporting? The file's pretty big for your liking. So first of all, I would say, personally, I think that we split up our stuff too fast. Oh man, okay, it is split or break. That's what it is. Break up. There we go. So I think we break our components up too fast. Just because it's long does not mean that it's bad. Yeah, I actually prefer fewer longer files than many smaller files. Not like thousands of lines or anything, but if it's just JSX, there's nothing complex in there, and you're only adding complexity by breaking things out. So that's one thing. But there are definitely people who put everything in components and then just go into the routes and re-export. And that's fine too, if you want to do it that way. Okay. Doesn't seem very resty to do a delete on a post method. Yeah, so and that's true. It's not really resty. But REST only really matters when you want to create a convention for other developers to use, right? And there's no need to create that convention because I'm literally I've got it right here and I've got it right here. There's no convention needed because any developer who comes in here, they'll be able to see exactly how it's implemented and change how it's implemented. The convention is useful for when one team is building one thing and another team is consuming it, and it's really nice to have a convention there so they don't have to talk to each other all the time. But here, like, I don't care if it's resty. There's nothing resty about this, and that's fine with me. So yeah, I wouldn't say that you're being stupid. That's not very nice. But yeah, you don't need to worry about it. Yeah, you're right. It does seem hacky. This is the limitation of the browser, though. This isn't a remix thing. Like I said, you could totally switch it to delete and all be good, but then your thing wouldn't work until the JavaScript finishes loading, which is not great. Yep, I agree with Sergio. Poster actions, gets your loaders, and that's it. That's all you need to think about. Okay, I think that is all. Funky. I had the same error on delete. I just put the guards around against undefined to see what the data from use loader data for the page, which includes the sidebar. It was undefined for whatever reason. Yeah, that's very unusual. I'm not sure why it would be undefined, but this is one of the reasons why it's useful to have assertion functions. So where is it? Yeah, joke's right here. So instead of using this, I do like zod thing dot parse. And so then Zod can throw an error, and it can be a much more useful error than cannot read property of undefined, whatever. But yeah, that is unusual, and that sounds like yeah, it's probably a remix bug, maybe. I'm not sure. But if anybody wants to dig in deeper, that would be awesome. Okay, cool. So let us commit all this stuff. Man, every time I say, okay, cool, my phone is thinking that I'm talking to it, and I'm not. I'm not talking to you, Google. I'm saying, okay, cool. Does that sound like okay, Google to you? No, it's not. Okay, cool. So let's do finish catch boundaries. That was catch boundaries, right? I think so. Yeah, that was expected errors. Okie doke. So we've got SEO with meta tags. I'm kind of thinking about taking a break, but I think we'll do the break after this one. Okay, so we've got a meta tag right there. That is coming from our root. right here, meta. And we just set that in directly. But pretty much like every framework is using like React Helmet or something like that to allow components to control what's in the header or what's in the head for the meta because you need it for SEO and stuff. The problem with that is it means that you can't do streaming with that approach. And I'm not sure what their solution for that is. Maybe they've got solutions. But you have to render everything to know what you need to put in there, and then you can send all the HTML. That's not good. Also, it's not a great API anyway. So Remix has a really nice API for this. And let's see. We'll start with the joke ID. So at here, what we can do is we'll export let meta as a meta function. Yep, I'm sure that's a big surprise. And this returns meta stuff. So we have our title, funny joke, and description. This is a funny joke. But most of the time you have like contextual meta you want to put in there, right? So the meta function also receives the data as well as parents data. So it's called after all the loaders are done. And so then here I'm going to say the data is a loader data. Or it could be undefined as well, because if there's an error in the loader, our meta function will still get called. And so here what we're going to say is if there's no data, then we'll return title of, whoops, it needs to be an object. Oh no, something went wrong loading a joke. That's a really long title. Maybe that should be the description. And the title can be whoops, something like that. And then if we do have the data, then we can say funny joke called data.name, data.joke.name. And here we could even say joke by data dot, actually we could say is owner, or we could just grab the owner, say owner and then get user or whatever, but we'll just say, I think you get the idea. You can actually do the whole owner if you wanted to. Joke called data.joke.name. This is a funny joke about data joke name. And then of course it's template literals there. And now if we go to a joke page, remix, so great it's funny. That's not what I wanted it to say. Oh, yes, haha, here it is. Remember, you are responsible for rendering everything from the open HTML to the closing HTML. So if it's not in the document, it's your fault. And so we're going to bring in metas, or meta, I think it's just meta. We'll put that above the links. And we'll put it after the title so that we can override the given title. Why is it not working? I don't know. I must be missing something. I am on joke ID. It might actually. Hold on. Huh, that is funny. Here, let's look at the document here. Title. We do have two titles. Maybe it's the first one that shows up is the one that wins. Yeah, apparently. Huh. Today I learned. That's probably what I'm doing, and I just didn't notice. Here, let's look at what the root says. Meta comes after the title. I don't know. That's weird. Maybe I'm pretty sure I took screenshots. I don't know. Anyway, that does work. There you go. That's the solution. You put meta before the title. So that way I can have a default title that just kind of falls back. But if somebody includes a title in their meta, then it gets overridden. And that works out just nicely. And then we have our description. And then, of course, like there are all sorts of other things that you want. And I don't need to bore you with those details. So I'm going to copy and paste some stuff. So for this one, even the root can do this. Even though you could put all of these directly in the JSX, I personally like the meta. Ryan doesn't. He'll just do meta text directly, but I kind of like it right here. So yeah, we've got all of our Twitter nonsense in here. So let's just copy this, put it in there, and we'll do the same for all of these other ones. Yep. Yeah, hold on. This is routes. My kids are singing last Christmas at the top of their lungs. And I love it. I'm just sad for the day when somebody says, boy, that's sure stupid. Stop singing that. And it like crushes their spirits. And I'm just like, I hope that day never comes. But I'm sure somebody will be mean and say something mean. And then they'll be like, oh yeah, maybe I shouldn't do this. Yeah, okay, so that's totally broken. I need to fix that in the tutorial. So we'll go to meta. If you want it to override, it needs to come first, which is very opposite to what I think. But yeah, there we got our road worker joke. We've got remix, so great it's funny. Add our own. I think the other one was our login. Remix jokes, login. So, Cody. There we go. All right, feel free to ask questions. I'm going to commit this. Meta and SEO. Okay, here we go. There's the red line. Okay, cool. I'm saying cool. Yeah, it thought, okay, cool. No, it didn't get it that time. Got pulled away, came back, and you're still going. Yes, I am. I can't believe I'm still going. I'm ready to go to bed. Thanks for putting all this time. Can't wait to catch up. Thank you. Okay, looking for other highlights here. If I had an existing React app, are there any strategies I could use to migrate to Remix over time, feature by feature, page by page, or be converting Remix to complete rebuild from the ground up? No, it doesn't have to be a rebuild. So I don't know anybody who's done it. I know that people have migrated from Next. They'll say, yeah, I rewrote the whole thing in Next. I think most of them like actually rewrote or like copy pasted stuff, basically. It was like all at once. So the more progressive approach, if you have like a create React app sort of thing, you're doing your own Webpack config, you're using React Router, then in that case, the way that you do it is you upgrade to React Router v6, you move files around to match what Remix needs them to be for its routing to work, or like the conventional routing, and then you install Remix and you just make sure that everything runs server rendered, and then you should be off to the races. And then of course you'll need to deploy infrastructure for hosting if you were doing like just CDN before. So yeah, for a Next app to migrate over time, you would need probably to run both servers and just have some Nginx thing or something that points different URLs to the different servers. It would be complicated, but yeah, I think I don't know anybody who's done that yet, but that's how I would start if I had a big project that I couldn't just do it all at once. Okay. Gmail Eat World has a delightful cover of Last Christmas. Okay. I may have heard it probably. But you say it's delightful, so maybe I'll listen to it later. Any significance of constructing the metas by the object syntax as opposed to injecting them directly? Is the object syntax for ease of use? Yeah, I think that's the primary reason they're using object syntax. And there are some things, I don't know if I'm still doing it in my site. I can find out really quick though. If we go to root. Nope, I'm not doing it anymore. I used to do this thing where I would use this API or convention from Remix called a handle, where I would have React elements. I would create React elements that were metas. And it was because I had a meta tag that wasn't like a typical name value meta tag. And so there is a way to do that if yours isn't matching that structure. But yeah, I think it's mostly convention or convenience. Please stop saying the activation phrase. Okay, cool. Just kidding. Sorry, was that mean? I'm not sure if you're joking. I was joking. I'm sorry if you were being intentional. Okay. Yeah, that's it. Let's move on. So we're going to take a break really quick. Oh, I already did that. So about 5 minutes, and then we'll come back and stick around because the resource routes is really cool. It's going to blow your mind. And then the JavaScript is my mic drop moment. So stick around because it's great. And I'll see you in about 5 minutes. Can you hear my kids? Okay. Yeah, I'll see you in 5 minutes. All right, I wasn't keeping track of how long it was. Sorry, I forgot to look at the time. So we're starting now. I was looking at this, and Sergio answered this, but yeah, invariant is basically a simple version of something like Zod. Pretty much just verifies that things are what you kind of expect them to be. Yeah, it's actually pretty simple. Zod is a little bit more fully featured, but I really was impressed by Zod when I used it. So take a look at that. And Ryan mostly uses tiny invariant. Invariant. Is that how you spell that? We'll find out. Nope. Invariant. That's probably the reason that I would not use invariant, is because I don't know how to spell it. This is going to correct me. Invariant, not invariant. Invariant. There we go. So this is the one that that Ryan uses most of the time. So it's just a nice way to get your types to be happy and also get better error messages for your users. Okay, cool. So we're going to do resource routes. This one is awesome. So people often will ask about, how do you do API routes? Because, you know, Next has them, and you know, sometimes you need an API for a webhook or for whatever. And API routes, as far as I'm aware, they're pretty limited to just JSON. That might be incorrect. Maybe they can do what we can do here. But yeah, this is way more than just JSON. This is for anything you could imagine. So you could have one that generates a social image for your blog post, or image for a product, or a CSV, or RSS, or sitemap, or whatever, anything. Even an API for your mobile app. You could use Remix to replace Express if you wanted to. You could basically, yeah, you could host your API via Remix on Cloudflare Workers. Let that one sink in. So yeah, pretty cool. So yeah, resource routes. For us, we're going to make an RSS feed of all the jokes. And the way that you do this is actually pretty simple. You say, you know, route.tsx, and then you export let loader, and then you can say stuff hi, and now this is a it's a resource route. Ta-da! That's it. So all that you need is for a route to not export a default function, and now it can be a resource route. Now here we're rendering, or we're returning an object, and Remix will turn that into a JSON response for us automatically. But we can make a new response and say, you know, whatever, and then this, or we could do the headers, content, yeah, content type, text plain, and now just plain old whatever. We could have it application PDF. I don't know what PDF is. You could do anything that you can do. You could do text CSS. Is that what it is? You could do CSS or text JavaScript. Like anything you want in here. It's pretty cool. So for us, we're going to do an RSS feed, and for us to be able to have, okay. Yeah, for us to be able to have an jokes.rss, remember I showed earlier that including dot in the file name is basically like a slash in the URL. And so you can't just do jokes.rss, because what this is jokes/RSS would be the route. And then you want TSX, of course. And so what you do instead is you escape it using brackets. And you could put the brackets around here. It doesn't really matter. The brackets will just be ignored. And so you could do it all the way around, however you want to do it. I find it's easiest just to do it around the thing I'm escaping. And if you wanted brackets in the URL, then you just do 2 of them. So yeah, you do one set, and if you wanted one bracket or the other bracket, or yeah, you can do whatever you want. So that's how that works. So jokes RSS. Yeah, we're not here to learn RSS, so I'm not gonna show you all of that. I've shown you everything you need to see. So I'll just paste all this in. We've got our loader. We've got our request. We're gonna go to the database to get the last 100 of them. We're just gonna get the username. That's all we care about oh, right. Yeah, so here's a cool Prisma feature. So we're looking on the jokes, but we're actually able to get the username of the jokester, and that's using the include. So we're getting all the joke stuff. We're ordering them by descending date. We're getting the domain, so we can do the full URL, and this will work even with a proxy, so we get the exported host thing there. And yeah, then we render out RSS stuff. And then for our response, we set the cache control because we don't want users hitting this a ton. We can set the max age for our shared cache if we have like Cloudflare or Vercel or something in front of it. Set our content type to XML, and then our content length just to be nice to the clients. And that's it. So then we come back over here, go jokes.rss, and now we've got an RSS feed. Ta-da! That's it. You can do PDF. You can do anything you can imagine. Anything that a server can send back to a client, you can do here. And you can do it with streaming. You can do any response. It's awesome. So that is resource routes. Pretty cool. So while people are asking questions and whatnot, I will add this, commit, yeah, resource routes. There we are. Magic! Let me just see. Use a resource route to compile Tailwind on the fly during dev. What? That's pretty cool. Huh. Yeah, that's pretty cool. I like that. Yeah, good one, Darius. Well done. Yeah, good job. All right, are you ready for the mic drop? Okay, so here's the mic drop. Here it is. Let's look at our network tab. We have jokes, we have our font, we have our favicon, and we have the WebSocket to do live reload. And that's all. That's it. If I do a hard reload, then I'll get the CSS too. So there is CSS. I go over here. I have the CSS. If I go home, I have CSS, the document. So, like, where's the JavaScript, y'all? That is it. That's a mic drop. This whole time we've been building this thing, there's no JavaScript on the page at all. Okay, so tell me if this is what you were all expecting. You knew this was going to be it, huh? You all knew. Yeah, this is really cool. I like this, Darius. Yeah, that's pretty cool. So there you go. The whole thing works without JavaScript. Now, do I really care to be able to make an app that works without JavaScript? Not by itself. What I like is that my app will work before the JavaScript finishes loading. That's what I like. I really like that a lot. So, yeah, remember, I've said this multiple times now. You're in charge of everything that renders between the open HTML and the closing one. And we're not doing any script tags in here. There are no script tags. This live reload is just for development. So if we want script tags, then we bring those in from Remix, because Remix knows all about our build and everything. It knows where all the script tags are. And now we've got JavaScript. And with this, we have a much better user experience. So this is why we have JavaScript, is because we don't have to do a full page reload. Before, some of you probably noticed this. In fact, one person even asked earlier, like, why is he reloading every time? You notice, like, that's happening. Yeah, so that's not awesome. That's not a good experience. And so we bring on scripts so we don't have to do a full page reload. And scripts also makes it so our focus management is better. So if I say whatever and whatever, and I hit enter, well, here, let's do this again. Whatever, and then I hit enter right here. Oh, wait, hold on a second. Oh, right, here's the other thing. This is a regular form. So let's go to our new.tsx. So this is just a normal form. We are not preventing default. It is doing the default behavior, full page refresh of a post. So we want this to have a better user experience. So we're going to progressively enhance it with this form. And if the JavaScript fails to load, this will be just like a regular form. It just renders a form, doesn't do anything else, just renders a form. When JavaScript does load, then it adds the prevent default so it can do this stuff. So here I'm like, blah, 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 and I'm like, maybe it's too short. I hit enter, the joke is too short, but my focus stays in place. And that's why we bring on JavaScript, because we can do a lot of things that accessibility kind of requires. And so, yeah, there you go. That's the mic drop. Whole thing works without JavaScript. My goodness. Okay. And let's go to login as well. Turn that into a real form for realsies. Where's the form? To an uppercase form. And that is progressive enhancement, my friends. It is great. Here, add your own. Oh, you must log in. Okay. Register with Bear. I don't know. I don't care. Hi, Bear. And yeah, it's all client-side stuff. And now we actually are loading JavaScript. So that's neat. There you go. Okay. There's the mic drop. But if it turns into a spa, how is there no JS? You add the scripts. Yeah, pretty sweet. So that's the reason everything was a form. Yeah. So that's the reason. It's not the reason it's in a form. The reason we put it in a form is because it's just a way better developer experience. Like, look at this thing. We come in here and we're like, how do I do a mutation? Wow, golly gee, I guess I just do a form, which you're going to have to do anyway. And then we just make the framework understand that. And oh, by the way, it works before the JavaScript finishes loading. That's great. Like, so take a look at this. If we go to log out and go to login, and we're going to throttle slow, really slow, and we'll see if I can go fast enough. So we'll refresh and then Cody, no, I'm not, yeah, rats. Wait, is it still loading? Oh no, that was all disk cache. All right, yeah, and that's the other thing, is it uses a disk cache. Okay, empty cache, hard reload. Okay, and we get the document, come on, document. Okay, what? Ah, man, I wasn't fast enough. Well, no, it's still loading. Cody, shoot. Cody, rats, it's done. Anyway, on a really slow network, this will help a lot. And actually here, an even better demonstration of this, something that I don't have to be fast on. Twix rocks. We'll go to skeletons right here. All right, so now we'll clear all this stuff. We'll throttle, slow 3G, empty cache, hard reload. And as soon as I get that, come on. There it is. I delete. And it's doing another reload, a full page reload. And it's gone. It worked, right? Isn't that great? The JavaScript didn't load. It failed to load. It took a long time to load. App still works. That is great. I like that. Your CEO will like it too when they're trying to use your app on their mobile device in China. And they're like, man, I pay these people millions of dollars. And they can't even make an app that works in China. Yeah, this is great. This is a really cool feature of Remix. I like this. So anyway, there you go. That is that. Oh, yeah, another cool thing. You know how we get errors on the server sometimes? If we look for our error boundaries, we get that error. We can get an error log on the client. Server errors can be logged on the client. Oh, drat. I'm copy pasting a typo. Fine, I'll just do. Okay. So if I come in here on the joke ID and I had some sort of LOL, then I come over here, boom. I don't know why that happened, but there we go. But now I'm getting a reference error. LOL is not defined. That happened on the server, my friends. I got a stack trace even for something that happened on the server in my client. Wowza, that is great. I didn't show that earlier because we didn't have JavaScript on the page yet, so you can't console log when you don't have JavaScript. But gee whiz, that is great. I really like that. Yeah, and we have form. And then another thing that we can do is we can prefetch. So if we go over to our, let's see, yeah, jokes right here, where we have all these links to all these different doodads and what's-its. Why is this complaining? There's an implicit type. What is, oh, I think I removed that earlier. Loader data. Okay, so here on this link, Remix has this feature where you can say in prefetch intent. And Remix knows everything about this next route. It knows what CSS you're loading and JavaScript you're loading and data you're loading. And so as you're navigating around, if we clear this and I hover over that one, then we're going to go get the data. We already have the JavaScript and stuff, because we're on a specific page. So we're going to go get the data. If I go here, oh, right, I didn't put one on there. Here, let's go to the random joke. That'll be more interesting. So if I hover over this, then I'm getting the JavaScript as well as the data. If there was CSS for that page, I would go get the CSS too. So that is awesome to prefetch all of that. And so that's why it feels so freaking fast. Like, here, let's go back. We'll clear the cache, empty cache, hard reload, clear all this, and we'll throttle down to slow 3G. And I'm going to hover over one of these. And why did that not work? Did I? Oh, I'm on the page. That's why. Okay, let's go back here. Let's do this once more. Empty cache, hard reload. Oh, and I'm on. Stupid. Okay, there we go. Slow 3G. And I hover. Oh, let's clear this. Hover over this. I'm like, ooh, I think I want to see that. And by the time I decide I want to click on it, I mean, this is a slow 3G. So like you may end up with a really, with something a little slower. But by the time I want to click it, it's already loaded. So it feels as fast as instant. And that is just really cool. I really like that feature. And it's just link prefetch intent. So nice. And that's actually on my website. I have that on all of these links. And so that's why it's so fast, even though like we're loading a bunch of data. The workshops, it loads a bunch of data for all of that. The calls, this is hitting an API for all of these things, but I do cache it. But like we are getting data for all of this stuff. And it feels instant, like it's fast. That one we did get a loading spinner. There's a lot more data, I suppose. But my goodness, it's great. So there's a reason we include JavaScript on the page, but your app will work without it, and that is awesome. Yep, this makes it so seamless. That's right. That is right. And thank you for showing up. This is fun. Okay, baller feature, to be honest. Yeah, it's great. Hard and fast rule to figure out which route to post things to. I'm getting a bit confused whether you used a typical post to the same route component as the form is on. Yeah, typically I put it in the same route just because it's like, it's right there. It's really easy. For the logout one, I did that in a separate one, mostly to demonstrate the feature that you can log out or go somewhere else. And so, yeah. You typically need a reason to go to the have it go somewhere else. I do it on my website for my newsletter because this newsletter, let's see, every page is different for every user and it's still fast. What? But yeah, so here's my newsletter. This is on every single page. And so I have this go to one particular place so I can have an action right there that handles it for every page. So yeah, that's that. There's normally you need a reason to not do it in the route component, the route module. Okay. All right, that's it. There you go. There's your mic drop. We're almost done. I just couldn't do these last couple of things like forms and prefetching until we had JavaScript. Like all of this other stuff though, all of that works without JavaScript. What? And it's not just without JavaScript. Like, don't take that away. Like, it's not like we're saying, oh, we don't like JavaScript. No, that's not what we're saying at all. What we're saying is you can build your app in such a way that it works before the JavaScript finishes loading. So talk about fast, my friends. Yeah, it's so great. All right, let's talk about optimistic UI and deployment. We're almost there. So optimistic UI is basically like, hey, let's add our own right here. And we're still on a slow 3G network. So we clear all this stuff. Actually, you know what? Yeah, clear all this. Let's turn on fast again. And hard reload, empty the cache, all that. Okay, now we're on a slow 3G network. And I say, funny stuff. This is hilarious. And now I click add. I don't have any pending state here. I don't know that something's going on. Before, when we didn't turn on JavaScript, when you clicked on that, you at least got this loading and a little indicator down here from the browser because it was doing a full page reload. And so we progressively enhanced it, but we made it a little bit worse because we don't have any pending indicator. Now there's a really easy way to do this, pending indicator. Oh, you know what? Let me commit this really quick. JavaScript. Okay. So this is on new TSX. So there's an easy way to add a pending indicator if we say let's see, transition equal use submission or use transition. And this is going to be from Remix. Oh, did you import? Oh, stupid thing. Somebody write that plugin or whatever. Transition. Why do they even have the feature if you can't like use it reasonably well? I guess because I'm the weirdo who does it differently than everybody else. Okay, so then we can say if transition dot submission. So there are a lot of different transitions that can happen. You can have a client transition, they clicked on a link. You can have a transition when they click the back button, all sorts of different transitions, or when they submit a form. So if we're doing a submission, we're submitting a form, then we know that we should show some sort of pending state, right? Pending states are great. People want to see that things are happening. So if it's a submission, we'll say adding. Otherwise, it'll just say add. Okay, so now here let's refresh really quick. Refresh. Here we'll go to add your own. We'll throttle down again and fluff, 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 fluff. Okay, so now it says adding. That was easy, right? Nice and easy. When it's finally done, it'll go. So we get a pending state. But you know what's better than a pending state? Optimistic UI. So we're going to get rid of this. And instead, what I'm going to do is we'll go to where we're sending them, this jokes ID route. And this is what we're displaying. So what if I could take this and we'll put it into a components directory. We'll call this jokes or joke.tsx. There we go. We'll make a function joke display and return this stuff. And here we're going to need React, I suppose. And then we just need a joke, and that's going to be a joke type. Bring that in from Prisma. We're also going to need to know, for some reason I didn't bring that in, but we need to know whether they is an owner. Whoops. So if they are an owner, then they can delete it. Otherwise, we won't even show it. We're going to need the link from Remix. There's our joke. Let's bring in is owner. And that's a Boolean. And then one other, here, we'll see that one other thing in a second. But let's export that. Okay, and then in here, we can say joke display. Joke is data joke. And is owner is data is owner. I don't know why it's complaining about that, but we'll see here in a little bit. Somehow that got removed. That's easy enough to add. Let's bring in let user ID is get user ID, and is owner is jokester ID is the user ID. Okay, and then is owner is a Boolean. Okay, and that needs the request. Okay. This is complaining because, we need to await. Okay, great. So now we are sending along is owner. And so this page works exactly as it always has. Do no throttling, like it's still working. We just moved all of that stuff. We refactored, moved it into there. But now because it's in there, I can come in here and I can say, hey, if we're transitioning and it's a submission, so if there is a submission here, then I can return a joke display. And now I can say the joke is my transition submission dot form data get name and content. So here we're going to have to construct this joke. Name and content. Thank you. So here we'll have to change the type just a little bit. We don't actually care about anything other than the name and the content. So let's say pick name content. Okay, cool. So now we're passing along the joke with the name and the content. I don't know why this is complaining. Oh, right, because these could be undefined. Here, we'll deal with that here in a little bit. Oh, right, they could also be files. Okay, garbage. Here's what we're going to do. We'll say if, here, let's grab, let's do it this way. TypeScript is making this a little difficult, but you know what? I love TypeScript despite that. So if the name is not equal to a string, or if it is equal to a string, and the content type of, my goodness, type of content is equal to a string, then we'll go ahead and return the jokes display, and here's our name and content. Okay, then we need our isOwner. And this is going to be true, right? They just created it, so we'll just pass true right away. And then, yeah, that's basically it. There are a couple other things that we can do there. But let's go create our own. We're going to throttle, and we'll clear out this. We'll say, stuff is hilarious. And now add, and boom, I'm there. That is what we call optimistic UI. You notice that the URL changed later, and the data got loaded and everything, but as a user, that feels like, wow, that was fast. And get this. Let's say that there is an error. So here in my action, instead of actually creating the joke, I'm going to throw a new error. Oh no, like something terrible happened, right? So here, we don't need throttling to see this. So we'll add our own and say, oh no, this won't work. Actually, let's do throttling so you can see what the whole thing is like. So we go here, and the request is being made. It fails, and we get our error boundary. Okay. What if it wasn't that kind of an error, but there was a validation error? So here, actually, we're already set up to do that. So we say, oh no. So both of these fields are invalid, right? So let's throttle that, see what this looks like. So we go straight to here, optimistic, that's what it means, it's optimistic. We expect that it will work, and then it doesn't. And so we fall back. Right? And we don't have to think about that. We just said, hey, if there's a transition going on, then render the joke display. And when the transition's over, Remix is like, hey, that didn't work. I'm going to call this component again. I'm going to give it its action data. And so no longer is the transition happening, and we can proceed to render our form, just like we would have if we'd never had this optimistic UI. So this is what you need for optimistic UI. That's it. You use a transition. If there's a submission, then you get the data from the submission, and you can render what you're going to render next. Now, it doesn't make a lot of sense to render the delete button right there, because like we're posting a delete to the new thing. That doesn't work at all. That doesn't make any sense. And so one last thing, and this is pretty common that you'd want to do in optimistic UI anyway, is can delete. We'll just add that as a Boolean. We'll have this default to true, and then disabled if you cannot delete. And so now we come back here, let's refresh, type all of our stuff. We'll throttle it down and add it. And oh, that should have been disabled. I'm not sure why that wasn't. Oh, right, because I forgot to update this to can delete. Delete. False. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. And now you see what happened. I think something's busted. Hold on a second. Let's go back to no throttling. Okay, clear all this stuff out. Now we're throttling. And now we do this. We get our optimistic UI, but I can't delete because it wouldn't make sense anyway. And then when it is finished loading, then boom, there it is. And all of our loaders get recalled, and we get all of that. So you can make it feel like super fast. And here's the thing. This is all that it takes, is just this code, and it's not like a big confusing thing. So like I harp on this a lot, but just because it's not a lot of code does not mean that it is easy or simple. But this is simple. We're not thinking about time. We're not worrying about race conditions. All of that is handled under the hood by Remix. So that part is complex. Like that's not easy. But they've done that for us. And for our end of things, using this is simple, and it makes a lot of sense. We can take this a step further, but I'll just show it to you. So as cool as it is that we can fall back, wouldn't it be cooler if, since we know what validation logic is going to run, and it's right there, we can actually call that in our component. And so we can just show the error messages right away instead. And so here, yeah, Jux new. So we're not going to transition immediately if the content is invalid. And so you won't get your optimistic UI if we know that we're going to just get an error anyway. So that's neat. But maybe like it takes a lot of work, or there's something weird going on in the server. There's like API keys or whatever. You don't want to send that validation logic to the client, then you don't have to. So there you go. Let's take a look at what we've got here by way of comments, and then we'll do the last thing, which is deployment. And then I'm going to sleep or something. Docs are down. They have been for a while. Okay, hold on. Let me move this over and chat. Yeah, so Ryan sent a message that says, I got the time to first byte on the landing page down from 500 milliseconds to 50. Yeah, because we had a server misconfiguration thing. It was really bad. It was really embarrassing. I'm sorry. And then he said, oh, shoot, the docs just went down. So maybe he broke something. I don't know. And the deploy is stuck. The deploy due to some pull request. Running an update. And Ryan said, oh, I'm an idiot. I'm sure he's not an idiot. He just made a normal mistake. I took the seed script out of npm start to play. Oh, yeah, okay, I know what's going on. So this was 15 minutes ago. And I'm going to just say, people mentioned it in my live stream. I guess it's still down. Down. There we go. All right. Thank you for letting me know. Hopefully that gets fixed very soon. Okay, let's see what questions y'all got for me. What about loading spinners? What about them? I hate them. They're the worst. I mean, you can, like, there are some things that are hard to optimistically UI update for people. Like if you generate something or do some calculations or something like that that only happen server side, then it's possible that there's stuff that you can't avoid showing spinners. But like almost everything can be cached really fast so that the response from the server is really fast. And so many things you already have all the data. They gave it to you and you just display it to them again, assuming that the request is going to be successful. So we, as Remix, we're really trying to say goodbye to spinners. We just don't want spinners. We want optimistic UI, and we made a really awesome API for that. Okay, looking for some more things. Thank you, Sergio. Hopefully they get it fixed really soon. I'm not going to refresh my page, that's for sure. Yeah. Any difference between Boolean question thing or null and Boolean and string? Yeah, I've actually got a blog post about this. Let's see, I can't remember what it's called. Ternaries. There it is. So, yep, that's why I always do a ternary instead of the and. This is one thing that the Remix folks have a different coding style, and I am not going to bend. It matters. You see it less often, and they don't care about what I do, and I don't care a lot about what they do. So we are just doing our own things. As far as like that is concerned. With let and const, it's like, oh man, I don't want to be the only one writing const everywhere. Okay. Bum-ba-da-dum. Okay, what happens if you navigate away from the optimistic UI route while there's a submission going on and that fails? I assume can't perform set state on uncomposed. Yeah. Okay, well, so remember, we're not doing any set states at all. In fact, check this out. Use state. None. Use effect. Nothing. We have none of that stuff in here. Is this even a React app? Oh, my goodness. Remix just removes so much stuff that we don't have to worry about. Now, so I'm sure that they are using set state and stuff like that under the hood, and they're managing the unmounted stuff. If you navigate away, then yeah, you're not going to get any sort of notice that, oh, hey, things went wrong. Let's see what happens, actually. I'm pretty sure what's going to happen is you just won't get any notification that something went wrong. But we're not going to be able to do that now because I've added validation right here. So unless something really bad happens here, I guess we could do throw new error. So if something happens bad on the server, And then here we go, add our own. We'll throttle down to slow 3G, blah, 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 blah. So it is valid. And we say add, and then we're like, oh, good. I'm glad that was added. Huh, that's interesting. What did that do? It like took me to the new, and then it sent me to this one. I bet I know what happened. Yeah, that is interesting. So here, let's do this again. This time it will send me back, I'm pretty sure. No, it doesn't. Huh, yeah, that's interesting. That's an interesting case. I think what would be better, if we wanted to improve this even further, is to have some sort of indicator, not a spinner, but like some notice that like, oh, sorry, that didn't work. Try again. And I wonder if we would redirect them. I don't know. This might be something that we could solve within Remix to say, hey, like this use action data or this action returned, but you're no longer on that route. Yeah, what would we do? I don't know. That's a great one. Bring that up in an issue. That's an interesting case. Okay, cool. So I think we're ready to move on to deployment. Woo! Hooray! Or here, let me just see other questions. So does this mean that, yeah, React Server components, they are still necessary, but like this is something I was saying yesterday in my live stream, that when React Server components was announced, I was like, wow, wait, why am I not excited about this? It was an odd moment for me, and then I realized, oh yeah, I don't have these problems anymore because I'm using Remix. And I tweeted that much. I was like, I'm like sort of excited about it, but I'm not as excited as I thought I would be because I have Remix and it solves all these problems. It doesn't solve all of them. The biggest one I think is, let's say you've got this, and this is the example I used yesterday in the live stream, but you've got this like date that you're displaying on the page, and you're using Moment.js for it for some weird reason. So it's this big library for this little thing. Even with Remix and all of the niceness that it has, you're going to have to send that Moment library to the client to rehydrate. That's not great. And so what React Server components could do is you could put that on the server, and then when you need to get it, if there's like a prop update or something, then a request could be made, Moment could do its magic, and then we send that back and we get the update. So Remix is well positioned to take advantage of this with its .server file name convention. And so I fully expect that Remix will have support for this in the future, eventually. But again, use cases for it are limited. Okay, sweet. That is that. Let's go with optimistic UI. Okay. Boy, some of you have been doing this with me as long as I've been here. So I'm impressed. I mean, maybe y'all are just like watching another YouTube video while you're watching me, but I don't know. I like to think that you're as engaged as I am. Okay. So now we want to deploy this to production. We're going to use Fly to do it. Oh, actually, you know what? Let me just double check. Yeah, nope, I got everything. So this part, it's going to cost you a little bit of money if you follow along because Fly is not free. They will have my expectation is that they will have a free tier that is limited so that you can try things out because they do have a free tier, but if you want to have a persistent volume, then you can't do that. Yeah. So that is what it is. So you're going to need to install Fly and sign up for an account. Once you've done that, then just run this in your terminal in the directory where you're at. Excuse me, Cody. Cody was in the way of my screen. And now I'm in the way. Oh, sorry. Here, let's do this. Split terminal. Yeah, there we go. What is this? Oh, okay, whatever. That's fine. It's above my head now. So yeah, our app name. Let's call this tutorial or Remix tutorial walkthrough. Very original. You have like 30 something regions to deploy it to, and you can deploy it to multiple regions at once. But we're gonna just do the one. Dallas, that's the one closest to me. We'll create an app on my personal account. We created, so Remix detected, or Fly detected that we're using Prisma with SQLite. And so it created a persistent volume for me. So on the server that it's going to be running on, it has this volume like a hard drive, basically, virtual, that will stay throughout all the deploys. So I deploy, this thing stays here because that's what you need for your database, right? So that's where our database is going to go. And it wrote our fly toml file. And yeah, this uses SQLite on a single dedicated volume. It will not scale beyond a single VM, looking to fly Postgres for a more robust production database. And that's what I do on my website. But what's cool about this is you start with SQLite, and then when you eventually realize, oh, I'm going to make millions on this, then you can switch over to Postgres. And there's not a lot that you need to change other than your schema Prisma file here to change that to Postgres. There may be a number of other things you need to alter depending on how you configure stuff. But for the most part, like, that's it. It's really nice. Your app code will be the same. And that's why we like ORMs. Okay, so no, I don't want to deploy now because I need to do a couple of things first. Let me make sure I'm not missing anything. Yeah, so it generated fly toml Docker file and a Docker ignore. So let's take a look at those. The Docker file, this is actually based on one that a member of the Fly team wrote for my app. So they learned all this stuff from my app, and that includes like Prisma Generate and all this other stuff that we need. And then the Fly toml, also a bunch of interesting, useful stuff in here. Oh, and they also created the start with migrations. I should mention that too. So when they start, we first run Prisma migrate deploy, and then we run npm start. And then our Docker ignore just ignores node modules because we don't want to copy that over. We're going to install them anyway. Okay. Oh yeah, so this is the thing we need to do. Remember, we have that secret environment variable. So we're going to do that. And I'm going to actually make it secret because I am actually deploying this. And I don't want y'all to see what this is because that would be silly. So we're going to do... Just, I won't even know what it is. All right, there we go. Okay, so yeah, you basically just run that, set whatever secret you want, and then npx prisma migrate dev. So this is our first command to tell Prisma that, hey, we are ready to roll on this. Here, whoa, this way. There we go. We're ready to roll on our schema. And so it's going to reset everything, and it's telling us, hey, we're going to add these two tables and change the user table, adding unique index username. So sweet. Let's say yes. And it's deleting everything. It's running our seed again, and it creates, when it's done, oh, right, yeah, we get an error. I actually don't know why this error's out. Yeah, I'm confused, but it doesn't really matter that much. So now we're going to enter a name, and I just call this init. So this is our initialization of our database schema. And so now if you look at your migrations, again, this is all Prisma stuff. This has nothing to do with Remix, but it's interesting. The migrations file has all of the commands necessary to get a brand new database set up to what your schema is set for. So that is neat. And now, and we do commit that to source control. So I'm not sure what this DB journal thing is all about, but I doubt we want to commit that to source control. So we should probably remove that. Prisma dev DB journal. Yeah, pretty sure we don't want that. Okay, cool. So now we're going to add all this stuff. Well, actually, we don't need to do that right now. We will deploy first. All right, so we call it init. Oh, and now we can run the seed function just for local development. So we have some data in there in our local version. And now we're ready to deploy. So let's say fly deploy. And this is going to use the Docker file to build our Docker image. And then it's going to send our Docker image up to Fly's servers, where Fly will get it started and start with migration script to do the Prisma migrate deploy. So over time, as we make changes to our data schema, we'll have more and more migrations inside of this directory, and it will, it will migrate all of our databases for us as we go. It's really great. Okay, so this will take some time because this is the first time that we're deploying this, and so it takes some time to cache all this stuff. This is not really a big deal, even though it looks really angry. We're just like 4 patches behind on NPM. So, and that's because I believe we're using Node 16 Bullseye Slim as our Docker image that we're inheriting from or whatever. So yeah, this will just take a minute. Feel free to start asking questions, but this is the end. We are done once this deploys. It's been a solid 90 persons watching for a while. Whoa! Thanks for sticking it out, those of you who have been here all day. Thank you. That's very nice. Hard enough to concentrate on the stream as well as Discord. Yeah. Been here since yesterday. Eric, you go to bed, man. Eric, here's a shout out to Eric. So Eric built this. This is Metronome, and it's awesome. Yeah, look at all this. I have so many requests. This was just, how long of a period is this? It's just today, just 24-hour period. So yeah, from 00. Yeah, it's just today, starting 00 at UTC, I think. Yeah, lots of requests every hour. Yeah, it's nuts. Yeah, we've got 7,000 errors. Boy, I sure would like to know what those are. I think he's adding features for that. 0 errors on action calls, though. That's cool. That's mostly action calls on my site are user read a blog post, or user logged in, or signed up for a newsletter, or changed their theme. I think that's or submitted a call. I think that's all of the actions. Or signed up for a workshop. They wanted to be notified of a workshop. I think that's all of them. So yeah, the duration, yeah, Discord callback, that one's going to take a while because we're communicating with Discord. So that one does take a while. That's always going to be the longest one. For actions, it's definitely going to be calls. Route calls, route durations. Oh, that's the number of calls. Yeah, login. That one's interesting. It could be that, yeah, this didn't happen today. I haven't done a call yet today. So that's why. Anyway, Metronome is awesome. My largest contentful paint. I'm not sure why that happens, because if you go to my site, there's like no shift at all. Maybe that's actually, yeah, that's the layout shift. I get 0. Oh, right. That's the, how long it takes. I don't know about that. I've traveled all over the world, like well, actually just in Europe, throughout Europe, and it's never seemed any slower to me anywhere else. I don't know. So I'm not sure about this largest contentful paint. Seems pretty darn fast to me, but though that's the data. You can't argue with the data. But anyway, at the end of the day, every page is different for every user. I can't cache anything. But I only know all this because Eric built Metronome, and I think it's awesome. Okay, aren't error boundaries supposed to catch errors in actions as well, or did I get it wrong? After adding the error boundary to /new route and throwing an error action to test the error boundary, I just got this. Oh yeah, we were seeing this earlier. I'm not sure why that happens, but I'm pretty sure that actions should catch errors that is, or error boundaries should render what's thrown in an action. Yeah, in fact, that's what I was doing, and that's what happened. So I'm not sure what's going on there, but if you can make a minimal reproduction and then make an issue, we'll figure it out. Misspelled prism and get ignore. Uh-oh. Yep, you're right. Prisma. My bad. Oh well. There we go. Haha, now it's gone. Okay, sweet. So the deploy was successful. So now all we need to do is fly toml. We grab the app name, and we go to that.fly.dev, and ta-da! Remix jokes. It's funny. There are no jokes to display. Oh man, let's log in. And there are no users. I'm not going to tell you what that password is. Haha. Add your own. Koalas are not bears. And then there we go. Look at that. Isn't that great? I like that. Woohoo! It totally works. Deployed to production. There you go. I forgot to add the RSS feed, but or the RSS links, but you can do that too. So cool stuff. We're all done. We're finished. Oh, I misspelled journal. Oh, great. Where is it? Journal. Thank you. Okay, sweet. Deployed. And that's it. We're all done. Thank you for hanging out so long. This was great. I had so much fun. And here, I'll answer a couple questions before I'm done, but then I'm going away. I'm not even going to look at my email. I literally have probably over 200 emails now in about Remix. And I'm gonna go away and I'll come back after Thanksgiving. So you'll see me after Thanksgiving, and I'll respond to all of you. Okay, did I end up making a decision? Oh yeah, I prefer Zod, mostly because I really like. I liked the API better. That was it. I think Superstruct does have the ability to do the parse thing that Zod has, so maybe I should look at it again. But they seemed like so similar. And yeah, Zod is by my friend Brandon, so yeah, there's that too. Okay, thank you for your kind words. I really appreciate that. Thank you. It was awesome. It was so fun. You're all being nice. So I think it's about time to wrap it up. I know you're like 15 seconds behind me, so here, let's go live stream, manage. We'll go to the YouTube studio, manage live stream, so I can go hit stop. But thank you all for hanging out for so long. This was super fun. I am planning on live streaming a lot, even like unplanned, whatever live streams in the future. So yeah, look forward to lots of live streams. Not on the Remix channel normally. My regular development stuff is going to happen on my own channel. But yeah, I will be doing like putting up a lot of stuff on the Remix YouTube channel too. So subscribe to both. Yeah, it's gonna be great. So I really, wow, that's backwards, isn't it? Whoa, that threw me off. Is it backward? Yeah, 200. Oh, that's interesting. Where is that from? Oh, okay. That's just like, what? Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, I'm not sure why you linked to that, but eventually I plan on adding Zod or Superstruct to my own site because it's nice. What about SEO? Dave Codes, go back on the video a little while because we did talk about SEO. And for all of you, if you want to, now would be a great time if it's up right now. Yeah, rats. Yeah, this site is not up. And actually, this should be V1. Oh, there we go. So that's up. That's nice. Yeah, now would be a great time. Oh, not optimistic UI, just jokes. To go through it on your own, and you'll learn so much stuff. And you can watch if you want to. My goodness, this is so much stuff. This was like my entire weekend. I did not sleep on Saturday. I woke up at 12:30 on Monday because I try not to work on Sundays. But yeah, this whole thing was my weekend, and I'm so glad it's over. And I'm glad to have this video now for you all to watch and enjoy and stuff. But yeah, somebody asked yesterday in the launch live stream, what's the best thing that we can do for like to help with Remix? And here's what it is. Get really good at Remix, play around with it, use it, give us feedback. That's always nice. But, and teach other people what you learn and help other people be successful with Remix. That's the biggest thing you could do to help. Like I said, I have over 200 emails in my inbox about Remix. I'm only one person, and I will try my darndest to do a really good job to help the developer experience for everybody. And while we're at it, if you want to help learn Remix and teach people what you're learning, help other people be successful. Sergio is super good at that. Sergio is always helping other people. I just appreciate you so much. So anyway, thanks everybody. This was fun, and we will see you all next time. Goodbye.